now for our main event, coming out of this corner, Mr. Russell Brunson!
Oh, what's up, everybody? So good to see you guys today. We are so excited. I'm going to be bringing my co-host and the person we'll be having a smackdown with out in a few minutes. Just wanted to jump in real quick and welcome you guys all. We're so excited. We've got a whole bunch of you guys, the VIPs who are in Zoom in a private room watching this, which is really fun. And we're also streaming on Facebook and on YouTube, and excited to have all you guys here. Today is going to be a fun-filled day. It's going to be a lot of stuff, so make sure you block out the time. Make sure you're here, you're focused. I would shut down all the other distractions. If you've got other things open, your cell phone, your text, like give us your time, give us your attention. For at least the next 24 hours, if you do that, I promise you we'll be able to change your business, and we might even, in process, change your life. But I need your attention, and we need you to be paying attention and focusing, because we have a lot of stuff we're going to be covering. And we're just excited to have you here. We've been planning this now for 3 or 4 months. We've been talking about it. When we first launched it, we said it'd be really fun to do something where Alice and I are competing back and forth. And we literally said, but it's kind of like a smackdown, but not a smackdown. And like the original doc said, it called it not a smackdown. And then eventually we said we should just call it a smackdown. And so that's what it is. You guys have a chance to learn both e-commerce and physical information products, or info products and physical products, both sides of that businesses, and it's gonna be so much fun. So I'm curious, how many of you guys here are most excited about learning physical products from Allison? If you're so excited about that, raise your hands, go crazy, and I want to see, for those of you guys who are going to see on Zoom, okay, dang, most of you, okay, now let me ask the other side. How many of you guys want to learn about information products and becoming an expert? Raise your hand on that side. Okay, good. On the Zoom wall, I can see you at 50-50. Hopefully at home, you guys are similar. It's going to be so much fun. And I think the coolest thing is when we're talking about how to actually use these two things together. So I want to talk, before we jump into the content, I wanted to kind of just recap my goal with this, okay? And pull my slides really quick. So the first thing I want everyone to understand is you're coming to this world, because so many of us think like, oh, I'm in the business, like I'm in an information business, that's what I do. Or, oh, I'm in an e-commerce physical business, that's what I do. And the reality is that, well, you guys understand that, let me pull these up. Hopefully my slides are coming up. They are. Is that you're not in the business of selling information products or in the business of selling physical products, okay? All of you guys who are here today, you are in a different business. And if you understand this piece, it's going to make the next day or so just make so much more sense to you. It's going to be so much easier. You are in the business of serving your dream customer. That's the key. That's what I want you guys to understand, okay? For some reason, though, in our community, everyone like defaults like, I do this or I do this. It's like, no, you don't understand. Like, all we care about is serving our customer, right? So if you look at, like, if I was to map this out, like what business you're in, the key is like, who is this person that you are serving, right? Who is your dream customer? And hopefully you guys know who this person is. Dream customer. And you'll find out I have horrible handwriting. That's his dream customer. So who's your dream customer? Who's the person, like, if you could wake up every single morning and start serving them and be in front of them in an audience like this, like, you would love it. Okay? For me, you guys are literally my dream customers. That's why you guys are here. I've been spending the last decade and a half of my life targeting you guys, bringing you in, creating content and products and services and things to get my dream customers to come into this world, right? And I love you guys. I love serving you guys. That's why I wake up every morning. I went to bed last night. I was telling the VIPs earlier. I went to bed last night at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I got up today at 5 o'clock, and I'm like, ecstatic because I'm going to be serving you guys. So who is your dream customer? Who is the person that if you could like spend all your time figuring out, how do I change this person's life? How do I serve them? What can I do? What more can I do? Like, if you can identify who that person is, the rest of this becomes easy. Because then you say, okay, here's my dream customer. Now, I'm not in the physical product business or the info product business. I'm in the business of serving this person. Now, how do I serve them? There's a lot of ways you can serve them, right? You can serve them by creating by doing information, right? You create info product, right? That can serve the person. Or maybe you're saying, hey, I'm going to do a live event. An event can serve them, right? Or maybe you're going to create a supplement, right? And a supplement can serve that person. Or maybe you're going to be doing swag and you're going to be giving clothing and things like that. And that can serve. Maybe you got physical products, ecomm/physical products, and that can serve them. And maybe you're going to do a coaching program, and that can serve them. Like, I'm trying to figure out all the different ways that I can serve my dream customer. Okay? And I don't care if it's info products, physical products, supplements, I don't care what it is. Like, my only goal is to help you guys to be successful, right? And so you guys come to my world, you're entrepreneurs, there's a lot of ways I can do that, right? I can do that through events like this. I can do it through coaching, through courses, through books. I can do it through software. I create software up here. This is the big one for us, right? I can create software, right? So I'm not in the business of, like, people ask me, like, oh, Russell, you're a SaaS business. Like, no. I am someone who serves my dream customer. I serve entrepreneurs, and yes, I happen to sell them software because that helps serve them, helps them get to the finish line faster, right? But I also write books. I also I mean, how many of you guys have had that conversation where somebody asks you, like, so what do you do for a living? And you're like, how to explain this? Well, I write books, and I do events, and I sell software, and I sell supplements, and how do you answer that? It's so hard. So I try it nowadays. I'm like, well, I love entrepreneurs, so I serve entrepreneurs. That's what I do for a living. I do it through a lot of ways. I do it through coaching, events, products, whatever I can do to help make their lives better. That's what I do. And so that's the mindset I want you guys thinking through. If you look at some of the most successful people in our ClickFunnels community that really grasp this. One of my favorite actually had her speak at Funnel Hacking Live talking specifically about this, and it's Kaylin Poland. So a lot of you guys know Kaylin. She runs a company called Lady Boss, and they've won every award. 2 Comma Club, 2 Comma Club X, 2 Comma Club C. This year they got a 2 Hard Award for donating over $1 million. Like, they're amazing, right? And it's interesting because when they first came into our world, they told people, like, we sell information. Like, she had an app with some meal plans, like, that was her business. And they did well with it, right? That got them to the 2 Comma Club. But as they started saying, hey, what do our customers actually want? Like, yeah, they want info products. Man, they're buying supplements. They're going to live events. They started looking at all the other things that were happening. They said, instead of pigeonholing ourselves as like, we are an info product business, like, we're the business serving for them, their lady bosses, right? And so you look at, there's their customer in the middle, and they start thinking all the ways. So they did information products. They did events. They did swag. They did coaching. They did supplements, like all the different ways. And that's when it went from like the 2 Comma Club size business to 2 Comma Club X, 2 Comma Club C, and beyond. And it's all by realizing that that's the business we're actually in. So I want to give you guys this mindset shift before we go too deep into today, because I don't want these people to think I'm just doing physical products or just doing info. Like, I want you guys to pay attention to both sides of this, because if you're already selling physical products, right, the stuff you learn from the info side will be able to take it and plug it in and start growing faster. If you're already selling info products, the stuff you learn from Alice on the physical product side, you can blend those things together and everything will grow. Okay, a couple like practical examples, you guys can see this. For any of you guys who are in the info business right now, you're a coach, you're a consultant, how many of you guys saw Perry Belcher's CEO hat offer? This is really, really smart, okay? So Perry is like the king of premium products. He's always talking about how you need to create premium products, physical products, and attach them to digital products. And Perry launched this offer and he said, get this $40 CEO hat for free, right? So you go here and you pay free plus shipping and he sends you out a physical product, right? E-commerce, physical product, a hat that says CEO. So I went to the funnel, I bought the thing, and there was a hat and there was no upsells, no downsells, and nothing. I was like, this is the weirdest thing. So I messaged Perry, I'm like, dude, I went through your hat funnel and I don't get it. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, dude, that thing's not making any money. There's no upsells, no downsells, no order form bumps. Like, what are you doing? And he said, Russell, he's like, guess who buys hats that say CEO on the front of them? I'm like, who? He's like, CEOs. I'm like, okay. He's like, I sell high-end mastermind and coaching programs to CEOs. He's like, so I can lose $100, $200, $300 giving away, a free plus shipping CEO hat because these are leads coming into me and now I can sell them my coaching later. Okay, do you see how that works? So Perry's using a physical product, a hat, to get leads to come in to then sell them coaching and masterminds on the back end later. Okay? It's kind of cool. Now, after Perry told me this, I got so excited because I was like, well, we at ClickFunnels, I got tons of cool swag. But in fact, how many of you guys right now are wearing some kind of ClickFunnels swag? You got a Funnel Hacker t-shirt, you got an I Build Funnels t-shirt, you got a Die Hard Funnel Hacker shirt. How many of you guys are, okay? Most of you are my people. You got our clothes on, right? So I was like, oh my gosh, like I could launch all these, like I'm gonna start creating my swag as front end. But then the problem I had is like, well, the people who are going to buy a Funnel Hacker t-shirt are Funnel Hackers, therefore they're already ClickFunnels members, right? And I was like, he's selling CEO hats to people who are going to buy CEO coaching. I'm like, I need to go one step back and not sell Funnel Hacker t-shirts. I need to sell like entrepreneur t-shirts. They come and they buy an entrepreneur t-shirt, physical product. Then I can get them to become, as an entrepreneur, I can get them into ClickFunnels. And so for entrepreneurs, like for example, this one here, I don't know if you can see it. It says Serial Entrepreneur and there's a bowl of cereal. Like it's the coolest shirt ever, right? So soon this will be a free plus shipping. You come in there and every serial entrepreneur is going to see the shirt, buy it, and then guess what? They can put in a sequence now to go and buy ClickFunnels, right? So I'm using physical products to sell software because my dream customers are entrepreneurs. What are the physical products I can create to bring entrepreneurs in so then eventually I can get them to use the software and then come to live events and do the coaching and do like all the other pieces of the pie. Okay, so you guys just thinking about this differently, right? If you're selling information, right, how do you use physical products to get your people in? Perry actually told me another interesting story, and I'll probably mess up the numbers, but it's worth sharing. But he said when Ryan Deiss came out with his first actual book, they launched it. I think they said it was like a 3% conversion on the book. And they tried like a million split tests, couldn't get it up. And then Perry was like, hey, what if we gave a free t-shirt to everybody who bought the book? And so they put the t-shirt in. Obviously, the cost went up because you got to pay for the t-shirt printing and shipping and stuff like that. But they went from a 3% conversion rate, I think he said, to 11%. It's like 3x their conversion just by adding a physical product to their information product because they increased the perceived value. Does that make sense? So when you start using these things together, it's powerful. And it works both ways, right? We have a supplement company selling green drinks, right? But there's a ton of green drink companies out there. So we have the green drinks, but then we also create information products that we bundle together, and it makes it so our green drink is unique because you get also the info business, the info products with the supplements, and it increases the perceived value. Okay, so I want you guys thinking about this just through this different lens. Info product people, this is another example. This is I'm forgetting the site off the top of my head, but it's like a prepper membership site, right? So that was the business they had, and they were selling access to this prepper membership site for a long time. They had a bunch of members, and then actually this was one of Perry's companies. So Perry and Ryan came back, and they found Perry was out in China at one of the Canton fairs, walking around. He saw these little credit card knives. So you fold them up, and it turns into a knife, but then you can put it back and put it in a credit card into your wallet. And he found these things for like, I can't remember, 20 or 30 cents a piece. So he bought a whole bunch of them, and he put it online. He started selling it. I think he said the first month they sold like 150,000 of these little credit card knives before Facebook banned them. That means he got 150,000 buyer leads who came and bought a credit card knife. And what do you know about people who buy credit card knives? They're preppers, right? They're people who want to be prepared so that if someone attacks them in the alleyway, they can pull out their wallet, pull out a knife or credit card, turn it into a knife, and like, I don't know, whatever you do in a fight, right? So you know that they're people who are preppers. So after someone bought the knife, then they would upsell them on the membership site. So sold 150,000 knives. How many people think bought the membership site? I don't know, but it was a lot. Okay. Now, funny story. If you guys, when you go to the airport next time, they always have those like glass cases of like stuff that was confiscated by the TSA, you know? And they always have like a sword and a knife and a hairspray and gasoline can, all these like crazy things. Right now, their credit card knife, I believe, is the #1 most confiscated thing in the history of TSA. And I've seen them in like almost every airport I go into. I always see the credit card, and I'm like, yeah, that's Ryan and Perry's credit card. This is amazing. Anyway, so physical product to sell a membership site. Do you guys see how this is working? Info products, physical products. It's the blend of these two worlds, okay? Another example, this is for brick and mortar people. This is another one of Perry's companies. I have so many good Perry examples, but they do custom suits, right? And you may think, oh, I have a custom suit company. How in the world do I get leads off online? What would they do? People that buy custom suits, what do we know about them? They probably wear shirts that have cufflinks. So they did a free plus shipping cufflink offer. People bought the physical product, and then from there, drove them into the stores to get their custom suits, okay? So as you start looking at this differently, just looking at, okay, what are things that my dream customer actually wants? Okay, if you look at, instead of looking at like, okay, well, I'm selling a course on how to do whatever, it's like, no, come back. What does your dream customer want? Okay, Lady Boss, they want swag. So she sells them the swag t-shirt. Now that person comes in, right? Someone who may not have bought something else, they buy the t-shirt, they come in because it's a dream customer. Now you've got them. Now it's easier to sell them the supplements or the coaching or the other things. Right? If I sell them cufflinks, now I'm on a list. Now I can sell them other things. Right? They buy a credit card knife. I know something about them. This is the genre of like this is who they are. This is the dream customers. I can sell them this. I can sell them food stores. I can sell them all the other things that this dream customer would want. Okay? So as you start understanding who your dream customer is, instead of what product am I selling today, then it opens up this whole new world of like how do I create info and physical products to really change your life. Okay? So once again, you're not in the business of selling information products. You are in the business of serving your dream customers. Okay, so now in about a minute, I'm going to bring up my special guest today, who's going to be my partner in crime over the next day and a half, 2 days with you guys, because she is someone who excels at the info or the physical product side of the business. She's also an amazing information marketer, by the way, but she's amazing at the physical product side as well. And if you look at this, it's interesting. I was looking at, you know, obviously we've had, I think, over 1,500 people won 2 Comma Club awards. I get an email every single day from ClickFunnels that shows me the top, the funnels that gross the highest every single day, and then the funnels that have the most email leads every single day. So I look every single day, like, in the entire platform, 100,000 customers, what funnel's making the most money. And just so you know, it's one of these two things. It's either people selling physical products or it's people selling info products. Those are the two paths to get you into the 2 Comma Club. Right? So just so you're fully aware, those are the two paths. So like, these are the two business models you have to understand, you have to master to become good at. Usually you're going to lead with one, you're leading with a physical product, you're leading with an info product, and you're bundling with the opposite. But understanding both these things is key because this is the path to get you guys to 2 Comma Club. So that's why when Alice and I started talking about this, 6 or 7 months ago, I was like, I want you to come in and start teaching our people more about physical products. The more they do this, the more success they're going to have. And you guys know how many of you guys are at Funnel Hacking Live, by the way? All right, my Funnel Hacking Live members. So Alice and I spoke there together. She shared a bunch of cool stuff. And so when we were planning, I said, let's do this SmackDown. I'm gonna talk info products, you're gonna talk physical products. We'll show people how to blend these two worlds together. And that was kind of the game plan. And so for those who don't know Allison, she's gonna tell her intro story here in a minute, but just a really quick brief introduction. She's someone who I have so much respect for. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing entrepreneur. Before she came in this world, she sold well over 8 figures in physical products. And I say well over, like a lot more, closer to 9 than to 8 figures. So in physical products, all sorts of stuff. She has teenage kids that she taught this process to. They've had a ton of success with as well. And she'll tell you guys more about that story. And then she came into our world and started teaching this. And I've seen now how she's transformed thousands and thousands of people's lives teaching this process as well. So not only is she able to do it for herself at a super high level, she's also been able to take this. And a lot of people can do, but they can't teach. She's amazing at actually teaching as well. She's got so many, in fact, half the people who are on this call are her successful members as well. And so she is an amazing entrepreneur. I'm so excited to introduce you guys. So with that said, let's put our hands together for Allison Prince.
Hey.
How's it going?
Do we need to start this off by
we're hugging now, but now it's like, let's go.
Game on, Russell, game on.
So Allison, I'm so excited to have you here. I think I'm going to let you kind of introduce yourself and run into it, and I'll let you have some fun up here with all these amazing people. That's cool.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, so we'll get my slides up and going, and I hope it's okay if I start with the origin story, where this all started, because I think if we can take the journey back to where it was, the mom of 4 who was very awkward and shy, and see that, and the transformation of what's happening today, you're going to be like, wow, this is so cool. And it's going to help build that belief of where I started. So let me know in the comments down below if you're okay if I share with you where I first started. I'm watching those comments. I can see them right here. Let's see them come in. Yes, they're all coming in. Yeah. Okay, so I want to roll it back to when I grew up, I was told there was one thing to do. One choice, right? And that was to what? Go to college, right? So I did. I dove in and I worked so hard to get my teaching degree. And I remember my first month working so hard, getting up early and staying late with those kids. And they handed me my paycheck. And I qualified for government assistance. And I remember thinking at that time, no, wait, no. My whole life, I've been told you have to go to college to get financial security. I'd done that, and I felt like I had been lied to because the government was saying, here's some money to go out and buy food. And I was so incredibly frustrated with that. And I was like, hey, I got some choices here. I can stay or I can figure something out. So I started going to the local libraries and studying and figuring out how people were making money. How were they affording the mortgage and the car payments, even toilet paper? They don't teach that in high school, right? I had to figure this out. And so I started to dive into it. Now, being a teacher, I taught for a few years. Oh, I had so much fun with those kids. And then I was trying to figure out, okay, what can I do? What can I do to be able to start something online? But I want to show you where my thought pattern was. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to present to you my coupon binder. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. I actually use this here in Boise, Idaho. This thing weighed more than the car seat with my kid in it. It's got tabs, it's got separation devices. And I remember taking it to the grocery store and I would put it up on the stand and I'd crack it open. And the whole line behind me, they would scatter. No, not another coupon lady, right? And I remember thinking, oh gosh, I got to study how to save money. Right? And I was super, super nervous with that. And so as I'm carrying this big binder around, I had to get it ready. So Sunday nights, I would lay everything out all over my floor while the kids were asleep. And it would take me 5 to 6 hours to get this ready. My brother comes over one day and he's like, what are you doing, Allison? And I said, I'm going to save 10 cents on these fruit snacks and 50 cents on this box of cereal. And he's like, wait, how long is this taking you? And I said, oh, it's going to take me a good I don't know, 5-6 hours to get this ready. And he said, will you read this book? So he hands me the Rich Dad, Poor Dad book, and I'm reading it. And in that book, it says, yes, you can save your way to $1 million or something substantial, right? Like a trip to Disneyland, but it's going to take you forever to save your way to that much. And so I had the biggest shift, the biggest paradigm shift in that moment where I started thinking, wait a minute, I need to stop learning to save. I need to start learning to create. I could take that 5 to 6 hours and sure, maybe save $40 to $50 in groceries for the week. Or I could take that 5 to 6 hours and start studying all these people that were making it happen. Okay? And then I started thinking, like, why am I having these thoughts of this scarcity and holding on to it so incredibly tight? And I remember thinking, wait a sec, this isn't my fault. This is not how we were raised. Maybe you guys were, you guys watched Scrooge McDuck? Anybody watch Scrooge McDuck? Yeah, I did. My little guy watched it the other day, and he comes up to me, he's like, Mom, Scrooge McDuck lost over 15 cents. Is that what's supposed to happen? We get upset over 15 cents? I'm like, no, buddy. He's living in that scarcity mindset, and we can live in this abundant mindset. But Hollywood doesn't teach us that. We got Lex Luthor, right? He wanted gain, or he wanted money and power, and so he was ready to destroy the whole planet on Superman. It's not our fault that we think the way that we do. And so what I started doing, I'm like, okay, Hollywood, and the things that I've learned, I'm just going to set you over here. I'm going to start watching the people that are actually making this happen. So instead, I'm going to watch the movies of moms. Moms that started a business online. I could see their kids running in the background. I could see that it wasn't perfect, but I could see them start building this business, something that they were so proud of doing. And those became my new movies. And they instilled that belief of, they can do it, so can I. Okay? Now, this is my little guy, and I had to pull this picture out. This is when I first got started. It's my 4th baby. I had 4 babies at my feet when I started this. And as I was thinking, okay, Allison, learning how to create money, I got to do something. And everything that I had read online about creating money, especially in the e-commerce world, is you had to have this huge inventory. You had to have these brand new products, this amazing branding. I didn't have any of that. And you want to hear something funny? I actually did not know what the word e-commerce meant for years. I thought that was an ugly word. Like, it really is an ugly word. Can we get like a prettier word in there? And so to me, I'm like, nope, I don't do e-commerce. I'm going to start an online store. I'm going to start an online boutique, a place where people can come and have so much fun together. And so that was my mindset. And then I started thinking, wait a minute, I don't have any product. What am I going to sell them? What am I going to do? And so I went to the makeshift, like my little, you guys, we all have like this little makeshift office in our homes, right? It's where the bills go. It's where the computer goes. It's like where all the crap goes. And there was this roll of vinyl lettering that was sitting in the corner. And this, it makes me laugh because I didn't have a cutter at the time. Because what this is, it's not just black sticky paper. You can actually cut it out and then do something with it. I didn't even have that. And so what I did have was a pair of scissors. And so I chopped it into 12-inch chunks. And I remember I was nursing my little guy, typing one-handed as I put that first product up for sale. I was so scared. Hit that submit button. I'm like, hey, Allison, we're doing something about it. We're going to change. We're going to do this. And then as soon as I hit publish, I had to leave the computer. And I ran upstairs because my toddler, I heard him rumbling. And if you guys have a toddler, you know, you got to be right there with them. So I run up, grab him, and we start the whole breakfast routine. My husband comes whipping around the corner. He's like, Allison, I keep hearing this dinging sound going off. What is that dinging sound? And I was like, I don't know, probably a Buzz Lightyear toy. You guys, this is serious mom mode right here. And he's like, I'm going to go off to figure out what that is. So he goes off to investigate and whips back around the corner. He's like, Allison! And I'm like, what? What's going on? What's going on? And he said, every time that ding goes off, you're making a sale online. And I was like, what? Oh my gosh, for real? And then, all the emojis, like all the emotions from all the emojis that you can do? Like that's what I felt like at that moment. I was so happy that it worked. But then I got scared. I've never shipped out products like this. Yeah, I've shipped a box here and there or a letter here and there. I didn't know how to ship to customers yet. And I was so elated because I realized that I just figured out how to create money online. I didn't have to go ask my principal or the superintendent. No, I did it. And that was the building block for me to get started. And I remember we were dancing and we were screaming so loud, and it was just my first $200 to $300. It wasn't a crazy amount, but I remember it solidified the belief that other people that were talking about this online, it could actually happen. It could actually happen. And I just remember that. Write in the comments how you felt the first sale that you made. That's like life-changing. We feel so good, and we never can forget that because we realize the truth. We realize what can happen. Best feeling ever. I cried. Yes, the comments that are coming in, it's such a powerful feeling, right? Okay, here's another product that I sold in the beginning. Blocks of wood. I know, boring, right? Hang on. We'll talk about how exciting blocks of wood can get. But I remember I didn't have a lot of product. So I walk around to the back of my house, and there was a shed. And behind it, there was this long stick of wood. So I grabbed a piece of wood, took it into the garage, and I start chopping it down. Okay, sanding it. And then I take the blocks of wood outside to take pictures of these blocks of wood. Okay, this is on a dump truck. There was a rusted dump truck. That's what I used because I didn't have a photo studio. And I remember lining these blocks of woods up, and I'm down, crouched down with the camera, taking pictures. And I remember my neighbor walks up to me, and he's like, "What you doing, Allison?" And I said, "I'm going to sell blocks of wood." And he looked at me, and he said, "You're going to sell trash?" And I was like, whoa. What? No. He saw trash, right? I didn't see trash. I'll show you what I saw in just a minute. But we went on to go sell these blocks of wood, and I ended up making enough that day to pay off my minivan in full. Do you think that this was life-changing for us? A teacher who qualified for government assistance. Push the fear that Russell was talking about earlier. I'm pretty good at putting things in, like little children in timeout. And so as I was having these thoughts, these self-doubts of like my neighbor of, "Allison, you're going to sell trash? Allison, you don't have a beautiful branded product. Who do you think you are?" I started thinking, you know what? I'm going to put those thoughts in timeout. I am so good at putting my kids in timeout. Why can't I put my thoughts in timeout? They can just sit over here. I'll deal with them in just a second. But I've already made the decision to move forward. I've already been shown that this process works. Why am I going to stop from what other people are saying? So I kept moving forward day after day after day. And it was these simple things that made it possible. We did the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And look at this pile of shipments. This was from one day. It was taller than me. It was going out the door. And this was day after day after day. And I look at this picture right here, and I have to pinch myself. I was scared. I started with trash. I started with trash someone else told me was trash too. And I ended up growing that business. We sold about 7 years later. I loved it so incredibly much. And then a little bit of a serial entrepreneur, I decided to start more. And we sold more of the companies. I love building e-commerce businesses and then turning around and selling them. So incredibly fun. And it all started with trash. Okay. Then as I'm going along, I'm finding out about this expert stuff from Russell, what he's talking about, right? And I'm like, what if I take a physical product and add a digital product to the back of it? And we'll go into more details about that. But this is life-changing, friends. This is why we are showing up. This is why I got on an airplane from beautiful Puerto Rico, where it's 85 degrees, to sit on an airplane, to come over here and talk to you, because Russell and I know, because we're seeing it right now, happen right now. This is the new game. It's not the ecomm. It's not the expert. It's the people, and how we serve the people, and how we can combine both areas to be able to change people's lives. And it's making a massive, massive difference. That's why we're showing up with you, friends. We want you to have all of it, all the information, all the things that we've gone through. We just are like, here, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this together. Write in the comments if you're so excited about this whole process and about what we're going to share today. Just let me know down. You already are writing it in the comments. You already are. Okay, so that story is so cool, right? The mom of 4 that was stressed out. I love that story. But the story that I love even more is this one of my daughters. They were sleeping in. If you guys have teenage daughters, you know, you're gonna know. Teenagers, okay? They were sleeping. Actually, they were teenagers. They were 10 and 13 at the time. So the tweenage-ish age. They were sleeping in. My husband and I were getting a little annoyed. Come on, get up, do something with your life, right? And they're like, I'm just tired. I'm just tired. And so we decided to give them 3 choices. And we said, guys, you got 3 choices here. Number 1, you do more chores. Number 2, move out of the house. Or number 3, you can start a business. You know which one they chose, right? They didn't want to move out of the house. And they did not want to do more chores. So they dove in. They dove into this framework. The one I'm going to be showing you today, the one I showed Russell how to do. Okay? And they went through this process, building out this business. And this slide right about here, this is the one that I love and I treasure so much. Because when Michaela started her business, she's a 13-year-old in this picture right here. I remember she was so frustrated. She couldn't even open up her locker. But yet, she was able to start her online store. And she came home one day and she's like, Mom, I'm so frustrated by this locker. I can't figure it out. And I'm chuckling with her. And I'm like, babe, it's okay. Let's go look at what you did do. And I took her to the computer and I opened up her cells. And she was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I said, babe, you actually made enough money. You could probably pay someone to open up your locker for you. And she got a good giggle out of that one. And they ended up going on to sell over 300 orders right when they launched their online business, which is pretty cool, right? Can you guys imagine that? Opening up your business, having 300 orders come in. Yeah, so I asked my kids, I'm like, hey, do you know what you just did? And they're like, no. So I actually had a really cool teaching moment with them. I went and got a pad of paper, brought it over to the kitchen table, and I sat it down, and I'm like, hey, girls, let's talk. Okay? All right. So the girl, they were having a hard time imagining the money situation, right? So we're going to do a little math here. So we took the $4,000 and we wrote it on a piece of paper. And I'm like, girls, do you know how much money that is? And they're like, I don't understand that, right? It's a big concept for a 10 and 13-year-old little girls. And I said, okay, let's compare this to babysitting hours. So let's take the $4,000. And how much do you make when you babysit? And they're like, we make $5 an hour, Mom. We love it. And I said, okay, let's divide that out. And that's going to give us 800 babysitting hours. And they're like, wait a second. How big is that? That's still too big of a number. So we divided it again by the number of babysitting sessions, and that ended up being about 200 babysitting jobs. That still is such a big number for them. And so I said, okay, kids, let's divide that out and see how many weeks it's going to take you, right? And then we get to the point where I'm like, you guys know what this equals out to? it really just equals out to a lot of diaper changes, right? And it was at that moment where they're like, oh, this is so cool. And they went on because they understood the process of it to build their amazing business, which they were able to save enough money to pay for their college in full if they choose to go. Okay, that's a cool story, right? My daughters have options now. Instead of what I was told, the 9-to-5 job, they actually can say, you know what? I think I want to do this, or I think I want to do that. Where they find they're happy. They've got options now. So my sister comes along after she's hearing all this about what my daughters are doing, and she said, can you teach me how to do that? I'm like, yeah, let's do it, right? Because it's like, you know when you go to Disneyland or a restaurant, and you come home and it was like the best thing ever. The food tasted so good, or the Disneyland ride was so much fun, and you want to just go and you want to share it with the entire world. That's how I felt. So when she came up to me, I'm like, yes, let's go. And I was just like overflowing with excitement because I'd seen it work for me multiple times. I'd seen it work for my daughters. And I was like, yes, let's do this. The money that she earned. Okay, this is what's so cool about it. She wanted to adopt a baby, but if you know anything about adoption, it's not cheap, right? She started this business and was able to pay for her adoption in full. That's life-changing. Absolutely life-changing for her. Okay, we have options, friends. We can watch what the world teaches us. We can watch other people do this. You can watch Russell and me up on stage and say, oh, yeah, I can't do what they do. Or you can stand up and say, I'm next. If they've done it, Allison, the awkward mom, who's trying to figure out how to balance motherhood, cleaning off trays from the kids on the floor, listening to the dinging sound going off. That's where I started, with something so simple. Nothing fancy at all. We do have the choice. So in your heart, what are you feeling right now? Are you just going to sit there and do what the world does? I don't think you can. You showed up today. That means you're already so different, which is a really, really good thing. It's that deep desire that we have to move forward, to make a difference, and to create this abundant life that's so abundant that we give freely, like a cup of water. If it's completely empty, we can't share. But if we've got a cup of water that's overflowing, everybody benefits from that. And that's what we want to show you today, is how to live that life of abundance, okay? So if you're willing to stand up and say, I'm next, I want you to write it in the comments. You already are. You are so on top of it. You are so on top of it, friends. I love it. You guys, we have one life. That's it. One life. Let's go back to that scared Allison. I'm going to show you a picture of her, me, over a decade ago, okay? Sweating in all the wrong places. Never sold anything in my entire life in my store. It was a simple product that started the journey. It gave me the belief that I had to build the next and the next and the next. I stood up and I said, I'm going to be next. I got one life and I'm ready to do something about it. So I put all those fears in timeout. And then I started kicking that fear in the teeth. I took it head on and I said, you're not stopping me. No way. And I wish I could go back to this younger version of Allison. Look at her bangs, you guys. I was up late and I was packaging. I didn't know there were shipping options. Back then, I just did it out of my garage. I wish I could go back, wrap my arms around her and say, thank you, because you are letting me live the life that I get to live today. I'm so grateful for her. I'm so incredibly grateful for her, for getting those insecurities out of her head and moving forward. Now, I want you to think about something real quick, okay? I want you to think about how your future self, think about yourself in 6 months, in a year, in 10 years. Where are you going to be? Are you going to be in the same place? Or are you going to show up differently? If you show up differently, that means you have to do something differently. You can't do the same things over and over and over again and get the same results. Definition of insanity, right? Okay, I want you to imagine your future self. Maybe you got a couple wrinkles, some beautiful, sparkling gray shimmers in your hair, right? Your future self is waiting for you. He is waiting for you to show up. Is begging you, please do this, please move forward, please pull the trigger, please step forward. Let's do this. Let's do this. And you know what? She's getting a little impatient. She wants you to do this. And as we go through today, I'm so excited to break down how we were able to do this into a 4-part series. Walk you through it step by step along the way so that you can have this information to be able to build that beautiful business. So I'm going to challenge you to do something right now, okay? One of the things that I regret not doing when I first got started was taking a lot of pictures. I didn't take very many pictures at all when I first got started. I was lucky to find that one picture on the slide with my kid, that one of me sitting on a box. I can't find any other pictures, and I regret it. Because now I get to teach people about my journey and what I went through, and they can see the befores and the afters. So I want to challenge you. I want you to pull out your phones right now. I want you to take a selfie. You can take a selfie of you and the computer screen, and that your future self is waiting for you in the background. I want you to take a picture. And then I want you to upload it to the Facebook group. Let's see how many we can get there. Then when you go 6 months, a year, 10 years from now, you can go back to that picture of you, that younger version of you who stepped up and said, I'm next, and you're like, heck yeah. And I'm so proud of that girl for showing up. Okay, so who's going to do it? Let me know if you're going to do it. Let's get those selfies. Let's get them up because your future self is getting a little antsy. Isn't that such a fun transformation? And we're starting yours right now. This is right now. And we got more coming up. Russell's going to come back in just a second. He's going to talk to you about his origin story, about where he started, about how he had the same feelings, very similar feelings, the scared, the insecurity, all that stuff that you actually might be feeling right now in your business. You're out there. Oh, can I put this out for sale? Oh, is my product good enough? Oh, I'm not branded very well. We have very, very similar stories, friends. We've just documented it. And honestly, we're just decade and a half ahead of you. That's it. All right, so if you are so excited to hear Russell's story, where he first started, let's give him some love in the comments. All right, Russell, you ready to come up?
Thank you.
You want my clicker?
Yes, please. Thanks. Was that amazing or what? Everyone in the back is like crying their eyes out. I know comments, and anyway, it's so cool. I'm grateful you guys had a chance to see Allison's journey. I wanted to share my journey on this expert side of things. Like, every one of us kind of bumps in these things in different spots, and it's usually a time we're not expecting it, we're not prepared for it, we're not ready for it, and that definitely was true, definitely true for me. So the very first picture I'm going to show here on my slides is a picture of me, or not me, but it's a picture of a Michael Jackson record. I don't think I've ever told this story, actually, so this is kind of interesting. So I had just moved to Boise, Idaho. I was wrestling on the wrestling team here. I moved here, and I didn't know anybody in the city, and I remember I wanted to figure out how to make some money, and I had met somebody a couple of months earlier who was selling stuff on eBay, and she was making a ton of money. I was like, okay, I got to make money selling stuff on eBay. So I'm in Boise, Idaho. I lived here a week. This is before people had cell phones and stuff like that. And I was like, well, I need to sell stuff on eBay. I don't know, like I need to find someplace that has it. So I remember I bought a map, like an old school like paper map. I got on a bike and I went and drove my bike with the map. I literally was pulling over trying to find out how to get to the thing. And I drove my bike, this is 21-year-old Russell, to go to a thrift store. Okay, and I found two different thrift stores. One's called Savers, one's called Deseret Industries. And I'm in there and I'm looking through, trying to find stuff that I can sell on eBay. So I'm like, this is my big thing. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be the richest kid on the wrestling team. It's gonna be awesome. And I'm going through and I start looking for stuff. And I had no idea what people bought or what they didn't buy. But I remember the first thing I found was a Michael Jackson record. And I was like, Michael Jackson's the king of pop. This has gotta be worth like, I don't know, thousands of dollars for a record, a vinyl record of Michael Jackson. So I remember buying it for like, I don't know, $2 or something. And I'm like, I'm gonna be rich. And I bought other things and I bought a whole bunch of stuff to the point where I had 2 plastic sacks completely full of just garbage that I bought at these thrift stores. And I jumped on my bike and I remember having a bag of stuff on this handle, bags of this handle. I'm trying to like ride my bike home. Eventually I get home and then I didn't have a phone or a camera back then. So I had to go and borrow a camera from someone. I took little pictures of each thing. I remember listing on eBay. And I remember the first thing that happened is my Michael Jackson record is the first thing I listed. So I'm like, this is gonna be my big money maker. Like I found it. I listed it again. I bought it for like $2. I think I listed it for like, I don't know, 3 or 4, because I was like, oh, it's gonna get a bidding war and it's gonna be huge. It's gonna end up at like $1,000, and nobody bid on it. And finally, right before it ended, I think one person bid on it, and I think I sold it for like, I can't remember, 3 or 3, like a little bit more than I'd spend for it, but not much. And then I sold the next thing. I ended up selling, I don't know, half a dozen of these things I'd bought at the thrift store. And then I'm like, cool, I sold them, and I took them then, and I remember I had to like find boxes, like how do you find a box for a record, and then a box for a book, and a box for this other random thing I bought. So I'm trying to find boxes, I'm like cutting boxes and taping them, and it was so much work. I'm doing all this thing, putting them all together. And then I remember before I took them to the post office, I was doing the math. I had a little Excel sheet. I'm like, okay, I bought it for $2, I sold it for $3. Then I got shipping, and then I got the packaging, and I got everything. And when I looked at everything I had done from this trip, right? This is probably 2 weeks worth of time and energy and effort. I think I ended up making like $1.50 total from the entire thing. And I was like, this is a really hard business. And I remember then driving to the post office, and I had all these random boxes. And so I was like grabbing a box with this record, another thing, and I'm breaking it into the place to mail, and the next thing, and I'm going in and out. And I tell the people at the post office, like, what is wrong with this kid? But I was so excited. I'm running back and forth with all these different misshaped boxes. I brought them up, and I'm putting them on the table to ship them out. And I'm sitting there like just pouring sweat from all the work and the effort. And I look over, and there's this guy in the post office line, and he has this big box. It's like this big, and he's holding it, and he has, I don't know, probably 400 or 500, look like CDs or DVDs packaged in this thing, and he was carrying them. And he walked to the post office, he set them down, they grabbed them, they threw it in, and they started shipping it out. And I remember I was just like, what's he doing? Like, that looks way easier than what I'm doing. And I grabbed him on the way out real quick. I said, hey, do you sell stuff on eBay too? He's like, well, I sell eBay and other places. I was like, cool. Like, so what do you sell? And he's like, oh, I sell information. I'm like, what do you mean you sell information? He's like, well, I have like digital products, and then I burn them on the CD, and then I sell them, and I just have a CD burner. I burn them on a CD, and I put them in these little envelopes, and I ship them out. And he's like, and he looked at mine, my 50 different boxes, all different sizes and shapes and things like that. And he's like, it's nice because I just buy these envelopes, buy the CDs, like I know exactly what shipping is going to be. It's just really simple and really easy to do. And that was the first time I'd ever heard about information products. I looked at what he was doing. I was like, this is so much easier than I was doing. And so I was like, I got to figure this out. And so I started this journey trying to figure out, how do you sell information? And I didn't even know what that guy was actually selling. I knew it was info products. So I started going and Googling information products, how to sell information. And that started me on this weird journey. And somewhere in that journey, I bumped into this dude right here. Some of you guys have probably heard of him before. His name is Frank Kern. How many of you guys have heard of Frank Kern before? How many of you guys have seen his ads everywhere? So Frank is one of the original OGs in this industry. And way back in the day, back when I was getting started, he had a product called, I think it's called Underachiever Mastery. And long story short, eventually, like years later, I bought that company from him, and I own it now, and we shut it down. But it had such a big impact on me. Like, I wanted to carry that legacy on for a long time. And what Frank taught, and Frank is, if you knew Frank, this is Frank at Funnel Hacking Live. He's all clean cut and all polished and looks like a model. Frank, like back in the day, was Frank with like long hair, beach bum, surfer dude who didn't do any work. And so this whole concept of like being an underachiever is what he was kind of showing everybody, right? And it was interesting because in his course, teaching people how to be an underachiever, he's like, it's really simple. Everyone tries to overcomplicate this. It's just 3 steps. And these are the 3 steps. He's like, step number 1, you got to find a hot market. Okay? Find a market that's actually hot. They're excited. They want to buy something. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is then you go and you ask them what they want. Okay? And then step number 3 is you just give them what they want. That's it. And I was like, that's so simple, but does that make sense? And he's like, most people, what they do is they come up, they have an idea for a product, right? So they go and they spend time, energy creating this whole product. And they go and they try to find a market. Who can I sell it to? Who can I sell it to? And like, there's no one to sell it to, or they can't find the market, or it's too expensive in the market. And then they get it to the market, and then maybe the market doesn't even want it. He's like, you're doing it backwards. He's like, this is the process. Find a hot market, ask them what they want, and then just give that to them. And so I was like, okay, that's a cool process. How do I test this out? And so for me at the time, I'm sure most of you guys, if you've been following me for more than like 5 minutes, have heard this story before. But I was like, okay, I'm going to try this. So my very first time I tested out this underachiever process was with a little product called How to Make a Potato Gun. Okay, this is my first idea. Now, in hindsight, I want to mention that I didn't do step number 1. The potato gun market is not a hot market. There's not thousands of rabid buyers who are looking for potato gun stuff. So I missed step number 1, which is why this is no longer a big business for me or any business for me. Make sure you find a market that is an actual hot market. But I went to step number 2. I said, okay, well, I'm going to make potato guns because that's what I know how to do. So I'm going to ask them what they want. So again, notice I didn't go and just start making product teaching people how to make potato guns. I asked them what they wanted. And so we created what back in the day we used to call an ask campaign. And I wrote it out because people think I swear. It's not. It's ASK, an ask campaign. Where I'm asking them their question, right? So if you look at this, it says, dear fellow potato gun lover, I know that your time is valuable, so I'm going to get right to the point. I need your advice. I'm putting the finishing touches on a new course called How to Make a Potato Gun, and I want to make sure I don't leave anything out. So let me know your biggest question about potato guns, and it can be anything, even if you think it's silly. All you have to do is type in your question in the little box below and click submit. In exchange for your advice, I'll enter a drawing to get a free copy of the course, blah, blah, blah. So that was the thing where I was asking the market, like, what do you guys want to learn from me? It wasn't me trying to tell them what. I asked them what they wanted, and then I started driving some traffic here. Now, what I did pay-per-click ads, I did Google ads, I did a couple of things to get people to come to this page here. And over about a weekend period of time, I got about 100 people to fill out this form. And what was really cool is they started asking all these different questions, like some of the questions like, well, what kind of pipe should I use? What kind of igniters? What's the best way to do this? Like, what's the right barrel to chamber volume ratio? And all these things. I'm like, I have no idea what any of the answers are. And I was like, I'm so glad I asked. So now I got a chance to go out and research and figure out the things. So I started going and researching and finding out the answers. And I started becoming an expert. I started becoming a potato gun expert because they told me what they wanted to know. I went and did the research, did the work, found it, and I brought it back, and now I can actually give it to them. Okay? So I went through all these questions. And what's interesting is you'll find that most people, when they have a question about your topic that you're an expert in, a lot of people have the same question. So I went through this 100 or so different responses, and I started breaking them down into sections, right? I said, well, if I was to write a book or create a course or something, how would I group these different questions together, right? So when I created my actual course, I said, well, chapter number 1, a lot of people ask like, what kind of gun, like what kind of gun should I make? So I took all the questions that were around this and I plugged them in. So what's a pneumatic gun? What size gun should we build? How do we build a bolt action spud gun? So I put those under like what module number 1 or chapter number 1 would be, right? And I said chapter number 2, how to pick the right pipes. And I put all the questions people asked about how to pick the right pipes and put them underneath chapter number 2. And then I wrote chapter 3, how to find the other accessories you need. And then put all the questions about other accessories. And then chapter 4, 5, 6. And I just basically built this table of contents. I plugged in all the questions that people asked me. And then I had a chance to go and I just got to go and answer the questions now, right? And so that's how simple creating a product can actually be. And I'm going to go deeper into this in my next section. I'm going to talk about how to actually create your course and your frameworks and how all that kind of stuff. But right now I just want to show you the process I went through the very first time. Because a lot of you guys are going to go through a similar process where you're like, what do I even make? What do I teach? I don't even know what to do. Like, I didn't know what to do, right? And I'm sure a lot of you guys don't know either. So I went through, I asked the questions, they told me what they wanted, and then I had a chance to go do the research, find out exactly what they wanted, then give it to them. Now, this is kind of just a bonus tip for those to put out there in the future. What's cool about this too is that when you do it first, when you get people to tell you their questions, you can turn all your questions into the actual sales copy in the future that sells the product, right? So for example, someone said, the question was, what type of pipe do I use? Do the PSI ratings on the pipe matter? So I took that question and then I reverse engineered it into a bullet point that says, discover the only pipes you will ever use and the secret PSI rating that will guarantee that your potatoes will go further and you're gonna last longer, okay? So I took their question and I turned it into a selling point, into a bullet point. Okay, and I did that through all the different questions that people submitted. So asking the questions ahead of time did most of the work for me. Okay, and so after I got all that done, then I went back and we actually recorded the course. Some of you guys heard me talk about this before. This is the actual potato gun, DVD, how to make a potato gun. Me and Nate went and we filmed it, and this became, again, my very first course ever. Okay, and And I'm going to talk more about this in the next session, but that was the very first time I did it. I did the whole process. I found a not that hot market. I asked them what they want. They told me, and then I went and got the answers, and then I gave it to them. That's the definition of being an expert. That's what we do. We find a hot market, we ask them what they want, and then we give it to them. Okay? And so that's kind of how I started this journey. Now, I did that, and I started creating a bunch of different information products for a while. And then eventually I was like, well, how else can I make money selling information? And I got mildly obsessed at the time with this thing called the public domain. And I'm not going to go deep into what that is, but I remember I got into it, so I decided to create a membership site. I was in college at the time, so I created this membership site. It was called The Lost Files, and people paid $37 a month to have access to this membership site, which gave them all these old books. And anyway, I'm not going to tell you the whole details behind the site. It doesn't matter, but it was my very first membership site where I was taking information and I was selling not just once, like in a course, but in an actual membership site. And I remember I got it done. It was really cool. And I messaged a bunch of people who were into this kind of thing at the time. And I remember, I messaged probably, 50 or 60 people. And from that, 3 people responded back. One of them was actually Joe Vitale. Some of you guys may know Joe, MrFire.com. And Joe responded back. And he actually sent an email to his list talking about the Lost Files. And so he sent an email to his list. A couple other people did. And from that, I ended up getting about 300 people to sign up for this membership site at $37 a month, okay, while I was in college. Now, I want to share this because I remember my senior year in college, and I graduated with a whopping 2.3 GPA. So I was not like a scholar student or anything. I was a good athlete. But anyway, I was in school. I remember I had this class. It was a creativity class. And in the creativity class, we would do something creative and then present it to the class. And so, and I share this story because it's going to illustrate a point that I want to make sure for any of you guys who are like, oh, this is going to be hard work. I'm going to be overwhelmed. There's a lot of work up front. I had spent probably 2 or 3 months putting this together, getting it all done, putting it out there, launching it. And so in my creativity class, I was like, well, for my senior project, I'm just going to show this because I already did it, right? So I get in front of my class and I said, okay, I'm going to show you guys how I launched a membership website and it's making me a bunch of money. So I went through how I did it, like step 1, step 2, I walked through everything. I'm sharing to my class. And my teacher's name's Dr. Murley, a little short Indian guy. He's on the side and he's just like, you can tell he got what I was saying. He was twitching. He was so excited. He's just like, ah. And everyone else in the classroom, there are a bunch of college kids who were just like bored out of their mind. And I showed the whole thing. I showed how I launched. I showed how people promoted it. I showed the math, right? $37 a month, 300 members. I was showing the math, how much I was making per month off this recurring income, how much I'd make over the next year. And I was like just so excited sharing this with everybody, right? And Dr. Murley's freaking out. And then I remember afterwards, I get done and I was like, any questions? And all the students are sitting there in their seats, like half asleep. And he runs up, he's like, do you guys understand what he just did? Like he, out of thin air, was creative, had an idea, put it out there, launched it. He's like, he's making more per month right now than I make as a teacher. And he's like freaking out, all excited, right? And I remember I look out at the audience and he's like, my teacher asked, do you guys have a question for Russell? And there's one kid in the back who sits back and he raises his hand. He's like, that seems nice and all, but man, that seems like a lot of work. He puts his hand back down. And I remember sitting for a second being like, like I spent 3 months of hard work putting this together. Putting together the concept, the product, the information, the sales letter, like the campaign, all kinds of stuff. 3 months. It was hard work for 3 months, right? A 3-month period of time. And then I launched it and I stepped back and it started making me money every single month in and month out. I remember thinking him after, I wish I would have had the thought in the moment, but I remember afterwards getting back home and thinking, man, I spent 3 months of hard work to build something that was making me more than my teacher did. I was like, my teacher spent, how many years in college and how many years as a teacher trying to get the skill set to make the same amount of money, right? And I was like, that seems like a lot less work than what most people go through to make a living. So when you start looking at these things from Allison's side or from my side, like up front, sometimes it's more heavy. Like you put in more work up front than you do in a typical thing, right? But then after it's done, it starts paying for itself over and over and over again, okay? Which is kind of fun. All right, so this was my very first membership site, which was really, really cool. And then after I had 300 or 400 members in this membership site, I remember a lot of people asked me questions like, okay, I want to go deeper. How do you do this? So I remember I sent an email out to the little customer list of 300 or 400 people. I said, hey, if I taught a workshop on how to do public domain stuff, who here would want to sign up for it? And I got a bunch of people who said yes. And so I remember I put up a page. I put up this page right here and I just had basically, okay, I'm gonna do Lost Files, public domain live coaching. Here's how much it costs. And I put a PayPal button out there. I told these 300 or 400 people how to do it. And from that, I got 30 or 4 people to sign up for this course at $500, which is the first time I ever sold a course. And it was the most exciting thing in the world. In fact, this week I was looking through all my old books and I found the original public domain how-to course. This is my very first course ever. This is like the transcripts of the lessons. This is the workbook I made, and these are all the CDs. And I'm super proud of it because it's like the very first, outside the potato gun course, the first like real course I was teaching stuff. And I put all the information together. I built an actual workbook, and I had CDs. I tried to listen to these, and it's funny because back then it was before we had webinars. It was all on teleseminars. So I was on a phone just teaching, and it's really, the audio is horrible quality, but because we had to record it, I had to hook a Radio Shack tape recorder to my phone to record the audio messages because they didn't record teleseminars back then. And that's how I created that first product. Nowadays, you just have so much technology that makes this easy. But that was my very first course I ever launched. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I'm talking about that next. Okay, sorry, I thought I was going to share, but I think I talked about the next presentation. So that was kind of my very first course I put out there. Now, at the time, I wasn't teaching or talking about internet marketing ever, but I had a bunch of friends who saw what I was doing, and I remember I had one of my friends who invited me to come speak at an internet marketing seminar. And so I was excited. I'd never taught this before, so I went to the seminar, and this is a screenshot from it. Some of you have seen some of the video clips, but I got asked to speak at the seminar, and I remember I showed up. I thought it was only going to be about a dozen people. I walked in the room, and there were about 50 people there, and I didn't have anything prepared. I'd never taught internet marketing before, and I remember kind of freaking out. And I said, "Hey, everybody, really quick, I forgot something in my hotel room. I'll be right back." And I remember running to the hotel room, getting in the elevator, going up, and I'm like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? And I started freaking out. Like, I've never taught in front of a live group before. I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. And I remember getting there, and I got into the hotel room, and I grabbed out a pad of paper, and I said, okay, I got to figure out what I'm going to talk about. And I said, okay, well, the thing that people are here because they want to learn is I was here to talk about my potato gun business. Like, how did I do that? So I said, the result I'm going to teach people is basically how I created my potato gun business. So I had a DVD, and then I set up a website, I drove traffic to it, and people bought, and then I had an upsell. So I kind of had the different pieces, right? So I said, this is the result of what they're trying to get. Right? I said, okay, how did I do that? I said, well, the first step I did is I did this. And the second step I did is I did this. And the third step, I just walked through in a pad of paper, wrote down the 5 or 6 steps I did to create all of this. And I said, okay, well, this is my outline. This is my framework. This I'm going to teach. So I went back down, hotel room. I came out. And I said, okay, everyone, welcome to the event. So I'm going to teach you guys how I made my potato gun business. All right, the first step is I did this. And I just started teaching my framework. Next slide. I started teaching my framework. Okay? I'm sure for most of you guys, you can think through this. I'm going to go deeper on the next session, but each of you guys have something, right? Some result you can give somebody, right? And the expert business is all about like, here's the result, and then what is the process? How do I break this down step by step? So as you can see in the picture here, I had a whiteboard, and I said, step number 1 is this, step number 2, and I literally went through and taught the first thing, the second thing, third thing, and I went through that, and in 90 minutes, I taught my framework for how I had built my potato gun business. First time I ever taught it, super scared, super awkward. I'm there in my shirt and tie because I thought that business people had to wear ties, and that was the very first time. When it was done, somebody had recorded it, and so I took that recording and it became my very first information product in the how to start a business, right? And I used to sell this as a free DVD that people would get. They sign up and then they get a DVD of me teaching this very first framework, and that's kind of how I started teaching people business online, was through that process. Okay, all right. Now, at the time, I wasn't making a ton of money with this. I was still in college. I wasn't having that much success. So I was making some money, but it wasn't like, it wasn't something crazy. In fact, my goal, I remember when I got started, was like, if I can make $1,000 a month, that would completely change my life. That was my aspirations when I got started in this business, was $1,000 a month. And I was doing around that with these different projects and things I was working on. And then I remember August 17, 2004, this is when the light bulb moment went off for me. And I'm hoping that some of you guys had the light bulb moment when Allison was talking earlier. Hopefully some of you guys have it right now. But for me, this is when it became real for me. This is when I was like, oh my gosh, like I could do something really big here. So anyone know what happened August 17, 2004? Pop quiz. Okay, that is the day that John Reese had his $1 million day. And last summer when John Reese had his $1 million day, he was the very first person in our industry who launched a course and did $1 million in sales in one day. Okay, and I remember I was at Bear Lake with my family, and it was back before we had cell phones and internet, and the only place that had internet on the entire lake was this little library here. I remember I went to the library, I was checking my email, and as I'm checking my email, there's an email from John Reese saying, we did it. We did $1 million in a day, and he kind of broke down the math on it. And so last summer, I was actually back at Bear Lake, and I drove to the library. I found it, I took a picture. I was like, this is the spot. This is the moment that my whole life changed. So I remember reading that email and sitting back in my chair and being like, oh my gosh, there's a human being just like me, a couple years older than me, but not that much more, who literally had an idea. He put it together, put it into this little home study course, and he launched it, and he made $1 million in a day. I didn't have a goal of $1 million in a year, like in my entire business for forever. Like that wasn't even a goal. It was $1,000 a month was my goal. I was like, a dude made $1 million in a day. Like, how is that even possible? And I sat there in the chair at the library thinking through it. I said, well, it's just math, right? I said, he sold a $1,000 course. He sold 1,000 of them. That's $1 million. And I was like, oh my gosh, like maybe I can't sell $1,000 courses in a day, but what if I sold 1,000 in a year? That's like 3 a day. Could I create a $1,000 course and sell 3 in a day and do that every single day for a year? Like, I don't know. Maybe I could, maybe I couldn't, but like, it's worth trying, right? I mean, some dude did it in a day. Maybe I can do it in a year. Maybe I can do it in a year. Maybe it takes me 10 years. But dude, if a guy did it in a day, maybe I could do it as well. And that was the very first time I said, okay, I need to create something that I could sell for $1,000 because that's how John did it. So my very first $1,000 course, I was like, well, what do I even create? I've never created a $1,000 course. And I remembered my framework. I remember the framework I'd built earlier right here, right? I said, what if I took the same framework that I'd taught before, but instead of teaching, this in 10 minutes, this in 10 minutes, what if I took this and I extended it, right? And I taught this in an hour or 90 minutes. I taught this in 90 minutes. I went deeper into it. I said, if I did that, I did the math and I broke it down into sessions. I said, if I did that, I could turn this into a 3-day event. And so I went and I messaged my email list. I decided to put on this event. Here's a picture from the actual event. And what's crazy is I only sold 2 tickets to this event. 2 people came, or 2 people signed up, and then I was like too embarrassed. Like, if 2 people came to this event and then they show up and they're the only 2 in the room, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. So I called my friends, my family members, everyone I know. I'm like, I'm doing this event. People pay a lot of money to be here. If you can come and you can come to the event for free. Just don't tell them it was for free because I don't want to look like an idiot. And so I ended up getting about 20 people or so to come to this room. 18 of them were my friends and family members. 2 of them were there who had paid to attend. And I sat down and I said, okay, I'm going to record. This is me teaching my framework in more extended detail. And that's going to be my very first course. And so I went through, I taught it day number 1, day number 2, day number 3. And when it was done, we had the videos and I had my very first home study course. So I took the event videos and I was so excited. So I'm like, well, John Reese, $1,000, 1,000 courses made $1 million. So if I did the same thing, I could do the same thing. So I started doing the math. I was like, okay, how do I do it? How do I structure it? I put together a launch. I put together everything. And I had these visions of like me, in my head, I was positive it was going to happen. How many of you guys ever done it? You're like, you have your goal in your head and when you launch it, you know it's going to happen. And then you launch it and it doesn't, right? So when I launched this, and guess what? I did not sell 1,000 of them. I only sold 21. And I remember being heartbroken because I'd ordered 1,000 of them that were in the warehouse, sitting there taking up space. I sold 21 of them, which wasn't even enough to cover the hard costs of the ones we had produced. And I remember being sunk. I'm like, it was so painful for me. I was just like Homer Simpson, like Joe, But then I thought, I have this as an asset now. I can keep creating it. And so I started selling more of them and selling more of them. And over time, we sold a lot of this course, okay? And then I started creating other courses. My next course was a course called Affiliate Bootcamp. And this course was really fun when I put it together. I remember I sold it for $1,000 and I had 79 people sign up for it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this one worked. And I taught another course on Stu McLaren and I became business partners. We created a course called Affiliate Inferno that we launched and we sold it for, I think, $1,500. We launched that one and did really well with it. And then this one right here, this was the very first course I ever did that got me into the 2 Comma Club. And what's crazy about this is I wasn't even planning on making this a course. I found this book called The 12-Month Millionaire, which is out of print now, and I read the book and it was amazing. So I called the author up. I was like, can I interview you? And luckily he said yes. And so I jumped on a call with him and I interviewed the author about what he talked about in this book. And the interview ended up going for 6 hours. We had 3 hours one Saturday, and then next week he invited me back. I had 3 more hours. I had a 6-hour interview with him. When it was done, he's like, you can use the interview for whatever you want. And then he kept it for whatever he wanted to. And he ended up selling it to some people. I took the interview, I posted it online, I launched it. And that was the very first product I'd ever done that made over $1 million. That hit me 2 Comma Club. And it was just me interviewing an author of a book. Okay? And it's just like, this is so cool. I love this extra business. I get information. I get to interview people. I get to get to know people. I create courses. It became so much fun for me. So I started creating a lot of courses. The 12th Millionaire. Another one that was big for me was called Micro Continuity. Another one we created, I bought Frank Kern's old business and we created Underachiever Secrets and launched that one. And so for me, my belief is that the information is the greatest business in the world. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. As you know, I've written a lot of books, .com secrets, expert secrets, traffic secrets. I love creating and selling information. This events information, funnel hacking lives information, our coaching programs. I love it because I love when you give somebody some information, you give them the tools, you give them things that they need. And you can see how it bring Allison back on, and Allison's gonna have a chance to teach you guys her framework on how she develops and how she finds her products, which you guys are gonna love. The first time I saw her teach this, like my mind was blown. I was like freaking out, like this is the coolest thing in the world. So she's gonna be showing us that here in a few minutes. And then I'm gonna come back afterwards and show you guys how to create your very first information product after that. And that'll take us to lunch. But I wanna share one last story because this was really the big thing that, for me, made this whole information business like make sense. Okay, it made me want to invest the time and the energy into it. Okay, there was a guy back when I was in college, or excuse me, when I was in high school. I was wrestling, and there's a wrestling national tournament in Fargo. That is the big national tournament. So I'm in Fargo, I'm wrestling, and I end up finding this magazine. It's called Win Magazine. It's a wrestling magazine. I'm in this magazine, I'm reading it, and there's an article from this guy named Matt Fury. And I don't remember the article was about, but I remember he's talking about some stuff, and I read it, and I really connected with him. So I went online and found him. I went to his website, started reading some stuff, and I kind of connected with this guy, Matt Fury. And I remember getting on his email list. I was getting emails all the time. And fast forward 2 or 3 years later, when I was actually in college, it was the very first time I actually bought one of his books. And I remember I'd seen the emails, seen the promotions. It was a book called Combat Conditioning. And I remember seeing the ads for it. I was so excited. I'm like, well, I'm a combat athlete, combat conditioning. Like, I want to get this book. And I remember, well, first off, I ordered the book. I got it in the mail, and I opened it up. And I remember thinking, at first, almost being disappointed at first, because my experience with information before this was someone's got to write a book. Like some of you guys have read my books, right? You're like, this is a lot of work. Russell's like killed himself writing this book. Like, if I'm in an information business, I have to write a book. It's gonna be a lot of work, right? And it is. But I remember getting this book in the mail, and this thing gave me hope for a couple reasons. Okay, I'm gonna open this. If you open the book up, it's really simple. Okay, he sold this book for $50, by the way. You open it up, and if you look at what the book is basically, he has a thing. So he calls like Hindu squats. And on the left-hand side here, he's got some pictures of him doing a Hindu squat. Right-hand side is him explaining it. Okay, and you turn the page, and there's Hindu push-ups, and there's a paragraph of him explaining Hindu push-ups, and then a whole bunch of pictures of him doing it. And then you go to the next page. Here's how you do a neck bridge. And literally, it's just a picture and an explanation of 50 different exercises. That was the entire thing. I was like, this book is so simple. And first, again, the very first time I got it, I was like, oh, I thought it was gonna be like this big book teaching me all these amazing things, but it was just simple. It was 50 exercises. Here's the pictures. Here's how you do it. And as I got it, as an actual consumer, I started reading it and going through it, and I started doing the stuff he talks about here. He has this thing called the Royal Court. I started doing it as a wrestler. I was doing neck bridges. I was doing Hindu push-ups, Hindu squats, and it was really, really good, right? The book was amazing. But I was blown away by how simple it was for him to actually put it together. This wasn't something he spent 6 months or a year or 5 years writing. He just figured out, what's the result people need? They need combat conditioning exercises. I got 50 of them. And they don't need long, elaborate things like here's a picture, here's the explanation, here's what it is. And he sold this book for $50, okay? And years later, as I started studying Matt Fury, I started learning what he was doing. I remember hearing him on a teleseminar one time, and he said the coolest thing about this book, he's like, you think about most educators, right? You have a teacher who every single day teacher goes, prepares a lesson, goes to class and teaches it, and they do that day in and day out. But they're confined by how many kids are actually in the classroom, right? So if they got 30 kids in class, like they're teaching 30 kids at a time, and they're having an impact, they're changing people's lives, but they only get paid for the amount of value that they're giving, which is I'm able to teach 30 kids at a time, therefore I get paid my salary, which is whatever your teacher's salary is, right? And he said, what's cool about this, he's like, I was able to go and I spent a weekend putting together the combat conditioning book. I took pictures, I wrote the stuff, it took me 2 days, I wrote it, I got it done, and he said when it was finished, he said the coolest thing about it, he's like, I started selling it, and I sold the very first copy, and I made as much as I did teaching a class. And then I sold the next copy, and the next copy, and he said, over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, he's like, I sold thousands of these. Thousands and thousands. I did the work once, and I got paid for it over and over and over and over and over again. And that's when I had this light bulb moment. I was like, I wanted to teach people stuff anyway. I could become a teacher, but then I got to go and teach in the classroom day in and day out. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you're not, like, you only get paid for that moment and then it disappears forever. Whereas you create information product, you do the work once and you get paid on that thing forever, right? I wrote the .com Secrets book 6 years ago. We still sell thousands of these every single month. Right? I wrote Expert Secrets, how many years ago? Traffic Secrets, like these books, I put the time and the energy. It was really heavy up front, right? Just like my membership site back in college, like a lot of work up front, but after it's done, it's done. And then it continues to sell over and over and over again, right? So I bought this one from that. And then a couple of years later, he came out with Combat Abs. I bought Combat Abs, $50 book again. Guess what it is? Page number 1, right? Here's how you do a V-up. There's 2 pictures. There's a paragraph V-up. Over here, here's how to do a seated alternate leg lift. Pictures, description. Like this book not taking that long. 24, 40 hours, put the book together, launched it, $50, boom. And this thing today, I mean, I bought this probably 18 years ago. He still sells this on his website to this day from work he did 18 years ago. That's the power of the information product business, is it takes your talents, your abilities, the things, the God-given gifts that you've been given, and it gives you the ability to leverage them. No longer you train time for hours. You do the work once, you put it out there, and now you have leverage where you can create it and then sell it over and over and over and over and over again, right? I will continue to sell these books till the day I die. And hopefully after I die, people will continue selling. I told my team, I was like, when I die, don't cut the ads. Keep running the ads, show my face as long as you want. Some of you guys know Billy Mays, who's like the greatest pitchman of all time. He did OxyCare, all these kind of things. You guys know who Billy Mays is? He was like, yeah, one of the greatest pitchmen ever, right? In fact, there was a TV show called Pitchman featuring him. They'd made 2 seasons and then he passed away. And as soon as he passed away, they cut all of the ads, and Billy Mays, no one's seen him since then, which is sad because I'm sure for him, like that was his art, that was his legacy. I'm sure he'd want it to extend. So I told my team, like, when I die, keep buying ads, keep running my face. Like, I don't care. Like, this is my legacy. I want this to go on forever, way beyond me, right? How many of you guys have a mission? You have something that you want to go beyond you, right? You're here on this earth for a finite period of time, but man, if you can create something that then lives beyond you, so when you're done, it continues to serve people and change people's lives, 10 years from now, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. I look at right now, some of you guys know I have it's a passion, maybe it's a obsession, I don't know, with old books. I buy old books from Napoleon Hill, from all the old greats, people who have passed on, because their legacy is like transformed me. And now I'm sharing these things with you guys. Like I did a whole VIP session this morning talking about tons of Napoleon Hill principles and things I learned from him, right? So something he wrote 200 years ago, because he wrote it in a book, because it's an information product, because I was able to read it, impacted me. Now I'm impacting more people's lives because of it. Right? And that's why I love the information business. That's why it's so powerful, because it'll extend your guys' legacy. It'll extend your life way beyond the time that you have here on this earth, right? You do the work once and then you get paid for it over and over and over again. And so that's why I love the information business, and that's why I'm so passionate about it. So with that said, I'm gonna wrap up my introduction. Hopefully that gives you guys excited about the info business. How are you guys excited about the info business? All right, how are you guys excited about the ecom business? Are you excited about both businesses? Okay, you guys, good, you guys are excited. Awesome. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna bring up Allison, and Allison's gonna have a chance now to walk you guys through how she finds her products, how she does, like, it's brilliant. I think she's gonna be sharing this as a case study, because I asked her right for Fun Hacking Live, I was like, I want proof this actually works. And so she sat down with me and we found a product, we put it together, going through the same process you guys are about to learn right now. We launched it in a 2-week period of time, went from idea to launching it, making a bunch of money and selling the product out, all before Fun Hacking Live, which was really, really cool. What she's teaching you guys is amazing. And after she's done, I'm gonna come back and teach you guys how to get your very first info product created. So that said, let's put our hands together for Allison Prince.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Wasn't that so fun to see the beginnings, the origin of where we both started? I love hearing people and where they start, and then see where they've gone. It's that before and after that transition, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna dive into the #1 question that I get asked about e-commerce. And people come up to me and they say, Allison, I saw what happened in 2020. Everyone started shopping online. I saw what happened in 2021. Everybody's shopping online. And this huge, like, we're just going along happy as a clam, and then we have this huge, like, hockey stick of growth of people shopping online. Packages are showing up on doors. They're like, I see all these sales that are being made. I want to get in. I want to do this, but I don't know what to sell. There's so many products out there. And is there room for me? Like, I haven't started. Did I miss the boat? So what I want to do today is I want to bring in, we're going to answer this question, okay? We're going to dive in to helping you to know what you can sell online. Now, the expert people that are out there, I want you to listen to this. I'm going to show you some examples of how you can weave this into your product. Just like that CEO hat, I've done that with my business as well, okay? So I want you to listen, and I'm going to give you some of the cheats, a lot of the cheats that I've used, because I don't want to guess. I don't need to guess. I have the answers, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So what we have to do first, though, is we actually have to think about this. How many of you have seen Shark Tank? Raise your hand. I'm going to pretend that I'm right there with you. I'm looking at all your cute faces out here. I can see hands up. I can see you guys. Okay, if you don't know what Shark Tank is, it's where people go in and they present an idea, and then there's a bunch of people that say, yes, your product's good, no, your product's bad, and I will invest in you, okay? This is where most people start. They're like, Allison, I want to start, but I need a Shark Tank idea. I need this brilliant, beautiful patent trademark idea. But I'm here to tell you that Shark Tank ideas will kill entrepreneurs. Okay? There is this stereotype, this thought that we have to have this new branded flashy thing out there to be able to start a business. You don't have to do that. How do you think Walmart got started? They didn't go out and invent milk and bread, right? They used what was already out there. And they've used what already had been out there. And from what I hear, Wally World is doing pretty good, right? It's doing pretty darn good. Okay, let's see. My slides they're trying to catch up, guys. They're trying to catch up. Okay, so now let's take a look at the Shark Tank thing that happened right here. Okay, big huge ideas. This guy came in and he's like, "Look at this boogie board. I'm super excited about it." And he invested over $130,000 of his own money and only came up with this prototype. It took a lot of cash. It took a lot of time because he had to educate people on why they needed this new thing. And it took him a really long time to get that first sell. After trying to explain that he was ready to take it to the next level, Cuban told him that he was full of crap. And Damon John told him it was the worst pitch he'd ever seen on the show. Woods didn't get a deal. He lost at least $130,000 plus a ton of time. You guys, I'm not that patient. I'm not willing to risk $130,000 to see if a product will work, right? Okay, here's a couple other products that have completely not worked. The Licky, I don't know if you've ever seen that. Like you put it in your mouth and then you lick. That's just, it's so interesting to me that was even thought of, right? And then the next one, No Fly Zone. So someone took this and then they put it over their dog, stuff to help get the flies away and come to this thing. And then the other thing, this Stadium Pal, had to do with that when you're golfing and if you have to go to the bathroom. Like these are some weird, interesting ideas, right? Does anybody own any of these products? Let me know. I don't see one hand up. I don't see a boogie board. I don't see the Licky Cat. Like, you guys don't have these products, right? No, it takes too much time and too much money, and you don't even know if anybody's going to like the product. Apparently, nobody likes these products, okay? I can hear Mr. Wonderful in the background saying, "You're burning money with this. This is way too risky and way too slow." New products, they need education, months and years to get prototypes and huge amounts of money to even make that first sell online. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to waste the time or the money. So what if you could make those sales faster? What if you could make those sales faster, okay? So, you want a pillowcase? Let me know if you want a pillowcase. Let me see your hands. Oh, look at all those hands. Yeah. Everybody owns a pillowcase, right? Does anybody own that boogie board? Nope. Okay, so I saw that pillowcases were trending. Specific type of pillowcase. And I know people are buying them all the time. So I opened up an online store and I sold what people were buying. We hit the 2 Comma Club later, ended up selling that pretty cool little, like it's such a fun little business to run. And we made money faster selling what people are already buying than taking the time to invent something new and go through all the trademark and all the messes, right? We find the trend. So this is the secret to going faster. We just sell what people are buying. Does that make sense? Let me know down in the comments if that makes sense. So you're coming in. Yep. Perfect. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to show you the 4-step framework. So we're going to go through today. We're going to stay with the first one, trending product, and then we'll do the other 3 in other presentations later today. We're going to stick with trending product here, and I'm going to take you through that whole journey, exactly what I taught Russell on how to be able to do this. Okay, no, can we go back to these blocks of wood? What do you think Mr. Wonderful... Oh, no, wait, sorry. What do you think Mr. Wonderful would have said if you saw these blocks of wood? Can you imagine me on Shark Tank? I'm holding up a block of wood, and I'm like, "Hi, I'm going to sell blocks of wood, right? These were the blocks of wood that I sold that I made more, or I made enough in one day when I first got started to pay off my minivan in full. It was one of my highest selling products in that very first, I think, like 6 months. It was amazing. I loved it. It was so much fun. Okay, here's another product. I have it right here. I'm showing it up on the screen too. Can we tell what this is? Okay, I've got 3 of them right here. We'll pop it out. Right there. Can you tell what that is? You guys tell that? Okay, it's a French fry box. How many of you have these? A French fry box? Maybe. I think they're in like half the minivans out there in the world, crumpled in the back seat of the car, right? So many people have French fry containers. And one day I was downstairs working. My husband comes down, Jared, and my husband's amazing, absolutely phenomenal. And he walks in and he's like, Allison, what you gonna sell? What you gonna sell? And I looked at him and I said, babe, I'm gonna sell these French fry boxes. And he stepped back and he said, you're gonna sell French fry boxes without the French fries? And I said, yeah, I am. I am, because I know how to find trends. And he said, all right, I trust you, Allison. Let's do this. Shark Tank idea? No, this was invented way before McDonald's even started. But I saw the trend and I decided to go for it. And so I got a hold of a local wholesale French fry, or a local wholesale restaurant company, and I had them shipped to me. We ended up selling out very, very quickly, and then we started ordering containerfuls of French fry boxes, and it went on to be one of our top sellers. It's a French fry box, and I will go into more details about how we did it, but I want you to see the simplicity of it, right? Nothing fancy, nothing new. I just saw the trend. Damon John, I guarantee he would have given us 2 thumbs down on this one. He would have given us a 3rd if he had a 3rd hand. Okay, so here's another product right here. These are cupcake liners. Tell me in the comments where you can get cupcake liners from. You get cupcake liners at every grocery store, Michael's, craft stores, everywhere, right? Remember how I told you I had to put my thoughts in timeout? I had to put those thoughts in timeout. And I'm like, every place is selling them, but I'm going to go out and I'm going to do this. And as we go through the trends, you're going to find that trends are not stealing ideas. Okay, it's totally, totally different. We're not looking for products, we're looking for trends. And I remember I was selling these cupcake liners, and my sweet grandpa, he and his wife, grandma, they were married for 74 years before she passed on. And I love those two. And they would come to the warehouse. They would walk in. They'd sit down in my chair. Well, one of them would. They'd pull out the Laffy Taffies and start eating them. Grandpa come over to me. He's like, Alice, what you selling today? And I hold up the cupcake liners and he said, can you get these at the grocery store? I said, yeah. And he's like, so you probably didn't sell very many, right? And I said, Grandpa, I sold today what I almost made as a school teacher in a year. And he looked at me and he's like, Allison, you still have sweats on. Your hair's not done. I don't understand this concept. You're in this room. Why? Don't you need to be out there knocking on doors? What's going on here? And he couldn't grasp the concept of this online world, this beautiful thing that has been like in our hands, our phones, the devices that we have to be able to sell products online. And I just remember him smiling and just shaking his head. And he's like, this is so fascinating. That's so fascinating. And then we ended up selling that day. We sold 6,688 cupcake liner sets. It was pretty cool, right? Almost one teacher's salary. Blows on cupcake liners, right? Is the world saturated? No. There's plenty of room, with plenty of room left over for you. Okay, so we're going to talk about some of the hows on how to be able to do this. Now, I did talk a little bit just a second ago about the saturation. That's probably the second question that I get asked. Like, is saturated. Everybody's selling it already, Allison. Well, let's think of it this way. Mrs. Fields cookies. What if Mrs. Fields cookies were the last cookie that was ever put out on the market? How many of you would be sad you couldn't get crumble cookies? How many of you would be sad you can't get swig cookies? How many of you would be devastated if you couldn't get warm, chocolatey Chick-fil-A cookies? I know I would be. Right? There's so much room with so much room left over. Think about Nike when they came into the market. Adidas was already selling. Who was Nike to start a shoe store? I am so glad they did. And think about all the other shoes. What brand of shoe are you wearing right now? Right? So glad Nike got started. Had a gal come in and she said, Allison, I want to sell t-shirts, but I'm afraid it's too saturated. Like, okay. Let's put that thought in timeout and let's go for it. 26,000 t-shirts later. She's just getting started, friends. She's just getting started. And she's actually one of the highest priced t-shirt companies out there and selling out over and over and over again. Another gal, Katie, came in and she started when the world was shutting down. And she's like, I don't know if I can start my business. And I said, why not? Let's go. She put those thoughts in timeout. She moved forward and she created a candle company. And again, one of the highest priced candle companies out there. And Dolly World picked up her line of candles. Candles are everywhere. They're at Smith's. They're at Costco. They're at the dollar store. Those thoughts that you have in your head, start putting them in timeout and start learning and listening and watching others and see what they're doing. Katie didn't start this business 20 years ago. She just started a couple years ago. Okay. My girls, how many of you guys have scarves or and someone in your household, your significant other, kids? What if my girls said, you know what, there's enough scarves in the world? They wouldn't have gone on to be able to sell 21,000 scarves. There's so much room with so much room left over. And if you know the framework, it's going to help you stand out. It's going to help you to say confidently, I can sell cupcake liners today. Yeah, I know they can go get them down the road, and they'll probably actually save money. But I'm going to charge the most, and I'm going to make the most, okay? And it's with this framework. Okay, so as we dive into trending products, we're actually going to do this together. So I have a friend named Alex Sharfin, and he's one of the greatest sharp shooters out there. And one time he was being interviewed, and someone came up to him and said, Alex, how did you learn how to do this? And he said, well, my coaches were a little bit different. So most people, when they start learning how to shoot, they put the target clear down the lane, and they make the student step back and take a shot. And I know this is a bow and arrow. For some of you that are critiquing my slide, I get it. I just thought this was cuter than a gun. And they're out there and they're just trying. They're just hoping. It's kind of clunky. They don't know how to hold the gun. They don't know how to hold. They don't know what to do with it, right? And so Alex said, what my coaches did is they moved me front really, really close to the target. And I was able to pick up the gun and feel how it weighed. I was able to see how it fit in my hand. I was able to know the weight of it or what would happen when it went off. And I was able to get a target and know that I would hit that. And then I took a step back and I gained confidence. Shot it again. Take a step back. Shot it again. Take a step back and shot it again. So today, I hope it's okay with you if I get you really close to the target and we start practicing with you, okay? Because if I said, all right, go out there and sell products, just like a coach would say, go out there and good luck hitting that target, you're probably fail. And I don't like that. I want you to succeed. That's why we're showing up for you. Holding this space for you is because we want you to succeed. We want you to be able to set yourself apart from the competition and raise up. Okay? All right. So you ready for this? Let's go into it. Let's dive into this. Okay? So trending products, this is where we're going to start. Like I said, we'll talk about the rest of the framework later. If you look at products, like everyone else does out there, you don't do well, right? We've got to go in and look at things a little bit differently than the rest of the world. When you start looking in a different way, and products in a different way, you actually get into what's called the blue ocean. Right? The blue ocean is where there's not sharks and there's a lot of space. The red ocean is where there's a whole bunch of competition and it's like sharks biting each other, okay? We're trying to create this whole blue ocean for you in the commerce space that just allows so much freedom and so much space for you. Okay, this is how I sold the pillowcases. My daughter sold scarves. I had another student, Vanessa. She sold rocks that she painted. It's like half my teacher's salary and painted rocks, friends. Okay, so what I would do is I would go out and I would study all the hot sites out there, like Amazon and Zulily and other top marketplaces. It would take me hours to be able to do that. And I got a little impatient with it. So I did build a tool for me to help bring these products in faster, the trending products that were out there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a screenshot of some of the products that are in there. I just want to make this so easy for you today and not waste your time. Like, let's get you those trending products really quick. So we're going to do this together. Now, as I show you the trending products, the ones that I bring up in just a second, I want you to notice there's a difference between trends and a difference between product, okay? When I talk trends, we're looking beyond the thing. So if we're looking at some clothing and we're like, oh, t-shirts are trending, that's not the right answer. That's the product. What we're looking for is the cut. Is it a box cut? Is it a tight cut? It is a V-neck. Does it have fluffles on it? Whatever it is, right? If we're looking at other things, is it stripes? Is it patterns? Is it some type of a print? These are the things that we're looking for, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to pull out a piece of paper. Hold it high in the sky. Let me see that you've got your paper out there. Look at you guys. A+ already. You're getting an A+. I want you to write number 1, fashion. Okay, now this is where we're going to start with clothing, okay? We're going to do the clothing side of it first. Now, I need you to listen to me very clearly. This does not mean that I'm telling you to sell clothing, because some of you are like, what? No, I have a t-shirt on and shorts on. I don't do clothing. Okay, I'm not telling you to buy clothing. I want you to look at the trends. I remember growing up and going into the stores. There were 4 seasons of clothing, right? Summer, winter, fall, spring. 4 seasons of clothing. But now, there's 52. I was listening to a podcast the other day and they were talking about how fast the trends are changing. And if we can use that to our advantage, to be able to find the trends, we can look to see the fashion world, what is happening over there, the colors, the prints, all the things that we can pull into our business and be able to use because they're the leading edge and they go, 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 go. It helps us to move a lot faster, okay? So like I said, I went out there and I made it easy for you and I just pulled some of the trends, not all of them, but just some of the trends. And what I want you to do is write it down. Tell me in the comments, what are some of the things that you see with fashion? Okay, there's a lot more. I just couldn't fit them all on a slide. So this is what we're going to do. So I want you to look at this slide right here, okay? The ones where I went out there and I pulled it in. And we're just doing fashion, okay? We're just doing fashion right here. Look at the Let It Be t-shirt right there. Do you see how it's a box cut, right? It's a bag. Like, this reminds me of a girls' camp t-shirt. I remember, like 5 years ago, it was like this really tight-fitted shirt. And as a mom with 4 kids, can I just say, hallelujah, I'm glad that those t-shirts are not trending anymore, and it gives us a little bit more room to move, right? And then we look at those pajamas. We see gray. We see stripes. Write it down in the comments. What are you seeing? I'm seeing comfort with those leggings. Oh, pray that those never go out of style. I love leggings. Okay, we go down a little bit further and we're seeing a knit in those leggings that come to past that lady's knees, right? We go over a little bit more. I'm seeing polka dots. Polka dots, yay! foot polka dots on everything. And then we go down to the boot in the bottom right, and I'm seeing some camo. Okay? We want to write these things down because this is going to give us the ability to go faster on the products that we decide to sell later. Okay, Laura says color. Slippers. Yeah, okay. Oh, slippers are in that. Those top fuzzy socks, the lavender color, right? Okay, good. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to write down non-fashion. All right, we're going to go into the non-fashion items and find out what are the trends in the non-fashion items. So we're going to pull that slide back up. And we're going to do it again. Okay, let's look at it. I see houseplants. So fun. I see bright green colors with a contrast of white. I'm looking at gifts, the fire truck on the red bottom hand side. That a lunchbox or something. No, it's an Animal Friends 1, 2, 3. A little toy, some type of gifting, right? I'm looking at it and I'm seeing that dinosaur. Oh, that's a fun gift. I'm looking at the personalized necklace. I'm noticing it's gold, right? Is gold or silver trending? That gives us an insight into the world. Shelly is saying personalized pillow, bag, bed covers. Okay, the bag. What is about the bag, right? Why is it? The bag's just the thing. How do we go a little bit deeper? Can we say it's leather? It's brown. Maybe it's pleather, right? Let's go a little bit deeper. Is there fringe on it or is it very modern cut? We're trying to get to the trend, not the thing, the trend, right? Now, this has been my crystal ball. It lets me know what people are buying, so I don't have to guess. I'm like, whoa, let's pull it up. Let's see what's going, what's happening, right? Then what I do is I start putting things together. Okay, so for instance, right here, the expert side, listen to this one. I got in there and I was like, I want to build some type or develop some type of a planner. I don't know what color. I don't know the design. I don't know what to do. So I got in the secret trend generator, the trending products, right? And I saw that navy blue was trending. I'm like, sweet, I can do that. I can do that. And then I saw gold was coming out. I was seeing it on necklaces. I was seeing it on purse bags, like the little hardware on it. I'm like, great, I'm going to put a gold spine to it. And then I saw journals were trending and put them together. This has been a great seller. Been such a great seller. Very profitable for me. I'll tell you about it a little bit more too. But this is the advantage of having a physical product in your business. Of course, if you're in e-commerce, but an expert too. It's because people love to buy. Okay, they love to buy things. They love to feel things. They love to touch things, and they love to gift things as well. Gifting is one of the 5 love languages out there. We get to help them gift presents, and we get to give them the trendy products out there. Perry Belcher with the hat, the CEO, right? Brings in the perfect clientele. He went out and it was like, okay, is a trucker hat or the snapbacks? I don't know all the hats, right? Which style is better? Which one's going to sell more? May, the t-shirt lady who sold 26,000 t-shirts, she skipped the whole trial and error period of a tight t-shirt and just went to a box cut. Pretty cool, right? I know, it's so fun. It's so fun. It just sped her results up so incredibly quick. And I feel like you knowing this, and as you go start looking at these other sites and seeing the top selling products, you're going to look at things differently. Don't look at the product. Let's get through that, okay? The girls, what they did with fashion is they saw that scarves were trending. But it was like this big, huge, thick scarf. Those little girls, they just felt like they couldn't breathe. And so they wanted to get something a little bit thinner. But then they didn't know what pattern to put on there. So they looked at the trends and they saw chevron was trending. And then a little bit later, they saw these gold hearts were trending. They loved it. They put them together and then they created this amazing product. You guys heard they sold over 21,000 scarves, right? If I would have just said, girls, go out there and choose a product, they probably would have chosen gumballs. I showed them the process on how to get the results. So when we go out there and we're starting to look for these products, we can actually leverage these, like all those keywords that you wrote down, all those trends that you wrote down, we're going to use them as we dive into another section, and I'll talk about that again later today, to help us to be able to find the products that people want to buy, to get you going faster, because I can't have you wait for 6 months until product coming in. No, you're meant to make money now. Let's do this. Let's get going faster. I had Rebecca Miller come in, and she saw the trending item, and she saw that homeschooling was trending. And then she also saw that a whole bunch of subscription plans were starting to pop up all over the place. So she put them together. She started in April, and by December, she hit, okay, get this, 28 times her teacher's salary. Isn't that crazy? She saw the trend. And this is the fun part. She only has open enrollment one time a month because she's a mom of 4, and her husband is currently going to med school in a whole nother country. And she had to figure out how to do this in her lifestyle with what was going on. And then she's going to be adding expert pieces to the back end of it. Okay? People love physical products. Are you getting this? If we sell what people are buying, we're going so much faster. We're going so much faster. The rock story that I was telling you about earlier, rocks. So this gal, Vanessa, she actually was looking at the trends, and she was seeing that paintings were trending. And she's like, I wonder if I can put that trend on a rock. And she did. She painted it up. She had 908 transactions with an average cart value of almost $15. Do the math, make your draw. Totally drop your jaw on the floor. And that's so fun. I know. I love this stuff right here. Okay. May, super saturated product, not a Shark Tank idea. She sold a t-shirt. What people think are the most saturated products ever, right? She got the cut right. She knew the design. She saw rainbows were trending, and she stepped out there and made this happen. Okay. So now what we're going to do while we wait for Russell to come back on the stage is, remember earlier about when I talk about putting our thoughts in timeout, you'll notice that this seems to be a trend. Because as I've watched entrepreneurs say, you know what, this is trending and this is trending. The polka dots are trending, cupcake wars are trending. I'm going to put them together. French fry boxes are trending. And then I see entrepreneurs go, oh, wait, it's too saturated. It's going to XYZ. They make up your brain just runs rampant. And this is where you get to say, whoa, step back, brain. We're not doing that. We're going to take those thoughts and we're going to move them aside. We have to learn how to do this. We have to get used to recognizing those thoughts, because if we don't, that's the thing that's going to stop us. You can't stop. You can't stop these products that you are creating, that you are making, that you're about to sell. They're going to change lives. So let's move forward, start using trending products. And we can do this with very, very simple things, okay? Let's control our thoughts and know that simple is actually the best place to start. I think when Jared, the neighbor, came to me, right, and they were asking me about the products that I was selling, I could have said, no, I can't do this anymore. But I didn't let it stop me. Okay? Okay, so this is where we're headed. We did the trending products, right? And then next I want to be able to show you how we actually create a clear vision around it, and then how we're going to move quickly, because we want to get these markets out into the world for you to be able to start selling. Okay, so down in the comments, let me know if you're excited for the clear vision coming up next. How we take these boring products, these simple products, and then we create a vision. Let me know down in the comments. Yes, 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 yes. So excited. Oh, so good, so good. Okay, so now what's going to happen is I'm going to invite Russell back on stage, and he's going to talk about challenges and how to get them going. And it's pretty darn fantastic. You guys, last night, I was totally peeking over his shoulder to look at his slide decks. It is so good. All right, so let's get ready to welcome Russell back onto the stage.
Oh, isn't she amazing? How do you guys feel about that? First time I saw her talk about that concept, my brain started going crazy, and then I was just like, I gotta figure this out. I started looking at everything, and anyway, so good, so good. So the game plan right now is I'm gonna be talking from now till lunchtime about actually creating your very first information products, the process, how we do it, all that kind of stuff. And then after lunch, again, Allison's got her presentation. I'll be going deeper, showing you guys some challenge stuff, which will be really fun. And then after lunch as well, Allison's got some cool traffic things that we're gonna show you. Anyway, today, we have a fun day. I'm so excited. Okay, so my game plan right now is you just learned how to figure out the products on the ecomm side. I want to talk about creating the products on the expert side. I think they threw up my wrong slide. So team, those are the slides for after lunch. I need the ones it's in the original slide deck, the second half of it. Yes. Down a little lower though. All right, I got it. All right. Okay, there we go. Technical difficulties, but we are back live. So if we can throw my slides up here. So again, I want to go deeper into this. I believe the info products is the greatest business in the world, right? And so I want to talk about creating your guys' very first information product. How do we do it? What does it look like? I know for some of you guys, you've tried this in the past and it failed, or you did it and you didn't like it, or you did it and you had a lot of success, but trying to figure out the next level, the next steps. So I want to go through how to create your very first information product, which should be a lot of fun. Now I want to lead with this, start by sharing a principle that I learned from Myron Golden. How many of you guys know Myron? This is a picture of Myron. He speaks every year at Funnel Hack Live for the most part. He's one of my favorite people, one of the greatest presenters ever. And I had this weird conversation. Myron's been in my inner circle for years. And in the inner circle, I do these different calls with people. I remember I jumped on a call with him, and he just went off on this tangent for 1 minute, talking about this concept called the 4 levels of value. And he went through it. And as he was talking, it's one of those moments where you're just like, this is so good. Like, this is the most amazing thing in the world. He kept going and going. And I'm freaking out. I'm like, I'm trying to write it all down. And then he got done. And I was like, dude, where'd that come from? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, that thing you just shared. He's like, oh, it's just it's just something I talk about. I'm like, that is it's so powerful, and it put so much stuff into perspective for me, help me understand how the whole world works. And so I want to kind of share this. It's not gonna be as good as if Myron was coming to share it. He'll do a much better job of it. But this is basically the 4 levels of value. And when you understand this is why you're so understanding why the information business is so powerful. So a lot of times I hear people mistakenly say, especially people who have big businesses that have a ton of success, and they're like, I work so hard. You know, and then some people even think, like, I work harder than other people. And that's not the reality. The reality is not that we're working harder or less hard than other people. The reality is, what level of value are you working at? And that has 100% to do with how much money you're gonna make, okay? So if you come back here to the 4 levels of value, you can go to the very bottom level. The bottom level, level number 1 here, is called implementation, okay? This is people who are using their muscles to create value. Okay, this is people who work. So if you look at, a construction worker, they're using their muscles to go and create something. If you look at someone who works at a fast food restaurant, they're using their muscles to go and make something, right? They're implementing something, okay? And there's value there, right? There's obviously value at that level, but because of the type of work it is, we're using your body and your muscles and things like that, it's the lowest level of value as far as how much money you actually get for that role, right? And so if you look at like people that their profession, their jobs are in this level of implementation, there's always kind of like a salary cap, right? They might make anywhere from 30 to 50, maybe $60,000 a year, $70,000 a year. But at that point, and I actually have no idea what salaries are nowadays with inflation and stuff. Maybe it's $80,000 a year, but you kind of cap out at the muscle level where you can't make more money doing the thing after a certain level, right? Does that make sense? Okay, any job where you're doing the thing, you kind of cap out at a salary level, right? So for you to make more money, it's not that you have to work harder and harder and harder, right? You have to shift the type of work you're doing. You have to shift the type of value you're offering. And so the next tier up from implementation is what's called unification. This is management skills. Okay, that's why typically someone who's a manager, who's managing a whole bunch of people who are using their muscles, make more money. They're not necessarily working harder, but there's one management person, maybe they have 10 people working underneath them, and the manager makes more money because they're the second level of value. Right? Look at most companies, most organizations, the managers make more money than the actual workers. Okay? And so if you want to make more money, it's not I got to work harder with my muscles because I'm not going to do it. It's like I have to get a different skill set to be able to make more money. I have to get management skills. If I get management skills, right, then I can move from level 1 to level 2, and I can make more money now because now I'm managing a lot of people, and so I'm able to get more things done. Because it's not just me working my muscles, now it's me working with 10 people who all have muscles. Does that make sense? So you're worth more money to the marketplace. Okay, so that's the first level, second level. But even at the second level, you still tap out a salary, right? A good manager might make anywhere from, who knows, $75,000, $80,000 a year, maybe $120,000. But you start kind of tapping out how much money you can make at that unification level, the management level, and again, it's not possible for you to manage more people, and eventually you can't manage 10,000 people, right? Like you cap out at how much you're able to do. And so the only way to make more money is not by doing more of the thing, it's by shifting your skill set, by shifting the type of value you're offering. So the third tier of value is communication. Okay, speaking, talking. Okay, salespeople are great communicators. They use their mouth to make money, right? Now, salespeople typically make more money than managers because they're able to make money. They create money out of thin air with their mouth, with their communication, right? There's people that go door to door. I've got little 20, 21, 22-year-old nephews who are going door to door selling, alarm systems and selling knife sets and things like that. And they're communicating with their mouth, and they'll work 3 months in the summer, and during that 3-month window of time, they might make, $150,000, $200,000 or more, okay? Because they've learned the next level of value, which is communication. At the higher level, you look at someone, like Allison and I, who've learned how to communicate to the masses. Like we make even more money because you can communicate to a whole bunch of people at once, right? So next level of value is communication. So if you want to increase how much money you make, it's not becoming a better manager, it's learning how to communicate, where you can communicate, you can sell, you can do things like that. That's the next level. Now, communication, people at that level can make anywhere from, $200,000 up to $1 million or so you can make as a really, really good communicator, okay? And also in here, you'll notice the communication level. This is where education happens, right? Teaching, being an expert, sharing your ideas, sharing your frameworks, and teaching. Like this is, again, something that happens at that level of communication. And then the top tier value is imagination. We're using your mind to make money. Okay, so you're coming up with ideas, you're creating things, you're creating your own frameworks, all that kind of stuff. Okay, and when you're at the top level value, there's no ceiling, right? You can make as much money as your mind can conceive. And so these are the tiers of value. So a lot of you guys, I want you to take an honest moment right now and look at where you are in your life and your profession. Like what tier of value are you currently in? Okay, some of you guys are in implementation. You're using your muscles, you're using your body to make money, which is awesome. Like we're so grateful. I'm so grateful for people that work at my home, in my office, and everything that are doing this. Because without them, we couldn't do what we're doing. There's nothing wrong about it. It's just if you want to shift how much value you make, which equals how much money you make, you have to shift your skill sets. So if you're level 1, that's totally cool. Okay, some of you guys are number 2, some of you guys are number 3. You gotta look at where you're at. Because for you to begin the expert business, we are having to change your skill sets from level 1, level 2 to level 3 and level 4. Okay, they're different types of skill sets. So for some of you guys who've done this in the past, who are good with your mouth, you're good with your mind, it's gonna be really simple. Those who haven't, there's some skill sets we've got to learn for you to be able to get the skills you need to be able to move up to that level of value. Okay, the good news is these are all very learnable skills. I know you guys have seen videos of me in the past. I was not good with my mouth. I was not a good communicator. I was awkward, okay? I was not the most creative person ever, right? But I learned these skills of how do you communicate? How do you tell your story in a way that gets people to move? How do you sell things? How do you get ideas? How do you brainstorm? These are the things that you start learning, okay? And so these are some of the things I want to talk about with you guys today, because if we can get you to communication and imagination, this is where you start creating your own products, you can create your own frameworks, you can change people's lives, and at that point, you're able to make way more money because you're operating at a different level of value. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay. And again, I shared this a little bit earlier, but the reason why it's so powerful, when you start getting good at communicating and imagining and creating stuff, like I showed you guys with Matt Fury, this is product combat conditioning I shared earlier, right? He was communicating, he was imagining, he imagined that here's this idea, here's this framework, here's this course I'm gonna create. He spent 2 days creating it, and now this book has been selling now for 20 years over and over and over again for work he did once. Okay, and that's the goal with what we're doing with you guys here, okay? Okay, so I'm gonna share, I'm gonna come back to this, because again, this is my very first info product I ever created. So I'm gonna use it again as an example. So Potato Gun Secrets. And this is actually kind of funny. At Funnel Hacking Live, it was our second one, San Diego. So second Funnel Hacking Live. The first Funnel Hacking Live, I told the story about my potato gun, and people didn't believe me. They thought it was a fake thing. So we literally, at the second Funnel Hacking Live, I made a copy of the potato gun for every single person. So in their welcome bag at Funnel Hacking Live, they all got the potato gun DVD. And from all of the ones we gave out, only one person I know of actually made a potato gun from the DVD plan, which was kind of cool. But it is a real product. It is a real thing. I didn't make that up. And so the biggest key is when you're starting this whole process, right? When you're trying to be an expert, the big question you have to ask yourself is what is the result? Okay, so for this, the result is simple. I'm teaching somebody how to make a potato gun. The result is very, very simple, right? But for you, it's gonna be different. So the first question to ask yourself, the first secret in this is, what is the result? Okay? And I always look at it like this, we talk about this being an expert business. And so the way I think about it is, there is this person, right? Down here, and they want something, they're desiring something, right? And there's this whole path, and up here at the top of the mountain is the result. That's the result they're trying to get. Now, if you're an expert, by definition of what an expert is, it means that you have already gone on this path. You've already had a chance. You've gotten this result in the past, and you're coming back down, and you're taking people on the path. Like, hey, I know where we're going. Okay, I went on this hike. I found the campground. I know where it's at. You're coming down. And you're taking them right ahead, and you're taking them on this process to get them that same result. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what it is. So the first thing is what's the result? And the second question to ask yourself is, who is this person? Like, who is that dream customer? Who's the person whose life you're trying to change? Now, just a kind of a cheat sheet, typically what it is, the person who's your dream customer is usually you a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, right? It's you before you got the result. Because you went on this journey for some reason. You went through some process to figure out how to get this result, right? A good example of this, Kaylin Poland with Lady Boss. She was someone who she wanted the result for herself. She wanted to figure out how to lose weight. And she tried a whole bunch of things. She tried all these different diets and things like that. She went off all these different paths. And eventually she figured out a path that got her the result, right? Then she came back down and she's like, hey guys, I'm going to take you on this path. So she was like teaching herself 3 to 5 years ago. Same thing's true with me. Like when I'm teaching entrepreneurs now, like I'm teaching people who were me when I was getting started. Like I was getting started trying to figure this thing out. I was going all these different paths and all these different things. I was getting lost along the way. And eventually, after trying a million different things, I went through this path and got to the end, got the result. And it's like, oh my gosh, I got the result now. Now I know how to get there. I'm coming back down and sharing this process with you. Okay? So the who is typically you 3 to 5 years ago. Okay? And so what I need you guys doing, because a lot of times you guys have done this in the past, right? You lost weight, you made money, you traded stocks, you made a cake, you made cookies, you like whatever your thing is, right? You've got some result in the past. But the problem a lot of us have is by default, it's like it becomes almost intuitive to us. Like, oh, I know how to do it. It's really simple. It's really easy, right? And so what we have to start doing is we have to start looking like, what was the actual process that I went through? If I was to go start over from scratch right now, like what would be the process I would do? Some of you guys have seen, we have a book called 30 Days. I think the whole premise of the book was I asked 30 people who won the 2 Comma Club, right? 30 people who've gotten the result. I said, if you were to lose everything today and start over from scratch, and all you had was a ClickFunnels account, and you had 30 days before your next bill was due, what would you do in 30 days to get back to success, okay? And that was the premise of this book. And I had 30 people each write a chapter saying, okay, day number 1, I would do this. Day number 2, I would do this. Day number 3, day number 4. And what was cool about the process is that all these people had gone through 1,000 different paths. Eventually, they'd gotten their result, right? But they were all able to come back and say, well, if I was starting over from scratch, I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have done all these things, like all the trial and error I wouldn't have done, but these are things that were the most important. Like the first step I did was this, and the second step I did was this, and the third step I did was this, and the fourth step was this, and the fifth step was this, and these were the step-by-step things I took to get me that result, right? And so they were able to shortcut the success for everybody. That's really the value of what you're bringing to the marketplace. Is like, look, I've gotten this result in the past, I tried 1,000 things, only 2 of them worked, these are the steps that actually worked. Right? And so you're cutting through all of the clutter for people and giving them a path, a blueprint, a framework, whatever you want to call it, a map, right? And so what we are creating as experts is this. We are creating a map, okay? And I like to call this map a framework. You can call it whatever you want. I don't care. But all the framework is like, hey, what's the path? Well, step number 1, I'm going to do this. Step number 2 is this. Step 3, 4, 5, and eventually you get to the result, okay? And so this is the key. Is this thing where you are creating frameworks or maps for people to get them a result, okay? So the first thing you gotta really identify is what is the result you can get for somebody, okay? In fact, I want all you guys to take 60 seconds right now on your pad of paper or on your computer, whatever, and think about in your life, what are like 5, 10, 15 things that you could get somebody a result for, okay? I don't care if it's related to your business or not. I want you guys to exercise of like just thinking of results you have, right? Like I could share a result about how to lift weights in the morning, because I lift weights in the morning. I can show a result on how to make protein pancakes the way that I do it. Right? I could give a result on how I do. I could look like off the top of my head, rattle off 20 things that I'm really good at that I've done in the past that I could get a result for. So I want you guys to flex that muscle. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. In 60 seconds, write down as many different results in your life. I don't care if it's what it's tied to, whatever you've done in your past, and write those down. Try to write down 3, 4, 5, and however many as you can in 60 seconds just to get the muscle in your head spinning. Does that sound good? Okay, you got 60 seconds to write out some results. Ready, set, go. All right. Everyone, if you can, real quick, drop just one of your results. You get people drop in the comments. We'll try to read a couple of them just to see a couple of them. Okay, so we got one that says lowering the risk of having a heart attack. Cool, that'd be an awesome result you could give somebody. How to grow a rental portfolio when you have your own capital. How to get comps on a property. Improve vitamin D deficiency and indigestion help. Be fit at age 50. How to buy a home with zero money out of pocket. How to make money selling on Amazon. Navigate IEP meetings for parents. How to change wheel bearings. How to exercise post breast cancer. How to relieve body pain. How to cook healthy food for diabetes. How to wire electrical outlets. How to monitor and conserve something usage. Oh, now they're going fast. How to quit smoking. How to build new homes. How to build business trips and families on vacations. How to give PowerPoint presentations. How to make a conflict disappear. How to do Facebook ads for your business to generate leads. How to graduate your kids from homeschool. How to help parents become gold medal parents. How to activate real estate license without paying to be a realtor. How to make money as an insurance agent. Reunion planning. How to plan a wedding reception for $70. How to start an Airbnb. How to motivate someone to start something. How to prepare for half marathon. How to hang Christmas lights on your house. How to take down. How to do takedowns that don't hurt. How to build digital creativity for kids. Holy cow. Whew. You guys got a lot of results. You guys are going to change the world if you get these things out in the hands of people. Do you guys see this? These are amazing. How to organize your entire house, how to pay for college, how to have impact as an entrepreneur, how to dance and romance your sweetie for Valentine's, how to make money from e-commerce, become a recognized expert in your niche in the media, how to create a flower garden out of old tires, how to become an expert in Figma, how to grow your network marketing business without talking to friends or family, how to reset for healthy gut, how to breed rabbits. How to breed rabbits. This is amazing. Okay, you guys have so much talent and opportunity right there in front of you. Okay? And that's as many as I can read off in like a minute and a half, and there's tons more coming through, as you can see in the comments as well. Like, all of you guys have results, okay? To be an expert, that's what you need, is you have to have gone on a path before, figured it out, and you come back and you're sharing with somebody, okay? So you all have this, okay? The problem is most of us think that our results are intuitive, like, oh, everyone knows how to do this, okay? When I build a funnel, I'm like, this is so simple. Like, this is the easiest thing in the world. Like, and people are like, how do you do that? It's mystery. I'm like, I don't know, it's simple. You just put it together and like, there's a funnel. Like, in my mind, it's so simple. And that's the problem, is that most of you guys, the big result you can get for somebody in your mind is so simple. You're like, this is simple. No one's going to pay me to reset their healthy gut. Like, that was simple for me. No one's going to show me how to entertain someone. No one's going to show me how to create a flower garden out of old tires. That's super easy. Okay, for you, it's easy because it's your superpower. That's the key. Okay, you have to understand that it's easy for you because it's your superpower, but for other people, it's not. Building a funnel for other people is confusing. For me, it's like, this is second nature. This is the easiest thing in the world. Some people, losing weight is like so simple. It's like second nature, and they've done it a million times. It's really easy. But for you, it's a superpower. And there's a whole tribe of people who are waiting for you to stand up and accept your calling to help them and change their life. That's what you have to understand. Okay, there's literally a group of people who are waiting for you to step up and do this because you have something they want, right? They've been looking for this result over and over and over again, and they're waiting for you to step into your calling. That's why it's so important that you're here, that you're doing this, because you can literally change the world for that person. It's interesting. I look at the people who have been successful in our community, the people that are best, who make the most money, who win all the awards, who do whatever you're looking for. Like, they're really good at getting results for other people. And again, for most of them, it's like their result to get it's their superpower. It's simple for them. Like, ask Allison. If you were to ask her, hey, Allison, is it hard to figure out trends? She's like, no, it's like, takes 5 seconds. I scroll the thing, dun, 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 boom, $1 million winner that fast, right? Because it's intuitive to her. Like, she's figured it out. It's her superpower. But man, for all of us, we're like, oh my gosh, I never thought. We go to Pinterest, we see this, we cross them down. And like, we miss it because it's unique to us. And because Allison was willing to step into her superpower and be like, hey, I'm actually a superhero. I had no idea. This is amazing. I can help people. I can serve them. All these people, all of you guys have a chance now to be served because of that, right? And so I want you guys to understand that, like, you all have these gifts you've been given. You know how to get results. And you're going to give people the ability to, like, not have to weed through all of this trial and error, because you can give them your map. Here's your map to get that result, okay? Again, map, I call it a framework. So step number 1 is you got to dig deep on what is the result you get somebody. Step number 2 now is you have to create a framework for their success, okay? What is that framework? And this is where, it comes back down to figuring out, like, what are the step-by-step process. Now, there's different ways to do your frameworks. You guys know my frameworks are all doodles. I did that because when I was trying to figure this game out, I would go read 10, 15, 20 books. I go on podcasts and events, all these things, and there's so much information. It was confusing to me. And so I had to, like, literally for myself, I would doodle things out. And I'm like, oh, I think this is what they mean. And I doodled out, and I started sharing these doodles with people, and that became my frameworks. For other people, doodles are as simple as, like, these 3 steps. Like, if you've ever been to Stacey Martino, some of you guys know Stacey Martino, one of our favorite people in the ClickFunnels community. She runs a whole business teaching people how to how to save the relationships, how to build strong relationships, develop them. And if you go to Stacy's events, it's really fun because Stacy I think she has like 400 frameworks that she's developed, right? 400 results, and each result she's created a framework. And you go to her events, she's like, okay, it's not hard for her to teach. She's like, okay, this session we'll talk about this. And she opens up, okay, I've got a 3-step framework for this. I've got a 7-step framework for this. I got a 5-step framework for this. And hers are very simple, not doodled out like mine. They're just like, okay, here's the 5 steps. She's like, step number 1 is this. And she teaches it. Step number 2 is this. Step number 3. And she's taking somebody on the path that she went on to get that result. And that's what her events are, right? And it's how she runs everything. So for you guys, it's coming back and saying, okay, I have these results I can get for people. I need to start creating frameworks for those and start thinking through them, okay? And so with frameworks, I think of a framework like a table of contents, okay? This might make it simpler for some of you guys who may be struggling. Like if you open any book, at the very beginning of the book, there's this thing called a table of contents. That table of contents is the framework. It's the map. It's the step-by-step process to get the result, right? The result for buying how to make a potato gun was you're going to learn how to make a potato gun. Okay, what's the steps? Well, number 1, you got to figure out what kind of gun you want. Number 2, you got to pick the right pipes. Number 3, you got to figure out what other accessories you need. Number 4, you got to cut the right barrel to chamber volume ratio. Number 5, you got to glue all the pieces together. Number 6, you got to figure out how to shoot it farther. Number 7, you got to be safe so you don't blow it up, right? Like here's the steps to get the result, which was a potato gun. Okay, so you can pick anything, any of the ones you guys just gave me, like how to breed rabbits, or how to unplug from screen time and plug into nature. Like any of those results, very simple for you guys to come back and say, okay, what's the first step? What's the second step? Think about it. Imagine like someone you love. Like for me in this business, I always think about my mom, because my mom knows nothing about internet business. She doesn't know about marketing. Like it's like foreign to her. So whenever I'm creating a framework, I'm thinking like, okay, if I needed to get my mom to the top of this mountain here, like how would I break it down? What would be the first thing I have to explain to my mom? And what's the second thing? And the third thing? And the fourth thing, right? And so we start building out this table of contents or step by step or whatever it is to go and create an actual framework. Okay, and so that's kind of what it is. So I'm hoping the video is going to work on this, but I want to show you guys a really quick video from Studio C. That's kind of a funny video. We're going to watch it, and after you guys watch this video, I'm going to talk a little bit more about developing your own frameworks. But how many of you guys have ever built a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before in the past? It's pretty simple, right? Like there's the process how to do it, but everyone, if you look at like the end result, the end result is I want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Everyone's got a different way, different way they actually create it. And so that's what we're talking about is like, what is your proprietary framework? So with that said, I'm hoping they got the video working. I'm gonna cue it up and we'll watch this video real quick and they'll come back and we'll talk about how to turn this into a framework. Ready? Go.
You guys, it's a beautiful, fresh fall day outside. Let's do something.
Oh, hey, do you guys want to have a picnic?
Oh, yeah, I got some plastic cups and plates I could get.
Oh, yeah. I have lemonade.
I got bread and stuff. We can make PB&J sandwiches.
Awesome, yes. And I will bring my winning personality. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, man, I haven't been on a picnic since I can't even remember. What are you doing, Matt?
Making PB&J sandwiches.
Yeah, but why are you putting the jelly on top of the peanut butter on the same piece of bread?
Because that's how you do it?
No, it's not. I watch Top Chef, Matt. I know what I'm talking about. Now, you need to use each piece of bread for each ingredient.
I'm sorry, is my inferior way of spreading 2 ingredients on a sandwich going to ruin the most basic meal of all time?
So, you admit your way's inferior?
This is stupid.
You're right. That is stupid.
It's not inferior, okay? This way you get the perfect proportion of peanut butter to jelly.
Hey, guys, let's go. What are you doing to that sandwich?
He's ruining it.
I'm perfecting it.
No, you're doing it all wrong.
Thank you.
You gotta put peanut butter on both slices of bread and then the jelly in the middle.
What?
That way the bread doesn't get all soaked up from the jelly. I hate soggy bread.
Okay. Yeah. But then you would taste nothing but peanut butter. Have you seen Top Chef, Jason? There is a delicate balance.
Which is why you have to balance both ingredients on one piece of bread.
Okay.
Matt, why didn't you toast those sandwiches first?
Oh! Do you have a soul?
Do you have a brain?
We are doing this my way.
Ruin this just like you ruined Thanksgiving, Matt!
Oh, you had to bring that up.
Guys, every second we waste is another bite of purple bread.
She is right, okay? Who makes instant potatoes on the most important feast of the year?
Have you made real mashed potatoes? I Googled
semis flipping Gamgee.
That's why it's a feast on one day of the year. I don't even know who you guys are anymore.
No, none of these That's right.
Hey, what are we yelling about? Guys. Oh, man, you guys are too much fun. I don't want to be that nosy neighbor or anything, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I think I can help. Have you guys ever heard of Smucker's Goober? Okay? Uh-huh. Yeah, it's great because the peanut butter and the jelly are in the same container. Oh, don't worry about it. I have more at home. So... Ouch. Okay. Do you want help? Oh! I thought maybe...
All right, how do you guys like that? Okay, so really quick, as you saw from that video, everyone has a different way to make PB&J. So I want you guys to do an exercise. We're gonna spend 60 seconds doing this, not long. I want you to look at this, okay? The end result is you've got to make the perfect peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I want you guys to tell me your framework for how to do that, okay? So on a pad of paper, write it out. If you want to type in the comments, I don't care, but what is your step-by-step thing? Like step number 1, step number 2, step number 3. I want to hear what your guys' perfect framework is for creating a PB&J. So you got 60 seconds to create it. Again, post in the comments or just write it on a pad of paper, whatever. Ready, set, go. All right. Just so I say, I'm reading these comments right now. Some of you guys are weird the way you make your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. But some of you guys are very creative. Some of you guys are very intense. Some of you guys are very basic. But everyone's got their own framework for how to do it, right? And the reality is, that's the thing you have to understand. People are coming to you because they're going to be attracted to you. They're going to connect with you. And they're going to want to follow your framework, right? If you look at this industry, a lot of people get nervous. Like, oh, well, no one's listening to me because I got, because of whatever. Like, I could very easily be like, oh, well, no one's listening to me because Gary Vaynerchuk, like he's bigger than me and people like him, or they're so-and-so, or they're so-and-so. Like the reality is though, like when you start putting your stuff out there, you're gonna put things out there, you're gonna create your own frameworks, put them out there, and not everyone's gonna come follow your thing. Some people are gonna think that framework's nuts, I will never do that, right? And but other people are like, he's right, this is the person I wanna follow, they're doing it the right way. Does that make sense? Right now, I follow a lot of the health and fitness entrepreneurs. So I like watching what they're doing and like studying them. And it's interesting because there's some people who are like, they teach the keto diet and that is the way that they get the result, right? And everything they talk about is keto, 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 keto. There's other people who are like, keto stupid, like we do the paleo diet. And other people do the herbivore diet. And there's other people who do like the carnivore diet. And other people do, and like, everyone's got their own framework to get the same result. Now what's fascinating is the result they're promising everybody is the same. But there's like 20 different paths to get up there, right? And so when you're creating your frameworks, your path's gonna be different than everyone else. Even though the result may be the same, it doesn't matter, okay? Because what happens when you're an expert, and again, I believe with all of my heart that this is a literal calling. This is not just like, oh, I'm gonna put up my flag and try to make some money. Like, I feel like if you've been given gifts from God, right? You've been inspired, you've gotten things, you've gotten results for yourself, you've waded through all these things, like these are gifts from God. He's saying, look, you went through this experience, now you gotta share it with other people. Right? And you have that calling and you're putting it out there. And guess what? When you put your calling out there, it's scary at first because a huge percentage of people are going to reject you. They're not going to like you. They're not going to follow you. But guess what? Okay, Christ talks about this in the New Testament. He says that my sheep will hear my voice. The same thing will be true for you. As you start putting your frameworks and your message out there, guess what? your sheep are going to hear your voice. They will be the ones who come to you, who follow you, who you can change their lives. Okay? Allison was the same way. Allison did tens of millions of dollars doing e-commerce, right? She had this result, but you ask her, she says, man, I did this because not for myself, it's because I had to learn this to share with other people. She felt the calling. She's out there sharing her frameworks. And there's dozens of people, maybe hundreds of people teaching e-commerce and all of them have different frameworks to get this exact same result, right? But guess what? She puts out her messages, her things, and her people hear her, they follow her, and she's able to change their lives. Okay, so just because you're like, well, there's a lot of people teaching, there's a lot of people doing something, a lot of people getting that same result, it doesn't matter. Your framework's gonna be different. Your framework's gonna be unique, and your framework's gonna attract your dream customers to you. There are people online, you're gonna be shocked, they don't like me. They think I talk too fast, I'm annoying, they don't like that I'm religious sometimes, they don't like everyone's got opinions, right? And so guess what, a whole bunch of people come to me, and then they don't like me, and they leave, and they go somewhere else, and guess what? I am totally cool with that. I hope they find success, so I hope that maybe Gary Vaynerchuk will help, maybe it's this, but maybe they got somebody else, I don't care if they're not my people, that's fine. Okay, I'm called to serve a certain group of people, and that's all I care about. So I'm gonna be loud with my message. I'm gonna put it out there. My people will hear my voice. They will follow me. They'll follow my frameworks, and I will change their lives. Okay? And what's nice about this is it's gonna be divisive. Some people will not like you. And I know at first it's gonna be hard. I'm sure when Allison first put out her stuff the very first time, and you start getting the negative comments, people that are mad about you, or they hate you, or whatever, it happens to all of us. Okay, and the louder you get online, the more hate's gonna come your way. But it's just understanding, like, it doesn't matter. I'm not putting this out there for all the people. I'm putting it out there for my people. Okay? And so you've got something unique. Some of you guys, your crazy peanut butter and jelly sandwich plans, like you're going to attract people who are like, yes, this is the way to do it. Yes, I agree with that person. They're going to become your people, right? And other people are like, you're crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Okay? So I want to put that out there because I know that this is a fear people always have of just like, oh, like there's a lot of people teaching this result. Like what makes me different? What makes me unique? You are what make you different. You are what make you unique. Your experiences, your life, your personality. You're going to touch people that nobody else could. That's why you've been called. That's why it's so important for you to stand up and do the work because there's people out there that are waiting for you. They're waiting for your message. Okay, I saw just a handful of the message you guys have inside of you right now. Like they're there inside of you, you just gotta get them out. Okay? But it's learning how to turn these things into frameworks. So next slide here, I wanna show you. So Tom Bilyeu is one of my favorite, most brilliant humans I've ever met. Like I really enjoy him. I enjoy talking to him. And if you follow him or his wife Lisa on social media, they do these a lot where they just come up with a result and they post a quick framework and they just post it as like just Instagram posts. So for example, here's one right here that was sleep habits. So how many of you guys struggle with sleep? I couldn't sleep last night. I was up till 1 o'clock, so I'm stressing out and excited and all the things for today. And I woke up at 5. So I had 4 hours of sleep last night, right? So for me, like a result I would love is to be able to sleep better. I need better sleep habits. So that's the result that Tom's talking to here, right? Now for some of you guys, you're like, yes, I need more help with sleep. So this would have resonated with you. Some of you guys are like, I don't care. And you would have scrolled past and never seen it. But for the right people, they've seen this and said, sleep habits, what's Tom's framework for getting better sleep? Well, step number 1, stop eating 3 to 4 hours before bedtime. Interesting. Step number 2, use blue blockers 2 to 3 hours before going to bed. Step number 3, go to bed early at 9 p.m. Step number 4, set your intention for what you want to do. When you wake up, do not set an alarm. Step number 5, use white noise. Step number 6, use a device like an OUR ring to track your sleep. Okay, so there's Tom's 6-step process to get better sleep. That's the end result. Okay? Now, what's cool about this is he put this framework out there and just posted on Instagram. And when I took the screenshot, he had 22,926 people had liked it. Okay? Now, this is a cool way to start testing your frameworks. Like, what do people resonate with? Okay, I've shared a lot of stuff in the past where I share something and like, no, it's like crickets. Nobody cares. I'm like, I guess nobody's looking for that result, right? Other stuff I shared, I post out there and like, it goes crazy. I'm like, oh, okay. People like this framework. I'm going to go deeper. Maybe I'm going to teach a class on it. Maybe I'll do a webinar. Maybe I'll write a book on it. Maybe you can like take this framework and you can go deeper later. But initially, I'm just testing things out. Like, what are the frameworks that my people want? Okay, because I got 1,000 results I could give you, right? I mean, if you read my books at .com Secrets, Expert Secrets, Traffic Secrets, like these 3 books probably have, I don't know, 300 or 400 different frameworks inside of them, right? Each chapter is a framework. Inside each chapter, there's multiple, like mini frameworks. Okay, so this is a fast way to test something. So this is one that you could test. Now, based on Tom's things, like, man, people are interested in sleep. That's really cool. Here's another one on Tom's Instagram. 7 lessons I learned from the movie The Matrix, okay? So The Matrix, like, again, the result he's trying to get is these lessons, and here's a framework. Number 1, you can't do it until you believe in yourself. Number 2, the world you just perceive it just isn't real. It's just your perception. Number 3, everyone falls the very first time. Number 4, and he has the framework for that, right? Another example, 4 hacks for surviving Thanksgiving dinner. He posts this one before Thanksgiving. The result, I want to survive Thanksgiving dinner. Here's the framework, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And he goes through those things. Okay, and so this is the way to start testing these frameworks, just to see what things people resonate with. Because I don't want to go and write a book or create a course or do a live event or anything if I put something out there and it's like crickets. No one actually cares, right? What are the things that my people are going to want to hear from? So what I want you guys to do now, we're going to do another exercise. Earlier, we wrote down a whole bunch of results you're able to get for people, okay? I want you to pick at least one, and if you have time, if you don't want to do 2 or 3, but pick one as if it's going to be an Instagram post, okay? So the first thing to write is like, what is the actual result? So at the top, I would type sleep habits, or maybe I would type protein pancake. I've got a really killer way I make my protein pancakes, you guys. Like 60 grams of protein with almost not zero, but like the calories are so small. Anyway, they're insane. So like the macro ratios they're amazing. So I can show you guys. How many of you guys want to learn how to do that? It takes me like less than 2 minutes to make the entire thing from scratch. I do it every single day for lunch. Okay, I could do Russell's protein pancake secret recipe, right? And the result is a meal that takes 2 minutes to make, that helps you lose weight, keep up your energy high and whatever, right? So that can be my framework. Then what are the steps? Step number 1. This is the protein powder I use. Step number 2, this is what I use for the frosting. Step number 3, boom, boom, and I write that out. So for you, pick one of the results. And again, pretend like this is going to be an Instagram post. What's the framework? Like, what's the result they're going to get? Right? Better sleep, survive Thanksgiving dinner, lose 3 pounds, increase your brain power, whatever your thing is, right? Write the result, and then write down, here's the 3 to 5 or 7, whatever steps there are for you to actually accomplish that. Okay? I want you to do it at least once, and then maybe do it 2 or 3 times if you're able to do it to multiple results, okay? And again, this isn't like the one you're going to eventually write a book on. This is just picking a result. We're trying to flex that muscle, getting good at actually creating step-by-step frameworks for people, right? So you're going to pick a result, write out 3 to 5 steps, and I want you to either post it in the comments or write it out. And then during the lunch break, just so you know, what I want you to do is I want you to actually post that wherever you have social media. If you're on Facebook, post it on your Facebook page. Or Instagram, I don't care where it is, but I want you to actually post this framework and say, hey, everyone, here's my 3-step framework for how I blah, 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 right? And just post it and just leave it and like just see what happens. And maybe nobody says anything. Maybe somebody does. Maybe someone says you're crazy. It doesn't matter. I just want you to, during lunch, is to post one of these frameworks. So through that lens, think about it. Again, I'll give you 3 minutes right now. Write out the result and write out the steps for that result. Do it at least once. And that's the game plan. Sound good? All right, ready, set, go. All right, how was that? Flexing that muscle? Okay. Again, this is something we keep doing it, and we keep doing it, and we keep doing it, and you get better and better and better, okay? So a couple of them that posted, Brendan posted 5 steps to falling into deep sleep. Number 1, relax your body. Number 2, soothe your emotions. Number 3, calm your mind. Number 4, open your heart. Number 5, receive the grace of sleep. Awesome, okay. Anyone else want to post some of their frameworks in here? How to become a good listener. Step number 1, learn how to not talk first. Step number 2, learn how to not someone else commented and moved off the screen. Okay, that was a good one. I like that one. All right, I'm gonna keep reading because as people are commenting, it pushes them off and I lose them. So, but that's what I wanted you guys to learn. This is the skill set of like creating these frameworks, okay? And if you want, we talked about like the skill set of moving from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 and level 4, right? Right now we're starting to use communication. We're communicating, which is level 3. But we also use your imagination, which is level 4, right? You're imagining this framework. Like, what's the framework? I'm creating this from scratch. If you think about like the real world, I call it the real world. All the real world is think about school. Why do you go to school? Because someone, let's say you want to be a chiropractor, right? So I can't remember the name of the guy. There's a dude who like invented the industry of chiropractic. Okay, he was level 4, right? Level 4. He was imagining things. He was figuring things out. He was testing things. He was adjusting people. He was figuring stuff out. And eventually, he created these really cool frameworks for how to become a chiropractor, right? And then some smart business people said that's a really cool framework. Right? And they took that and whatever it is, they wrapped this thing called college or school around it. They start charging a ton of money, and people go through school, and guess what they do? They learn somebody else's framework, right? They learn this framework from someone who had a level 4 imagination, created it. They take that framework, and then they go through school, they pay for it, they get educated to learn how to become workers, to work with their muscles, and they go do level 1 work with somebody else's framework. Who just had an aha right now? This is how the world works. Okay, the people who make the most money are the number 4. Dentistry is the same thing, right? Dentistry, somebody had the idea of like, let me look at someone's mouth, let me imagine, how do I create this framework? How do I do it? Oh, there's a cavity, what do we do? Well, this is step 1, step 2, and they figure out the framework to fix a tooth, right? And then somewhere along the line, they turned it into a college, they sold access to it, people come, they learn the framework, and then they go and they get a job and they work with their what? With their muscles doing the actual framework. Okay, it's interesting if you start thinking about it. Like, this is how society has happened. So all the things people are going to college for, all they're doing is learning other people's frameworks to go become workers on muscles. This is why I'm not a huge fan of the education system. Like, it is for some things, because obviously I need people to do workers. But for my kids, like, I've encouraged them, like, I don't want you guys going to college because you're going to learn other people's frameworks. I want you learning how to communicate, I want you using your imagination, how to create your own frameworks, because that's where real value happens. It's not in just the memorizing someone else's framework and applying it. Like, there's money in that, but the real money and the real level of value we change in most people's lives is you guys learning how to see things, how to figure things out, and how to imagine different frameworks and bringing them back. Okay, this is how you change the world, how you change the world for the people that you've been called to serve. Okay, and so it's really, really fun. So again, during the lunch break, I'm challenging you guys to each take this little framework you wrote, go onto Facebook or Instagram, wherever you post your stuff, even if you got 1 follower and it's your mom, I don't even care, just go and post it, just to put it out there. Okay, and some of you guys, it's gonna be scary, but just like, hey everyone, I'm on a cool training today, and they asked us to show one of the things that step-by-step process for whatever, right? And then just post it. And I would recommend is doing that again. And doing it at least once a week, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week. Just start putting some things out there just to get used to you learning to learning to imagine, learning to create things. Okay? As an expert, it really comes down to you becoming really good at creating things, imagining ideas. How can I teach this in a way that gets somebody the result in the most simple process? Okay? How do I shave this off? How do I make it simpler? How do I do things easier? If you look at my entire business, guys, it's really like, here's me lifting the curtain off. Okay? The people I serve are entrepreneurs, not just people trying to make money, but entrepreneurs who are vision focused, who are trying to change the world, right? That's who I serve. That's who I'm obsessed with. Okay, the result, I'm trying to help them grow businesses so they can acquire customers and change their lives. Like, that's the end result, right? And so how do we do that? Well, there's a lot of different frameworks that take you on this process, right? And so one framework is you gotta have a funnel. So all the .com secrets books are all the frameworks that give someone that thing, right? Expert secrets is how you make the funnels convert higher. Traffic secrets, how do you get traffic into the funnels, right? So everything that I am doing, all my books, all my products, all my courses are frameworks to get somebody better and better at this result. Okay? Now, the amount of money you make is completely dependent on how good you are at creating frameworks. The better you get at creating these maps for people, and the simpler you make them, the more success you can get for people and the more money you're gonna make. right? And so you think about this, like the first time I taught like my DVD on how to make a potato gun, or when I taught the potato gun business, like I'd never taught it before. It was like complex and confusing. I taught it year after year after year, got simpler, 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 and simpler, right? And then I was teaching these events, teaching people how to start their own information businesses, but it was still hard. Like they conceptually understood it, but it wasn't until I met Todd. I said, Todd, we need to create software. And so we built ClickFunnels. And all ClickFunnels is literally software that makes this framework easier. That's it. It's not like a whole different business. It's like, I have a framework. I'm getting people results. Now we're gonna create software to make getting that result easier. Your job, and you'll get paid like in a direct correlation to how simple you can make things for your people. Making the framework simpler, getting results easier. Okay, that comes from training, from education, from live events, from seminars, from software, from whatever you can do to make it easier and easier for your people. The easier you can get people success, the more successful you're gonna become. Okay, and that's what you're doing this game for, is like flexing these muscles to start figuring these things out, okay? Okay, so that was the exercise. We already did that, which was creating a framework for their success. Okay, step number 3, after you've created a framework for the success, right? Now you need to make this your framework. Okay, it's like the equivalent of patenting it, putting a patent on it. But what we're doing is we're trying to create a proprietary name for your framework. Okay, so for example, I wouldn't say, here's my framework for making peanut butter and jelly sandwich, because that's like everyone has that. It's a commodity now. Like there's 1,000 ways to make peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm going to give my framework a name. So this is the the weight loss, muscle building, peanut butter and jelly framework or whatever, right? So I got to give it a proprietary name so it's mine. Okay, this is what makes it unique to you, or nobody else has it. Okay, so for example, how many of you guys have had a chance to go through my perfect webinar script? Okay, I could have said, oh, I have a script that helps you sell things on webinars, right? But I didn't. I gave it a proprietary name. This is the perfect webinar. Okay, where this is like the name of my framework. It's perfect webinar. So like people have ways they teach webinars, but only Russell has the perfect webinar. Same thing, value ladder, right? When I create this concept and this framework out here, I created it and I was like, what do I call this? I need a name for it. I named it the value ladder. Now it's mine. If someone ever says value ladder, those are my terms. I made those up. I invented them. They're my term. And I see people, someone teach like this concept of value ladder. It's like, everyone else knows that's mine because I coined the term. You call something a perfect webinar, that's my term. A value ladder is my term. Hook, story, offer, like that's my phrases. Like these are my proprietary frameworks. Okay, the epiphany bridge, that's my proprietary framework. Okay, and all this is I took my step-by-step process to get a result. I have the step-by-step process and I got to name this so it becomes mine. Okay, when it's proprietary, it's unique to you and nobody else has it. If it's a framework for making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, 1,000 of them, you're a commodity. But if it is the perfect peanut butter and jelly sandwich, if it is the whatever, now it's yours. Okay, so every time I create a framework, I try to name it so it's like mine. This is now something that I own. It's my proprietary framework that's now mine. Okay, so for each of you guys thinking through that, like, how do I turn this and it becomes my thing? Okay, that's what makes it unique. All right, so after you've given your framework a name, the next step then is we got to teach it. Okay, now I recommend is like we said, putting out 2 or 3 of these posts, getting some feedback on things are good, and then asking people like, hey, a lot of you guys were curious about my sleep process. Who would like for me to teach it to you? I can go to Zoom this week and teach it, or I can go to Facebook Live this week and teach it, right? The next step, you have to actually teach it. And this can be the scariest part, especially initially. So when we did the potato gun DVD, I'd never taught anything ever in my life, right? And I'll tell you the backstory behind this. I'm gonna show you guys a real quick clip of it so you can see how cool I really was. Because I want you guys to see like the beginnings for me. Because a lot of times you guys see me and you're like, Russell's on stage with the big LED wall and these things and blah, 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 blah. Like this is where I am 20 years into my journey. Okay, fast forward back 20 years ago when I started, which is the spot most of you guys are starting at. I want to show you what that looks like, because if you can see that, you're like, oh my gosh, like this is where Russell started. If you're looking at this, you're like, I need the lights and the camera that Russell has. You don't. Okay, it does not necessarily help you at all. I do it because I'm able to and because those things, but it doesn't increase sales, doesn't increase conversions. Like, in fact, Alice and I were joking, like some of the things we don't have the highest conversion are like us at our computer at our homes, or us on our iPhone just talking. Like, so it doesn't have to be the big production. It's just got to be the framework, the quality of that. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys this clip here in a second of me back, 20 years ago when we created the Potato Gun DVD, but kind of the backstory. So we did the Ask campaign, we got all the questions, we had the outline, and then we needed to teach it. And so I was still a student at Boise State at the time, so on a Saturday, I remember me and this is my buddy Nate, we snuck into one of the college classrooms, and we walked in and there was this huge whiteboard on the wall, and there's some complex stuff we had to teach. We had to teach like the barrel to chamber volume ratio, we had to teach some math, there's math involved in making potato guns and stuff, and I didn't know what the math was, like I'm an idiot, right? I didn't know what it was, I didn't know how to I wasn't gonna memorize it, so we had this big huge whiteboard, and on the side over here, we wrote down all all the math equations over here, but then we set up the camera just saw this part of the whiteboard. So what people didn't see is that all the things that I was gonna write was over here. So as I start writing it, I look like a rocket scientist. I'm explaining barrel to chamber, pi r squared times blah, blah. I'm talking about all these math things like I'm a genius, but literally it was like 10 feet down the whiteboard. I could see it, I was just like rewriting it, okay? Like that's where this whole journey began for me. So I'm gonna show you guys this clip really quick, because hopefully it'll show you like this is where we're starting. Don't look at where I am 20 years later and try to like judge the information that you're sharing. It's all about the content. So here's a clip from the actual How to Make a Potato Gun DVD.
These are our two numbers for the chamber versus the barrel. You do the math for here, you do 125.6 divided by 83 equals about 1.5, a couple decimal points here. That's the maximum volume to shoot your potato furthest.
And it shoots pretty far.
First thing we have here is our ammunition. And one thing that's important is that these need to be potatoes that are made in Idaho. Idaho potatoes actually travel further. All right. There you go. There's Russell the rocket scientist, okay? Like that's how it began. That was the very first product. We didn't even have a video camera. We borrowed it from somebody and then gave it back to him because we couldn't afford a video camera at the time, okay? But we did it. We got it out there. We started teaching the framework, okay? Some of you guys are going to freak out because you're like, oh, it's not polished, it's not perfect. I still remember one of the very first products I ever bought was from a guy named Brooks Kubik. And anyway, one of my favorite authors to this day, he wrote a book called Dinosaur Strength Training, which is amazing. And I remember that when I bought the book when I was in high school because I wanted to learn how to get stronger from him. And then I remember he sold these DVDs, and they're $50 per DVD, which was more money than I had. And I think he had 4 or 5 of them. And I remember I always wanted them, but I never could afford them. And then fast forward a few years later is when I launched my business. I started making a little bit of money. And one of the very first purchases I had, I'm sure you guys are like me, like when I make my first whatever, I know I'm gonna buy this thing as like my gift to myself. So for me, the gift I wanted to give myself were these DVDs from Brooks Kubik, right? And so when I made my first, I don't know, 10 grand, whatever I made my very first time, first day I went to Brooks' site, and again, they're $50 a piece, 5 DVDs, so $250. So I went on the site, I bought them, and I was like so excited. And I remember telling my buddies, I'm like, I just got Brooks' new DVDs, they're gonna be coming in the mail, and we were like, they're telling them, they'd never heard of them, but they were like, oh, cool, I'm excited for you. And two of my buddies, BJ and Garrett, were both in the room when the mailman came and delivered these things. And I was like, these are the DVDs. And I was like freaking out. I'm telling the story about his book and how cool he is and like all this stuff. And like, well, let's watch it. Like, break it out. See, let's watch this video. And so we get the DVD out. We put it in the thing and we push play. And I'm so excited because I'm just like, oh, this is like this expert I've been looking up to for so long. I'm so excited to learn from him. And the video starts and it's just black. There's nothing happening. And all of a sudden you hear like a cough, and then you hear the words like audibly like, honey, I can't see you. And then you hear him say back, you gotta take the lens cap off, hun. And then you see him take the lens cap off the camera, and he walks over in his garage and sits on a bench and starts doing bench press while he's talking about this thing. And at first I'm like mortified, like, what just happened? And then BJ and Garrett are laughing and they're like making fun of me. And they're like, you spent, how much this cost? $50 per DVD. And they didn't edit out him taking the lens cap off of the video. Like, you got taken. And I was like, oh, I was so embarrassed. We were turning it off. I'm like, oh, like, get out of here. Like, you know, they left the house. And at first I was like embarrassed, like, oh, like they saw the quality. But after they left and the dust settled, my wife went to bed that night. I remember I was just like, man, Brooks was like my expert, the person I looked up to the most in like the weightlifting space. And I remember getting back out, put the DVD back in, I started watching it. And sure, it was kind of goofy at the beginning. And yeah, it was recorded horribly. You could hear dogs barking in the background and planes flying by. And like his dog walked past 3 or 4 times in the video. But it was my expert, the person who I had heard his voice, person I was listening to there in his home teaching me. And I remember going through all 5 of those DVDs, and it was just some of the best stuff I'd ever seen. Right? And it spoke directly to me. So you have to understand, like, it's not the production value that makes you an expert, okay? It's you teaching the frameworks, changing people's lives. Like, that's the power of it. And so I wanted to show that and explain that story just so that you guys can feel comfortable. Like, this does not have to be perfect. In fact, it's probably gonna hurt you if it's perfect because you'll never get it done. It has to do with you just getting it out there. So don't look at someone like me who's got this huge business who can go and afford stuff like this because you don't need it. Just get started with whatever you have, okay? I've seen people making courses literally on their iPhone right now and selling them, making tons of money, all just off their iPhone. If you had a phone, if you can borrow someone's iPhone, you can create some amazing videos, amazing courses, amazing product just with that alone, okay? Okay, so back to the slides. So the next question then is like, we got the framework, so we figured out, here's our framework, we got the step-by-step thing, we've created a proprietary name, and a lot of people get nervous, like, well, now I don't know how to Like, how do I teach this? I've never taught before. Like, I know it in my head, but how do I teach it? And some of you guys have heard me. This is my framework for how to teach frameworks. I want to go through it really quickly because this is how I teach any concept, any principle I'm teaching. You've probably noticed if you've listened to the last 3 hours with me and Allison's done this way, I've done this way. Like, this is how you teach in a way that gives people transformations. And it's not that difficult, okay? By the way, do you know what this is? This is my framework on how to teach frameworks. Yes, I have a framework for everything. You guys should as well. In your business, you need to be creating frameworks for all different things. When someone has a problem, like, hey, Russell, I'm doing my course, but no one's listening. People are refunding it. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm struggling. My job as a level 4 person is to be imaginative. Okay, well, how do I teach it? I got to imagine, like, what's the framework? And how do I create this in a way where anybody can go through this process and then they're able to start teaching, right? Someone gives me a problem. I'm creating a result. I'm imagining a framework. I create it. I test it. And then I have something I can now share with people, okay? All right, so here's my framework for how to teach frameworks, okay? It's very simple. Step number 1 is you have to tell people the story about how you learned it or you earned it, okay? It starts with the story. So I picture here. Oh, you guys have seen Russell Doodle live? I shouldn't have done NFT or something, right? Okay, there's Russell. So the very first step is you've got to tell the story. Now, this is the reason why. What most educators or people do is, if you think about most of your education, like, where did you see people teach before? It's in school, okay? Now, what happens in school? A teacher gets a degree, they get a book full of frameworks, the teacher stands in front of class, and it doesn't matter whether the kids have success or not. The teachers not get paid based on they have success or not, so the teacher doesn't care. All the teacher does is open up the book and starts teaching the what? The tactics. Here's how we do math. Here's Euclidean geometry. Here's how we do this. They're just teaching the tactics. And so for 20 years of our life, we've been sitting in classrooms watching teachers teach tactics. And so when we become educators, become experts, we're like, I'm going to do what I learned. I'm going to teach the tactics. And we start teaching the tactics. And guess what happens? Our audience gets bored out of their mind. Okay? You can't just teach tactics and get people to change their lives. How many people's lives have been changed during school? Okay, I've got 5 kids in school right now. All of them hate it. Guess why they all hate it? They're all miserable. They think teachers are horrible. The reason why is because the teachers are coming out teaching the tactics. It's boring. Now, I didn't understand that when I first started teaching. The very first event I ever went to, I was like, okay, I saw people teach. They just teach the tactics. So I got up there and started teaching. Okay, here's how I do what I do. And I started teaching. Here's step 1. Here's step 2. I started teaching the tactics. Okay, and I remember the very first time, like, I was teaching, I'm in this room of a couple hundred people, and I was like so excited because this is like all of the gold, all the best things I have, right? I'm like, I'm gonna give them to people, I'm gonna share it, I'm gonna change their life, and I'm teaching these things, and I'm looking out in the audience, and people are falling asleep, people are getting up and walking out, people are going to the bathroom, people are like talking to each other. I'm like, what is happening? And no one was paying attention. I was like so frustrated. I felt like, you guys ever read in the scriptures, it talks about don't cast your pearls before swine? That's what I felt like. Like I had gone to the top of the mountain, I'd found these pearls, I'm like, these are the most amazing things I have, and then it's like, I feel like I'm casting before swine. There's like walking around, I'm like, do you not know what I'm giving you? I remember my first event, I did that, and it was just like crickets. Next time I spoke, same thing, and by the third time I spoke, I remember being upset. I started teaching my tactics, and people are not paying attention, and they're walking away, and I remember just feeling this feeling of like, if they understood what I gave them, I remember getting so upset, I like slammed my hand on the table. I said, do you guys understand what I'm doing here? Like, I went through and I started telling this story about how I'd earned this. I was like, I went through 5 years of me trying to figure out this process. It cost me this much money, I hired this mentor, this more mentor. Even after I hired them, I spent all this time and this energy and this money, and it didn't work here, And I went through all the pain that I had to go through to get this gem for you. Right? I explained that whole story. I was like, and from all that process, all the pain and the suffering I went through, this is what I found. I'm trying to give it to you. Do you guys want this or not? What do you think they did? They all kind of sit in their seat like, oh yeah, tell me what it is. I said, okay, this was, then I started going into the actual teaching, and guess what? This time it was different. This time they respected what I was saying because I taught them about why they had learned it or earned it. The story of how I learned it, okay? So I tell them the story, and what it does is it increases the perceived value of what they're gonna learn, and now they actually pay attention, okay? How many stories have I told you guys today? 1,000? Okay? I introduced this framework, and then what did I do? What was the very first thing I did, right? Like, this is, okay, let's step outside the matrix for a second. What did I just do? I just told you guys the story about how I learned to earn this framework, right? I told you about I went to events, I was talking, people weren't paying attention, I slammed my hand on the table. That was me telling the story about how I learned to earn this framework. Oh, this is like Inception, like a dream inside of a dream, okay? I do it every single time. If you notice, whenever I teach any principle, what's the very first thing I do? I tell you the story about how I learned or I earned it. Because if I just give you what to do, you're not gonna pay attention. I gotta tell you why it's important. Okay, that's step number 1. Now, after I told them step number 1, I told the story about how I learned I earned it. And step number 2 then is here's where I start teaching the actual strategy. Okay? Now, strategy and tactics, people get confused. I always think of strategy like, this is the high level view. Like, this is what we're doing, and this is where we're going. I'm showing you guys the strategy, right? And you're like, oh, cool, now I understand where I'm going. And then step 3 will be the tactics, which is like the step-by-step. But I always start with the strategy because it's kind of like this. Imagine, again, I've never been in the army or military, but I imagine that if I was a general, right, and I have a whole bunch of soldiers, I'm like, hey, we're going to go attack something. And if I just start telling every soldier, okay, you're going to flank left, you're going to go right, and I kind of tell people, like, the tactics, what they're going to do, they're going to be like, wait, but why am I doing this? Like, and they're just kind of confusing. The first thing I would do is say, okay, guys, this is the plan. Let me show you. We are going to attack here, here, here. And I show them, like, here's the strategy, what we're doing, right? So they see the strategy and they're like, oh, cool. Then they're bought into it. Now I can come back and say, now you understand the strategy. You go over here. You're going to go over here. And I can show them the actual tactics of how to go and accomplish the mission. Same thing is true for you. If you go directly into tactics, they're like, okay, I'm understanding these things, but they don't understand why they're doing it, right? So I teach the strategy. This is what we're doing, right? The strategy. After they're bought into the strategy, then number 3, I come back here. Now is where I go into the tactics. This is the more mundane, the boring stuff. This is what they're teaching in school. Okay, first step is this. Second step is this. Like, this is like the things they got to do. But if I've already told them the story about how I learned, I earned it. I've showed them the strategy, so they're bought into what we're doing. Now I go into tactics. Now I can take them where I need to go. Okay? And then last step after I do that, I love at the end sharing some kind of case study, success story, something to give them social proof that this thing that I am showing them actually is real, that it actually makes sense, right? So this is how I teach inside of my framework, okay? So if you look at this back here, I'm down here in my framework, say, okay, this is my 3-step system for how I make the perfect peanut butter jelly sandwich. It gives you 6-pack abs and huge muscles. It makes it so you can walk on water, right? Okay, so there's the proprietary name. I have my step-by-step thing. Now, instead of me saying, okay, step number 1, you get a piece of bread out. I'm saying, look, before I get into the actual tactics, how to do it, I want you to understand how I figured this out. So when I was 13 years old, blah, 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 and I was trying to figure these things out. I was overweight and having these problems. And then I tried this, and I was allergic to this. And then eventually I found this piece, and then this happened. And now I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I got 6-pack abs. Like, how cool is that? And people are like, yes, this is cool, right? I told the story of how I learned, I earned it. Now they're bought in. Okay, now let me show you how the strategy works. So the way the strategy works is we're going to be building a peanut butter jelly sandwich that's going to give you high nutrition, and this is how it all is going to work. It's going to be really, really cool. They're like, okay, awesome. Now how does it work? Okay, step number 1, piece of bread. Step number 2, this. Step number 3, step number 4, and boom, we got it. It's like, that's how you make it. Is that cool? And then the last step here is social proof. And not only does this work for me, like check out my abs. Oh, I got abs. But check out, here's Joe I showed you. Here's Susan. Here's Micah. And here's so-and-so. And they all have abs too because of my magic peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Isn't this awesome? Cool. Now people are bought in. Now they're going to do the thing you need them to do. Okay, learning to teach your frameworks through this process. Again, first off, it makes it easier. You'll find out because now people get into the story, they get more excited, they pay more attention. So you don't have the awkwardness if I'm teaching something and people are wandering away. But number 2 is this is what gives them transformations because now they're bought in, right? They saw the vision where they're going with your story. They understand the strategy, here's what's happening. Now they'll pay attention to the tactics and they're actually going to do it. And then they have belief because of the social proof at the end. Okay, so that's my framework on how to teach frameworks. Okay, man, this stuff is fun. You guys liking this so far? Okay, good. We got a couple more minutes, then we're gonna be breaking for lunch. So, but a couple more things I want to share. So, the next step here is secret number 5 is the value ladder. And I'm not going to go deep into the value ladder right now, but every business has some kind of value ladder, right? People typically come in on the bottom end of the value ladder, and as you provide more value for them, they naturally want more, right? And so you have price across the bottom, value on the left hand, on the side over here. So like, for example, if somebody comes into my world, and the first thing I do is something at the bottom of the value ladder where they buy, like, let's say the .com Secrets book, and they get it and they read it and they get value from it, they're naturally like, I want more. And so they're going to send up something that's higher up the value ladder where it's going to be more expensive, but they get even more value. Maybe they come to an event like this, right? You guys spend 3 days here, or excuse me, a day and a half at this event here, 2 days at this event here. And if you get a lot of value, you're like, man, this is awesome. What else do you got? I'm like, well, I got this coaching program called 2 Quebecs. You're like, sweet, I got value at this step. I got value at this step. I'm going to get value there as well. And then you send up to the next step. And so we're trying to send and move people through this thing called the value ladder. Now, a lot of people, especially in the expert business, start stressing out because like, well, I don't have a million things to teach, Russell. What am I going to do? How does this all work? Okay. And if you look at like a traditional expert business, it usually works like this. So some kind of book on the bottom, then a home study course, then a live event, then a mastermind. This is typically like an expert type value ladder, right? But the thing you have to understand is you don't have to create like every step in this process isn't completely different. I have a friend right now. I'm not at liberty to share her numbers, but she does high 8 figures and she only has one framework. She teaches one framework. She's got a book that teaches the framework. She has a membership site, $300 a month, that teaches the framework and then goes deep on coaching on people mastering the framework. Then she's got a certification program. People can become certified on the framework. And then she has masterminds where you can go and like experience the framework. But she has one and only one framework. 8-figure business. Okay, so it's not something you have to be like me, we've created 2,000 frameworks. Like you can do it just one or two or a handful. Okay? The biggest thing you have to understand is not that I need to create new frameworks for every single tier in the value ladder, because that's not true. Okay? In fact, you look at the book, right? You read the .com Secrets book, there's my frameworks. Okay? If you come to a live event, like I'm teaching a lot of things from the .com Secrets book, right? If you come to a mastermind, I'm teaching the same principles. Like I'm teaching the same principles, and just, you're experiencing them in a different way. Okay? So this is the principle you have to understand. People will spend more money for the exact same product packaged in a different way. This is the aha I want you guys to have. Okay, if you get good at teaching a framework, people will spend more money for the same framework, same product, packaged in a different way. Okay, so for example, how many of you guys read the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill? If not, you should totally read it. It is insanely good. I've acquired a whole bunch of really cool Napoleon Hill stuff in the last few months, and over the next 12 to 18 months, you guys will see me publishing a lot more Napoleon Hill stuff because I'm obsessed with him right now. But this book's amazing. And I remember when I first started my business, I remember going to an event, and Mark Joyner, who's my first mentor, talked about this book. He's like, who here's read Think and Grow Rich? And like everyone's hands went up except for mine. I'm like, oh. He's like, you have to read this book. It's so good. It's so good. So I was like, okay, I'm going to read the book. Mark told me to read the book. I'm going to read it. So I remember going to Amazon. I bought it. I think it was $9.97. I bought the book, showed up at my house. I'm like, sweet, I'm going to read Think and Grow Rich tomorrow. And I put it on my bedstand, and I went to bed. Next morning, I woke up, went through my day, going to bed. I'm like, oh, I'm going to read that tomorrow. And I kept doing that for weeks and then months. And then, 4 or 5 months later, I went to another event. And I'm at this event, sitting in the audience, and one of the speakers says, who here has read the book Think and Grow Rich? And then everyone's hands go up except for mine. I'm like, oh, crap. I'm like, oh, it's on my bedstand. I got to read it. So I get home that night. I'm like, okay, I'm going to read this book tomorrow. And then tomorrow never comes. Mañana never comes. And that was a week, and then a month, and then 2 months. And then next event I go to, and someone else says it again. I'm like, okay, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't read this book. It's so simple. It's sitting on my bedstand. Like, why can't I just do this, right? And then I thought, I need a simpler way to consume it, something that's going to be easier for me to experience. And so I went to eBay, I remember, I typed in Think and Grow Rich CDs, and there was a CD set, Think and Grow Rich. This is the actual one I bought. It was 12 CDs, and this, again, this is, almost 20 years ago now, but this CD set was $97. Okay, so I bought the CD set, it showed up at my house, and as I was driving to college and back every single day, I started putting the CDs in the car, and I listened to the book Think and Grow Rich on the way to work and back. Okay? Now, what's interesting about this is the book Think and Grow Rich cost me $9.97. The CD course cost me $97. Okay? Now, was there any difference between the book Think and Grow Rich and the audiobook Think and Grow Rich? No, they're literally word for word the same. Somebody just read that. But I spent 10 times more money for the exact same product packaged in a different way because I was able to better consume it this way. That's what you guys have to understand is you're creating a framework, and the value ladder is about helping people consume it in different ways. Okay, so for example, if you look at my world, right, I've created a bunch of frameworks, and you can buy them inside the book. Again, the .com Secrets book, you can buy it for $9.97. Okay, or you can get the home study course for $1,000, right? Or you can get ClickFunnels, which is software that does the thing that you learn about. Or you can get, back the day we had Funnel University, which was a membership site that taught this stuff. Or you could come to Funnel Hacking Live or an event like this where you can learn the principles. Or you could join my high-end mastermind program, right? Now, these are the framework is the same, right? But at this level, I sell for $9.95. This level, it's $1,000. This level, it's $97 a month. This level is $97 a month. That level's $1,000 for ticket. This level is $25,000, right? Like, it's the same frameworks packaged in a different way. Okay? Because some people can read the book and run and get it all done and just do it all. Other people need to come to an event. Other people need to do a course. Like, everyone learns in different ways, different modalities. Other people, like, they're doing it, but they want to get closer to the source so they can understand directly from you and get other nuances that they may not have been in the book, but they're going to pick up at a live event or in a mastermind group or things like that. Okay? So you guys understand that, like when you start looking at this, like, if you start creating one or two really good frameworks that you can teach them, you can perfect them, you can share them with people, like, it becomes your entire business, the entire value ladder from there. Okay? So the question then is, like, well, where do I start? Okay, that's a good question, because all of you guys, when I said list out as many different results as you can get, there's a lot of results you can get for people, right? So I want to show you this picture right here. This is similar to this what I drove over here. But if you think about it, in any business, there's like there's one big result, right? And so for me, like in my business, like I want you guys to grow your companies with sales phones. Like that's the big result. But there's a whole bunch of like sub results underneath there, right? So if the ultimate result is like you're gonna take over the world and get 2 Combo Club C award and $100 million with funnels, it's like, okay, well, what are the core results underneath there that I need to help people with? Okay, so for me, it's like, well, one core result you need to be good at is you've got to be good at building funnels, right? So funnel building is a core result. Just let me draw it here so I can. Sorry, I love whiteboarding stuff. Like the energy of drawing when you do it is fun, okay? So again, there's the ultimate result up here. Ultimate result, okay? So this is the biggest thing. Now underneath there are a bunch of different core results, okay? So again, for me, if my ultimate result is you gotta get really good at building funnels to grow your business, then down here I've got these core results. So the core results, like, well, okay, here you need funnels, right? And then after you have a funnel, like, man, I got a funnel, but I need to learn how to like sell inside of my funnel. So there's copywriting inside of here. And then I got a good funnel, I got good copy, and I need traffic, right? So there's traffic is another core result. So I have these different core results that are inside of my ultimate result, okay? So I would look at like, this is a course, this is a course, this is a course, right? All the different core things you do that lead somebody to have the ultimate result that you do. Okay, so for your business, maybe it's like, okay, my ultimate result is I want to help people lose 100 pounds, right? And inside that, what is it? Well, there is diet. Like, people have to learn to eat right. So I could have a core result is like the diet and nutrition part, right? But I have another core result I could teach, which is like, okay, you need to actually work out. So then it's like the body, like lifting weights and things like that. That's a different core result. It could be a whole different course, okay? But then also it's like, okay, well, on top of that, there is, I don't even know, like cardio stuff, like the cardio, like these could each be different courses in of themselves, okay? Now, inside that, it goes one more tier deeper, right? Because inside each core result, there's a whole bunch of small results, right? So for example, in fact, you'll notice that for me, like these actually sync with my books, right? So, .com secrets, expert secret, traffic secrets. I'm gonna pull out traffic secrets here. So if you look at like, what is the core result traffic secrets promises you? Well, the traffic secrets promises, I'm gonna show you how to get traffic into your funnels, right? That's the big result that this book is promising. But then inside the book, when you open it up, there's a whole bunch of core results, right? Which if you look at the table of contents, you're gonna see what they are. There's Facebook ads, there's Instagram, there's YouTube, there's your Dream 100, there's other people's things, there's your funnel hubs, and so like I have like a dozen other frameworks inside this book that all lead to this, right? So a whole bunch of these different sub-frameworks down here. It's making sense? So as I start looking at this, there's a lot of different pieces. And so where you guys should start is not like, I'm gonna do the ultimate result, like the first thing I'm gonna be as an expert is I'm gonna teach people how to, like this huge thing, that's so big. Even like one step down, like traffic secrets was, for me, it's like this core result, but it's huge, right? There's a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen frameworks just inside of this. What I want you guys to start with is picking one. What's one result, one framework that you can give somebody, we can start bringing people into your world? Because you bring them in through here, and eventually they'll buy this, and eventually you'll get them to this, right? But you start with something smaller, something easier, because I don't want you guys to spend the next 6 months trying to build this huge course and this huge thing that's gonna take forever. Like, how do we build a framework? How do we get one thing that we can get somebody a core result, okay? So an example of that, like if I was to look at this book right here, I could do a core result, could be, again, it could be an affiliate arm. Like, how do you build an affiliate program? Okay, how many guys here would like to learn how to run an affiliate program? How to get other people to promote your products for you? Okay, that's one core result. So what I could do is I could take my framework. I could say the core result is how to get traffic from, or how to get free traffic from affiliates. That could be the core result. Step number one, I have like 5-step system to do that. I could post on Instagram and see if people are interested. And they're interested, like, yeah, I want to learn how to do that, Russell. Cool. Well, I'm going to be doing a challenge next week where I'm going to show you guys exactly how to go and get an affiliate army people selling your product service for you. Okay, that could be a whole challenge based on one of these splinter frameworks. Okay? After lunch, when I come back, Allison's gonna be speaking first. I'm gonna be speaking second. I'm gonna be showing you guys how to take one of these results and how to turn it into a challenge. That's where we're gonna begin this thing. How we're gonna kick off your expert journey is by doing that. Okay, so start looking at this like, what is one result? Again, not this big, huge result. I don't wanna do a challenge that's gonna be like, here's how to build an entire business using sales funnels and driving traffic and writing copy and a little like, if I say and at all, it's too big for me to do a challenge. Okay? I don't want and. I want one very specific, very big thing. Okay? I could do a challenge, for example, over here for me in funnels. Like, I'm gonna do a challenge, like the Splinter framework is how to build a book funnel. And I can do a book funnel challenge. Or Expert Secrets is like, inside Expert Secrets, I have storytelling, I've got copyright, I've got webinars, I've got things like, I could pick just one and say, okay, I'm gonna teach my Epiphany Bridge story. I can do an Epiphany Bridge challenge, right? Or I'm gonna do just Facebook ads and Facebook ad challenge. So I'm picking a splinter result, okay? So you have your ultimate result, which is where you're trying to take people to. These are your core results, which are like the core 4 or 5 things they have to do to be successful. And down here are the splinter results, okay? So your homework during this lunch break is I want you to figure out what is one splinter result that I could pick, that I know the path, right? I know exactly how to get somebody a result. Where are we at? I know exactly how to get somebody this result. So maybe it's I'm going to increase their sleep. Maybe it's like I'm going to help them to double their reading in a weekend. Maybe it's I'm going to help them to lose 10 pounds. I'm going to help them to trade their first stock. I'm going to help them to buy their very first NFT. I'm going to help them to, again, whatever your thing is, like what's one core result that if you spent 1 hour a day with somebody for 5 days, you could get them their result with absolute certainty. You don't care who it is. If you grab them, you had 5 days, you have 1 hour a day to walk them through this process. By the end, you could give them a result with something you can promise them. Okay? Again, it's 5 days, so I don't want something huge that's like insurmountable that they're never gonna be able to get done. I want something simple, tangible, where it's like, hey, if you join this challenge, this is the result I'm gonna give you. Okay? It's a splinter result, it's small, but it's the beginning of your expert journey. Okay, so what is that thing? I want you guys thinking through that. So look through your list of all the results you posted earlier. What's one that if you took that thing, that you can nail it, you could change people's lives with it. It'd be simple to do, it'd be fun to do, you'd be fired up by it. You think people would actually be interested. And I want you guys to write that down because when I come back after lunch, that's what I'm gonna be going deep on. Okay? Okay, does that sound good? Someone said, can I explain what an NFT is? That's gonna be somebody's product. Go and sell Eric to that because that's the product you can do. Anyway, but all of you guys have something, and that's what I'm thinking through. Because when I come back, I'm going to re-reference that and say, okay, what's your splinter result? What's the splinter framework that we're going to be focusing on for the challenge? Does that sound good? Okay, so the game plan now, we're going to take a quick 30-minute break. This is a break for Alice and I to eat lunch and for you guys to eat lunch, to stretch, to go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, get the wiggles out, take a break, take your dog out, walk your kids, whatever the thing is you need to do so you can come back here and focus because we got a few more hours today of just amazing stuff that we're going through. Okay, Alice will be coming back right after lunch. She's going to be walking us through her framework for getting your first product done out the door and live and actually making money. After that, I'm going to be coming back here. I'm going to be taking your splinter framework. And we're going to be building out a 5-day challenge to get that launched. After that, Allison's going to be coming back and talking to you guys about traffic. Now, not traffic like Facebook ads traffic. She's gonna be showing you guys a traffic method that gives $0 to Zuckerberg. It's something that's very powerful. It's what we use to grow ClickFunnels, honestly, and something that nobody ever talks about, and she does it in such a cool way. You guys will love it. So if you've ever struggled with traffic in the past, do not miss Allison's presentation. This is new, this is different, this is something you can and should be doing. And it's not technical, it's not complicated, there's no algorithms to worry about. Like, it's just something that works consistently. It's one of the best traffic strategies on the planet. She's gonna be sharing that with you. And then I've got some really cool stuff after that. And then we have a dinner break. And then after dinner tonight, we're watching the Two Comma Club documentary, which you haven't seen yet. It is so powerful. It's so good. So we got a fun-filled day for today. We're only like a third of the way through. So make sure you keep your energy up, have a lot of fun. And like I said, we're going to take a 30-minute break. Maybe it'll be 25 minutes. I don't know. My team will let me know. But I'm sure there'll be a countdown clock somewhere. So just look at the countdown clock. We'll be getting started. We'll soon get back with Allison. Thanks you guys so much. And we'll see you after the lunch break.
Someone else, but that's not in their budget, and I've got to respect that. So no matter what I did, I capped out of that number. So the next 2 years, I went up to $250,000 a year, and then 2 years after that, I went up to almost $500,000. This is me working as an artist from home on regular projects.
So a lot of what I do is mixing physics with artistry. So we're always trying to figure out ways to do things, and it starts out while we're on set and it ripples all the way through to the final render or the final frame that we're putting out to film. There's so many different challenges, and every project has its own different challenges that we need to figure out how we're going to do it, what it's going to look like, but how we're going to pull it off in the time frame that we usually have. I'm Alan McKay. I'm a visual effects supervisor, and I also teach a mentorship for technical directors in Hollywood on creating visual effects. I started working in the industry when I was 14. I left home, I started working in different cities, eventually different countries, and I enjoyed that. I loved the fact that while my friends were in high school, I was working on all these big studios and all these big projects. And by the time that they were all in college, I was lecturing at college. When I first moved to LA, I'd been fortunate enough. I'd worked late hours and I put in the time, and I'd worked on my first feature film, which was Blade, and I did all the vampires turning to ash. And I then received an Emmy for our work at the Super Bowl. Bit by bit, like, everything was coming together, and all of these things were happening. I was speaking at events, I was putting out products, and for a lot of people, it looks really cool. You go to events and you're autographed to people and you're doing all this stuff, and it's so cool to look in on that. But secretly, while they're out having a life, you're there working late hours, you're letting your health decline and just constantly stressed and barely getting by. No one gets to hear about that. And when it does affect lives and when it does damage reputations and relationships, that's when it all can fall apart. I still remember working on God of War, and that one is still one of the most proudest projects I've ever worked on. It was one that I produced as well as supervised. I worked on set, doing all the visual effects for the project. We had very tight deadlines, and it was a lot to get through. That project for me, it was my personal hell. The amount of hours I was doing, I was starting to get back pain. Bit by bit, I kept ignoring it, and it got to a point where I should have been hospitalized months before that, and I decided to keep going through, and I wouldn't sleep for days. I would continue to work, but it got to a point where I didn't think I could ever work again, just because I couldn't sit at a desk anymore. I couldn't do anything anymore. And it made me realize, like, this is the stuff that a lot of us are going through. And when I started to tell other people about what I'd been experiencing, I realized that it's common. A lot of people, both physically as well as mentally, they burn out. And what do you do when you're working late hours? You're at a point where you're so stressed, you're losing your family, you're losing everything, you don't have savings, you don't have anything, you're getting by check to check. And at the very end of it all, when you burn out or when you lose your health, everything else goes with it. And as I get older, as I get further into my career now, I don't want to look back with no memories and thinking that all I had was my work and that's all I cared about. This has always been really critical to me, is realizing that there is that work-life balance. And if we're able to take a step back and think about, well, what I'm doing right now, is this aligning with where I want to be down the line? Is this aligning with what I want to do? We have our work, but what's the strategy? If you're just reactive, if you're just running around getting job after job, like, where does it end? And that's exactly when I discovered this whole other world for me. And it meant that I could actually change not only my life, but I could change other people's as well. Big news for everyone who's doing the Avengers course. This is a way to stand out. You've got to go out there, you've got to hustle, you've got to put in the time. Sharing all the assets, the Thanos character model. I taught some classes in the past where there were like 6-week courses, and I never, for me, felt like that was enough time to really help people. And I always had this idea of, I'd love to build a mentorship, and if I can help them in 6 weeks, what could I do if I had a year to actually help really make an impact in their lives?
Okay, so welcome to the FXTD mentorship.
At that point, like, all the training I'd ever done, like little DVDs and things like that, I think I'd made cumulatively over 10 years about $80,000. But when I put out this new course, I think there was a day that I made $23,000 in a single day, and then it quickly showed me, like, I'm stressed at work, I'm ready to puke my guts out, and meanwhile I just made like $20,000 without doing a single thing. And that made me think, like, well, what could I do if I actually put more time into this? I decided at that point I wanted to launch my mentorship, but at the same time, you know, I've been an artist my whole career, but I didn't really know about marketing, I didn't know about sales, I didn't know about capturing an email address or any of these things. So even though I feel like I'm a pretty technical savvy person, I was going to hire someone just to be able to do something that was outside of the spectrum. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars hiring developers to do something, and even then it's not quite right. And then unfortunately something breaks and I've got no idea how to fix it because they built it, and I feel completely disconnected and out of control. And that's when I discovered ClickFunnels, and it instantly made sense. I don't need to be a savvy designer to be able to make something that makes sense. But instead of it being a learning curve, it's just drag and drop and start putting things together. It takes minutes instead of hours to make, instead of getting bogged down with trying to figure it all out and having things break all the time. as artists, we have different tool sets. You know, whether it's a paintbrush or a pencil or a pen, we have the different ways that we work. It's the same thing with our business, that there are certain things that we rely on that not only allow me to get more done and get it done quicker, but on top of that, I know that it's stable and reliable. It's really critical to my business. So using ClickFunnels, it allowed me to not only do my launch, but host the courses, all the videos, the content, and get people to then be able to go through the whole platform in one ecosystem. So I loved it. It just became so intuitive, and it just allowed me to focus on what's more important, which is teaching others and being able to take care of my business.
Oh wow, what do you got there?
Something from ClickFunnels.
I just got a pretty cool package in the mail. It says, congratulations.
Infamous 2 Comma Club award.
You hear this all the time that like, oh, it's not about the money, it's about getting to give back or whatever it is. But for me, it was more money equal freedom. For the first time in my life, I wasn't chasing the next paycheck.
Anytime you do over $1 million in revenue, do $1 million in sales.
I'm not sure this is possible for average folk like me.
I remember being so stressed throughout most of my career where I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck, just trying to get by. And now I feel like I go all the time in the world, and it's more about filling it up with the things that I want to do, as well as more importantly, give back and help others with their careers as well. It sounds crazy, but like, to me, this is exactly what I've pictured and what I've always wanted. And I love getting to spend more time with my wife than I would be if I was working late hours and doing late nights all the time. And these days I get to see my students' names on the big screen. I get to enjoy seeing their achievements and their success from going through the course and the success they have in their career.
We've interviewed a couple producers. We interviewed Gabe from Legion Beats and Anno Domini, and they've kind of, right now, they're kind of pushing this new way of selling beats online through sales funnels. Do you know anything about that?
No idea.
No idea about sales funnel? Damn, yeah. So I mean, for you and the people that are, you know, short.
Somebody that is making a lot of great noise in this system that he has presented to music producers, and it's helping a lot of people move the needle, including myself.
Gabe is somebody who has absolutely crushed it when it comes to selling beats, and I know a lot of you guys out there are trying to get to that space.
They got a plaque because they made 1.2 million in the last year.
You, my friend, are a genius. Got the internet going nuts. It was an honor.
Have you ever heard of anyone making 1.2 in a year off of just YouTube?
Nope.
No.
And he actually has a practical way for every producer out there to actually do it. It's not getting lucky. It's not getting some major placements.
It's like combined together?
No, they both actually have their own.
Oh, they both made 7 figures?
Yeah, and the plaque is from ClickFunnels, which is a very reputable company, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Gabe has already won the game. He's doing what he loves.
That's why I was kind of like, damn.
He's feeling fulfilled.
This is the spirit of people we need to lead.
He's excited every day to do it.
I'm gonna have to eat them up then.
And he's generating a load of money doing it. I mean, all you need is those 4.
Music producing really is about, to me, is really about problem solving. It's really about listening to a song and being like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. But then saying, wait, what about that sounds amazing? And then really breaking it down. My name is Gabe. I am the founder of Legion Beats, and basically what we do is make music for artists.
Going and then throw some drums on there.
I think there's sort of this thing that almost all artists and musicians have, which is like, I want to do my art. And I don't want to do business or marketing. Like, it's this thing that sucks that I have to do.
That's closer.
But what's great about this new model where we actually can create this music and then we give the opportunity to multiple artists to use it.
Use Haley. Yes. Yeah.
How we can reach so many more people. We can reach so many more artists, so many more fans. Our music is now being played. Like right now, there's people playing our music all over the world. Building this type of business has made that possible. I always thought that my big break was going to come from the record label cutting me a big check. I realized eventually that this is really not going to actually turn into something that's sustainable. You kind of assume, or I used to assume, that, hey, if you've worked with some big artist that's a household name, then you're on, you made it. But the reality is, even if you've gotten a couple of those places, you've worked with some of those people, you might only have made a little bit of money once and that's it. And now you're kind of waiting for the next one. 10 plus years of playing that game, and I was feeling stuck. Like I was, approaching 30 years old. I was still living at my dad's house, couldn't afford to move out. Like I hated talking about what I was doing with music, where, I talked to like friends or family or whatever, and it felt like they would see me as somebody who's chasing this pipe dream or like the starving artist or something like that. And so I just didn't feel like that respect. I didn't respect myself, honestly, at that point. Lying on my bed in my room at my dad's house, just like feeling that anxiety. You get like the, like somebody's pressing down on your chest. Like at that point, it was like, I gotta give up. Like I gotta do something else. I gotta get a real job. I gotta, figure something out. Luckily, something made me think, okay, let me try shifting from this sort of industry game to actually selling beats online. And it was something I'd never done before, and certainly wasn't the first person to do it. I mean, people have been doing this for a long time. There's literally hundreds of thousands of producers doing it, but it just hadn't been something I'd tried yet. And so I was like, all right, this is sort of like my last ditch effort before it's time to call it quits. And kind of went into looking at, okay, well, what are other producers who are selling beats online doing? And what it was mostly trying to grow a following on Instagram or YouTube, and then direct all of those potential customers to sort of a traditional website or beat store. And so I tried that. At first it was like, cool, I got a couple sales. I was like, all right, this is better than, chasing after artists and A&Rs and whatever. And it felt like I had a little more ownership, but it still wasn't going to pay the bills. It still wasn't going to get me out of my dad's house. I kind of looked at what every other producer was doing. I started geeking out on it a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe I can learn a little marketing tip or trick or something that'll get me a couple more sales. At this point, I had never considered myself an entrepreneur, never thought of myself as a marketer, didn't even really think of myself as a business owner. And eventually I was scrolling through Facebook, and I happened to notice that a producer had posted a link, and it was to a page, and I didn't understand what I was looking at or what it was, but what it was he was actually using funnels to sell beats. First time I'd ever seen it. He was using funnels. I clicked on one of his links and I was like, oh, it's anodomini.clickfunnels.com. I was like, I wonder what ClickFunnels is. And from there, completely changed my life. So for the first time in my life, I applied some of that creativity and passion that I'd once only put into my music, and I started putting into my marketing as well. Using sales funnels, order form bumps, upsells, focusing on growing my list. Actually craft a process and really create a journey and an experience for my customer. Creating a true offer instead of trying to sell a commodity like basically everybody else in my niche was doing. They're gonna see this page first, they're gonna see this page next, and I'm gonna build rapport with them. Okay, instead of selling a commodity like a single beat lease, let me package them together and let me create like a beat pack. It's this whole bundle of products and services, this concept of a true offer. And because I was doing those things, pretty quickly in a couple years, I was able to climb to basically the top of my industry.
I'm not hearing nothing in the can. Yeah, check. I hear the beat now. A little bit of me. Turn me out. Gabe, set me up. So the company's talking about, he got some beats for me, so I'm gonna come through and bless him with a little bit of what I do.
Watch how I do it, I'm changing the game.
No time for no rest, got a legion to train. Schillinger, something like Dillinger. Got a whole squad and I'm raising the building up. Loving the feeling of innovation. Gotta keep moving, can't be complacent. Success and fulfillment are both adjacent. Close and I feel it, my heart is racing. Got it from Russell and made it my own. Stepped on the field and I made it my home. Many money in the circle is growing. Now I pull up and I speak at the forum.
The music industry has evolved so much in the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's something that's really changing constantly. And I think for a lot of people in music, the feeling is that the good old days are done. You know, it's dead or whatever. And what's really interesting is, in my opinion, this is the best time in history to be a musician, like hands down. The opportunities that I have, the things that I've been able to do, I wouldn't have been able to do 10 years ago, probably even 5 years ago. We are so lucky to be alive at this time because of the opportunities of technology, because of the way things have evolved, because the power has shifted. We can put out our own music. We can create these sustainable, profitable businesses ourselves. The breakthrough that I was looking for came in a completely different format than I thought. I thought that breakthrough was gonna be getting a big check from the label or getting some big placement, working with a record label. And what it ended up being was learning about this whole world of entrepreneurship. You know, we've been able to build this studio. We've got a business that not only am I making a great living from, but we've got a whole team of people actually all over the world that are making a living doing this. Career in music is really tough. It's something that's certainly not guaranteed. I mean, it's just like starting a business where it's something that a lot of people try to do and some people have a lot of success at it and a lot of people don't. If I could like go back and let myself know, hey, that breakthrough that you're looking through, it could be just around the corner.
I remember the first time I decided I wanted to work out. I was walking with my mother. She used to walk me to school at like 5 a.m. because she had to catch the bus to go work downtown Chicago. And one day, me and her walking, and we see this guy was coming towards us, right? And you know, he was wearing a big hood and a big jacket, which is normal. We didn't think any of it. Until he pulled out a gun. Man, he put it in my mom's face. You know, it's like, yo, give me the purse. She just froze. Then he put the gun in my face. He said, give me the purse. And she gave him the purse. And I don't remember a lot after that, but I do remember the feeling. It's like, yo, I don't want nothing like that to happen to my mom. I was real concerned about being strong from that point on. It wasn't for looks. It wasn't for health. I wanted to be able to defend myself. But it became so much more than that when I saw how it changed my personality. It changed. I feel like I had more confidence. I just saw everything change just from working out. It was like the spark. And then I started helping other people at that point. I saw how it changed them. And what I noticed is they start to think, man, what else can I accomplish? And then they start setting bigger goals in other areas of their lives. And I fell in love with that feeling of helping people. I kind of knew I was going to do that in some capacity for the rest of my life.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. I want to welcome to the stage, and I want to get a loud round of applause for Brandon Carter.
Let me ask you, I don't want to make no assumptions. Why are you here today?
Being in the game for, I won't age myself, but a long time. Mm-hmm. The online training situation appeals to me, and I'm in the process of doing some other things that I think I could integrate it with as well.
Okay, cool.
Well, you're good at what you do, so I'm like, I want to be.
I didn't want to cut off that compliment. What about you?
For me, I like the idea of making money online.
I like that idea too. What about you, homie?
I want to be able to help more people, but I'm stuck at the gym all day long.
Yeah, you are.
And I can only see 8 people, so I want to take that online and see who I can help around the world.
I don't know what it's like in Canada. Probably similar, but in America, they just say, hey man, you just gotta work hard. Work hard, work hard. Like, how many of you guys work hard? How many of you guys work hard? Come on, man. All right, now, how many of you guys are financially free? Maybe working hard ain't the only thing. I was a personal trainer in college, and even after I got out of school, I was a trainer. You know, I was waking up at 4, training people in the morning. I was working like 12, 14-hour days, 7 days a week. I was at the point of like giving up, and I just knew there had to be a better way. And so I thought, okay, I can just get personal clients. I'll leave the gym. The problem is that, you know, sometimes do clients ever cancel you guys? Who's ever had a client cancel on them? Yeah? As a personal trainer, you only make money for the time you're training. In fact, you're literally selling hours of personal training, so you're getting paid by the hour. And there's only so many hours in each day. It puts a limit on the kind of money you can make, but maybe more importantly, it puts a limit on how many people you can help. How many of you guys like want to go online, but you're not sure the steps to take? Yeah? Yeah, because that's where I was. I had to stop thinking like a trainer and start thinking like a businessman. So I figured I needed to go online some kind of way. I started reading books. I started going to events, and I got some mentors. I tried to come out with little courses.
Yo, what up, what up? It's the man, Big Brandon Carter. I'm about to get into this quick 10-minute fat burning abdominal workout.
And I took every course I could. It was a huge learning curve, because how do you market it? How do you sell it? What price point do you sell it for? And then how do you train people online? I knew there had to be a way. I knew it wasn't like a barber, right? I can't give them an online haircut. And I actually figured out how to get people better results with a simple, I'm telling you, man, 25 clients paying you $80 a week for 52 weeks is $104,000 a year. Once you get that, man, that's gonna give you the what? That's gonna give you the freedom. Once I cracked that code, it gave me the freedom to like quit all my other jobs, quit training people in person, and then start building my other businesses. I had the time, the income, and the freedom to like do some other things. So that's when we built out our supplement line. That's when we got into like selling some apparel. Fast forward today, now I have 15 employees. We have a big penthouse office in Manhattan. I just started the meal prep company. Customers all around the world. And we were able to like keep building, but it all started with online training. And now trainers come to me like, yo, how do you do it? How you do it? Because they see the lifestyle that I have, and they see that I do what I love for a living, and I came from like nothing. That's one of the reasons we put these events together, because now I know how to do it, and I've helped like a lot of other entrepreneurs do it. And I'll tell them, yo, we gotta start with online training. You gotta start with online training, and you need that simple funnel. So how do you get those people? How many of you guys want to build a website? I've been trying to build a website. How long have you been trying to build your website? 6 months. What about you?
A year.
A year. Who else is trying to build a website?
3 months.
3 months. What about you?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. All right. You guys spending almost a year trying to build a website. My students get the website up in an hour, right? But it's not just a website. It's a funnel. It's different. That's different than a random website. This site is designed to do one thing: make sales. That's it. It's a funnel. And instead of 6 months or a year, it's 1 hour. I have all different kinds of funnels, but what works best for personal trainers, not trying to sell them online. There is a lot of competition in this industry, right? You want to do everything you can to give yourself the best opportunity to succeed. If you're just trying to sell online training just from a website, I've never seen that work in practice. You want to have a funnel to get leads, but also to book calls. And the simple appointment funnel is where you need to start, because you have to start with online training. It's the quickest path to success. They come to you. If you like what you see on the application, if they fit the kind of person you want to work with and you feel like you can help them, then you invite them for a 10-minute call. So it's the same kind of sales call you would do in person. Now you're doing it on the phone.
All right, man. Yo, congratulations on joining the program, man. Oh, man, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm really excited to work with you. So here's the thing.
It's really just taking the whole process of prospecting that you would do in the gym and sales that you would do in the gym and taking that online.
So why don't you tell me about exactly what you're trying to accomplish? We were having this conversation 1 year.
And it starts with the funnel. So the first funnel you need as an online trainer is one to get leads and book appointments, right? And I give all my students a ClickFunnels template, right? I have it, it's worked, it's proven. Here's the template, plug it in, change everything, and you're ready to go. You can be ready to go today. You can help more people, charge them less, and make more money. Man, now you're making as much as a doctor. So now I train personal trainers on how to do this, and that's kind of like been my focus, because the beauty is, instead of me just changing other people's lives physically, now I'm building an army of people who are doing that. So now it's like it's almost like a bigger mission. It's kind of like this thing where it's like all these people are going out changing other people's lives, and those people's lives being changed is going to change their families' lives. Now that those people's kids are going to grow up in better environments and become more successful as a result. You know, I really feel like what we're doing by helping trainers do what I did, because I know how many people I've helped. People always ask me like what I wanted to be when I grow up, and I would say personal trainer, because you couldn't do this. Imagine YouTube didn't exist, Facebook didn't exist. There was certainly no ClickFunnels or nothing like it. You couldn't do it. But now it's like I have a hard time trying to figure out what you can't do.
It was like I wasn't breathing right. It was like all the colors faded out of everything, and it got to the point where I was driving over 100 miles per hour, just hoping my little Honda would spin out of control and that'd be it. I'd be out of the pain, because I could not stop the pain. When I didn't think things could get any worse, I get this middle of the night phone call from my brother telling me that our dad had passed away. Every day when I woke up, it would be the first thing I'd remember. I blamed myself. I knew his health was poorly. I didn't say anything to anybody because I myself wasn't doing very well. So I didn't think I was in a good place to tell anybody. I came across this article where all these people who had way bigger tragedies than I experienced, what did they do? And that was keeping a gratitude journal. So I whipped out my notebook right then and there, and I just wrote, I got to see my dad before he died. My last words to him were, I love you. My mom's gonna be okay. And I just kept writing, and I thought, well, I gotta keep doing this. If I don't do this, I'm gonna give up, like I gave up on everything else. 2 months into it, I realized my life had turned around, but I'm sure it turned around way before that. It just took a long time for me to realize it, to wake up from the fog that I was in. And I thought, well, what was the magic bullet that I did? And I thought it was a pill or a diet or something, or a book I read, and then I realized it was that journal. So I wanted everybody to start a gratitude journal, and that's when I decided to make the gratitude app. I'm the first woman to launch an iPhone app. At first, I was trying to juggle this side hustle while working at NASA. And when my kids came into my life, and we worked really hard to get those kids in our life, I wanted to be able to raise them. I didn't want to outsource motherhood to an agency called daycare. I just got up before work about 4:30 in the morning and took the development tools and the design tools and tried to figure them all out. And then by chance, I found this developer in India who helped me develop it, and I figured out the design piece, and we got it out there. Because I was the only woman at the time, it grabbed the media's attention. Magazines would pick up on it, Oprah, New York Times, USA Today, and newspapers and radio programs. All these big publications found it. All of a sudden my phone was blowing up and people were asking me to interview, and I had no idea how to interview.
Carla White, one of our tech experts, she is the CEO of Gratitude Labs, back with us this morning. How are you?
Good morning, Carly.
It's so good.
Other people who wanted to make apps were calling me up or emailing me, asking me for help, and it just eventually started to grow and grow and grow to the point where I was making more with my app business than I was at NASA. So I wrote a book called Idea to iPhone. And a woman in Colorado had gotten that book, and she contacted me saying this would be a really good lead magnet for a funnel. But I have no idea what a lead magnet or a funnel is. So I went to Funnel Hacking Live about 2 months later, still didn't know what a funnel or a lead magnet was. Doors flung open, and I said to myself, whoever I see next is gonna completely change my life. And I was blown away because for most of my tech life, I was just in that app world. Then I was exposed to this whole other world where you resell to customers, you take them on a journey, you like get them together in a live event. When people download my app, I get their email address. So I had this database of like 100,000 emails. So I thought, oh, there's all these things I can be doing with this tribe of people. ClickFunnels has allowed me to understand what people are wanting right now, what they need in their lives, and how to deliver it to them, and how to take them on a journey where you're truly impacting their life. So before, what I understood was I sell them an app and good luck, and please don't contact me again. And now my app, that's just the start of the journey. You get my app, you're gonna hear from me, I'm gonna introduce myself to you, you're gonna hear about my story, I'm gonna invite you on a journey together. Hey, write to me, I do wanna hear from you. And it's helped me find my voice, it's helped me make even more of an impact with the people that I wanted to touch already. And it's taught me how to create products, things that people really truly want in their lives and what the world really needs right now. You're cold? Oh, no. Gentle. It's a microphone. Can you sing in it? Can you sing, I want to build a snowman? No.
What have the other spouses said?
When I first started writing in my journal, I really wasn't sure if I was doing it right. I'd write the same thing over again. I woke up, I showered, I had something good to eat, and it was pretty boring stuff. It wasn't anything riveting. I remember that girl. I remember her being pretty scared and hurt. I remember her really well. When I look at the photos, completely different face in those photos. A couple months into it, things were changing. It wasn't, I just woke up, I just showered. I had 5 minutes with my kids. I had a good meal. I woke up today. You know, I got so many friends that aren't gonna wake up next summer, you know? I get today, I get tomorrow. And I always tell myself, like, you don't know how to feel full if you've never felt hungry. You don't know how to feel healthy if you never felt sick. Like, you don't know the contrast unless you felt these things. So I would not know how blessed I am right now if I hadn't had these hardships. I mean, I lived out of my car for part of my life. I mean, I had to eat leftover food from somebody else's plate. It's a shame that we are conditioned to think that we don't have this in our lives. We have so much. We all do.
Funnel Hackers! Put your hands together, make some noise for our latest round of Smackdown with Allison Prince!
Hi! Welcome back! Alright, show of hands, how many of you had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch? I know I was drooling. Just a simple peanut butter and jelly. And all the different ways that you are going to create it. Not gonna lie, there was a few that I was like, ugh, I don't know about that one. Anyway, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're gonna kick off this afternoon with a story about Puerto Rico. So I've lived in Puerto Rico for almost 3 years now. And when I got to Puerto Rico, It was super eye-opening for me. I've learned that driving is just a little bit different. If you've ever been to Puerto Rico, maybe you understand this. So I'm driving down the freeway, sitting in the passenger seat. My husband's driving, and I'm watching a car get off the freeway and then say, uh-oh, wrong way, back down the freeway, and then get going again. And I was like, oh, it was all hands on deck at this point. And so I've had to learn a lot about the driving in Puerto Rico and how they do it. And one time I was driving this time, and I come up to a red left-hand turn, and there's probably 10 cars in front of me, and I'm just waiting for the red light to turn green, and it's not turning. It's stuck at the red light. And we probably go through 3 cycles, and I'm like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I've got to move. So I get out of the lane, and go around, I go straight, and then I have to find a place where I can do a U-turn and come back and then turn right. I'm going to Costco. And as I'm turning right, I'm watching that whole lane, all those cars still sit there. And I'm like, huh, that's super fascinating. And then, of course, a business analogy pops into my head, and I'm like, most of us are just sitting at a red light, waiting for a boss to give us a raise, waiting for a boss to give us a promotion, waiting for someone to say, yeah, it's your turn, go ahead. When that's not how it works. We need to be able to get out of that lane, right, that's red, that's stop, and make our own path. Was a little bit more inconvenient to go around. Yeah. But did I get to my destination faster? I sure did. So we have to be willing to get out of the line that's stuck. The line that doesn't take us anywhere. So if you're willing to get out of that line, if you're willing to get a little uncomfortable, find this new path, let me know in the comments. And then also if you're coming to Puerto Rico, I want to know. I'll give you some more driving tips if you come down. Look at all these coming. Any speeders here? Yep. Love it. Good. Okay, so what we're going to do is today, or this next session, it's one of my favorite ones. And the reason why is because I talked to you earlier about May selling t-shirts, right? What everybody thinks is the most saturated product ever. And she was selling them for top of the market, around $40. And then I'm noticing other people sell t-shirts for $10, and they're having a hard time selling them. And a lot of times they're giving them away for free. And then they're frustrated that they're not making any money. So what's the difference between May selling a t-shirt? The same thing. Why is she getting such different results? And we're going to talk about that today. Okay? And I'm hoping this is going to help open your mind to help you to do this as well. Because guess what? I don't want you to be the low price leader, friends. No, Walmart has already claimed that. I want you to be charging a price to where you actually get to put money in your pocket, right? That's how we change the world and live the life of abundance to give. You've got to be making money. And then after that, I'll give you a whole bunch of examples on other people that are doing it just to put you in that whole new mindset frame. Okay, so I want to talk to you, remember the framework that Russell was talking about? I need to tell you the frustrating part first before we go into the framework part. Okay, so I actually learned this from a good friend named Brian Bowman. You'll hear about him later on today. But one thing that Brian was telling me the story about how he graduated and went to college and needed a job. So he became a car salesman, used car salesman. And there was a guy on the parking lot that was selling double to triple from everybody else, month after month after month, consistently. And he was trying to figure out, what is John doing to be able to make these sales? And as he was watching these families come in, or these single people come in, he noticed John was doing something so different than everybody else. Everybody else would greet the people and say, hey, look at this car. Look at the horsepower. Look at the motor size. Look at the specs. Look at the price. Look at the features. All the little details of the actual car. John didn't do that. In fact, John knew the least about cars. He didn't know very much about cars. But what he did is he listened to what the people needed. So if a mom came with a bunch of little kids, he'd say, hey, you know what? Why don't you look at this car? Are you ever worried about your kid like slamming the car door and your toddler's fingers are still there? This has motion sensors to protect your child's fingers. Or you have toddler, you so know this one. They get out of the car and they fling open the car door and it dents the car next to him. Ugh, right? Such a pain. You gotta fix the cars. But look, this door slides backwards. There's no way that that's gonna happen. When we learn to sell differently, we don't sell the specs. When we learn to sell the problem and the vision, it's a new game. That's where we get to step into this whole new blue ocean, a place where other people don't go. Like, go look around online. Most of the people online are selling the specs. They're selling the details. And we can jump way ahead of them and get farther into the game. So, May, what did she sell? It's a t-shirt, right? What was the vision on this? So when she launched this shirt, the world was in a dark place, a very mean place. And she saw people who wanted to be nice, but they were afraid. They were afraid to stand up. And she said, you know what? I'm going to create a t-shirt. Like, we can be crusaders of the Be Kind movement and get people to start standing up for goodness. But I know you're kind of scared to do it. I mean, you get on social media and it's kind of scary out there. So here's the deal. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a shirt. And you know how Clark Kent can't save the world as Clark Kent? He has to put on his cape, and then he transforms into Superman, and he becomes magical. He saves the entire world. She said, I'm going to create a cape for you. So you can put this shirt on, knowing that you've got this armor, you've got this cape, you've transformed into someone that's so strong and can spread kindness and goodness into the world. And she sold out. She had to keep raising her prices because she kept selling out. Her message was so clear about what she was doing, and people loved it. It wasn't a race to the bottom. It never is. It's never a race to the bottom. We want to provide the most value to be able to change our customers' lives. And they were changed. It was pretty cool to see. Okay, so this is the second part of the framework. We had trending products first, right? And we saw the trends. We don't see products, we see trends. And then now we're going to talk about creating that clear vision. How do we do that? How do we take a block of wood, something so plain and boring, and how do we create a vision around that? And guess what? If you're not creative, I got cheats for you. You don't have to be creative. Okay, and then the second part is we're going to go into, I saw a lot of you saying, well, where do you get products from? Where do you get these trending products from? I'm going to show you a couple places. Some of you are like, great, I can get them overseas. And some of you are like, no, I want them locally. I'll show you both places. You can get product from all over the place, okay? You do you, wherever you want to get them from, okay? All right, so another reason why we have to learn this is because the world changes. We've seen that really, really clearly, right? And if we start thinking in, of course, a trending product, and then we start thinking in vision, we have this clear vision, we're able to mold our product depending on what is going on in the world. So I've got this friend, and he was selling protein powder pre-2022. He was selling the Get Stronger, I don't know, whatever protein powder does, right? Like, get better, get ripped, get your protein and all that kind of stuff. And he was doing really well. And then we all know what happens. The world shuts down. He's afraid he's going to lose his business. He's contemplating, what am I going to do with my employees? What am I going to do with this protein that I've already bought? Am I going to have to take out bankruptcy? And then he starts listening to the news, and they're talking about a shortage of chickens, a shortage of beef, pigs. And he's like, wait, what if I take my vision, instead of building muscles, what if I go out there and sell it as a shelf-stable protein that can last a couple years? So he pulled up his email list, and he's like, hey, we're hearing these things might be on the horizon. Let's protect ourselves. Stock up on this protein powder because we all need protein. And guess what happened? He sold out. In fact, it was his biggest sales period ever because he switched the vision. He learned how to see in vision versus learning how to see in product, right? When we get in there and we start looking at things differently, we stand out so far apart, okay? We start selling the vision instead of selling a product. All right, let's go to those blocks of wood. I could feel you all rolling your eyes at me when I said I sold something so stupid as a block of wood. I get it. It's a dumb it's a dumb product, but it worked and it changed my life. So I love blocks of wood. Okay, so this is where we're going to create a frame around a vision around it. If I were to come and I'm saying, hey, Tracy, Dan, Julie, Abby, do you want to buy this block of wood? It's about 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. It's sanded, won't give you any slivers. Nobody's going to buy that, right? And so what I did is I created a vision around it, and I'm like, Mother's Day. Mother's Day is coming up. I mean, moms are so hard to buy for. They've got everything that they need. And then the products that you get them probably end up in the back of the closet within a couple weeks, right? What do you get for Mother's Day? So imagine this. Imagine you sitting down with your kids and you're gluing their sweet little faces on the front of these blocks. And then you bundle up all the blocks with the grandkids and everybody. And you tie this big bow around it. And then you go deliver it to mom or grandma for Mother's Day. She's going to keep that thing on her mantle for years to come, right? People loved it. People loved it. I sold the vision. Okay, here's another way that I did it. So this was a set of 4, because if it works, you sell it again, right? Like the block sold the first time. Well, let's do it again and do it again and do it again. I just kept showing them different visions. This was closer to Christmas, and I'm like, imagine chubby little fingers counting down in anticipation for Christmas, for the excitement of Santa Claus coming, their eyes lighting up, and the thrill of Christmas morning to come. I didn't sell these blocks completed. I'm not going to sit around and craft. That just takes too long. What I did was I delivered the blocks of wood, but I sold the vision. Is this making sense? Let me know in the comments if this is making sense, okay? Now, some of you are like, but Allison, I'm not that creative. You don't have to be friends. There's a secret tool out there. Everyone has access to it, and I actually think most of you have heard of it before. And I reference this very, very often because it sure does help. Even if you are creative, it helps you get through creative blocks or a place to start, right? Pinterest. I'm so grateful that the universe, if you don't believe in God, the universe delivered Pinterest to us. I have so much gratitude because I can go and I have an idea for a product. I'm like, okay, this is a trending product. What's the vision of it? What's the vision of it? I had one of my students, I love this story so much. She's like, I don't have anything I can sell. And I'm like, just try something around your house. So she comes back to me with dryer lint. She's like, I've got dryer lint. I said, okay, go find something on Pinterest. She came back and she's like, I can take my dryer lint and turn it into fire starters? She was just like, her mind was blown. She never even thought about it, right? Literal trash into fire starters. I love, and I would buy some because I can't start a fire, right? It's so good. Okay, now God, the universe also gave us Pinterest. We can go be inspired by all these things, but they also do not want us to still. So don't go over there and steal pictures. Don't go download. Load them up to your site. Not cool, guys. Okay? We don't do that. We don't play that game. Pinterest is there to inspire us, to give us ideas, to help us to see a bigger vision of the things that we want to sell. So here's an example right here of the blocks of wood. So when I'm behind the shed, and I'm thinking of things to do or products to sell because I don't have any money, and I see these blocks of wood, I hop onto Pinterest, and I'm like, oh, look at all these magical things. I can do countdowns. I can do that Mother's Day gift. I can do Let It Snow. I can do the love. I can put, there's a pregnant belly on here with a kid's name on it. So many different things that you can do with a block of wood, things that I never would have thought of. And I was able to take that, write it in the description, and give other people the vision of the many things they can do with it. I actually still have I have some people reach out to me. I asked the other day in my Facebook group, I said, anybody have any old products from me? And someone's like, yeah, I got the blocks of wood. I was sold on the vision, but I never got the craft done. I loved it. Almost a decade later, they still have the product. Okay, the very, very first product that I sold, vinyl. Remember that sheet of vinyl? I couldn't even cut it down into pieces. It's like this black sticky paper, right? If I said, hey, Amanda, Kim, go buy this black sticky paper, nobody's going to buy it. But if I'm like, you ever have a last minute gift and you need it to be a little bit special and you don't have time to ship it in or have someone create it, get this vinyl, cut it out with your little machine and put it on a mug, put it on a frame from the dollar store, and you're going to have a very unique gift to give. That was my first $200 to $300. It was awesome. It felt so good. And I didn't have to take the time to create all these things. All I did was show them. The vision. Okay, so this is what we're going to actually do together. We're going to start creating some visions together about your product. And you're actually really good at this. Maybe you're thinking, I have a pen, Allison. How do I do this? Okay, I want you to think about you going to Disneyland or your favorite place to eat. You come home and you're telling your friend, let's go to the favorite place to eat. You're not like, I had chicken, I had a drink, and some potatoes, right? That's not exciting, right? That's the product, right? But if you're like, oh, I went to Chick-fil-A and I walk in and they're greeting me there and I get through the line really quick and I order and I sit down, oh, the smells and the taste of those crunchy waffle fries. They were so good. And then I drank that liquid gold of lemonade and I was out. And I think they hear the sound of like when it gets to the bottom, right? That you're out. And they rushed over and they grabbed my drink and they went and filled it up and brought me a new one. I didn't have to leave my seat. And I had a huge glass of Chick-fil-A lemonade refilled. And then I was about to go and the lady walks up to me and she puts mints on my table. That was so cool. I love Chick-fil-A. I love the memories that they have. You've got to come with me next time and experience it, but know that I get all the mints, right? Such a different thing. And there's so many e-commerce businesses out there right now that are just selling the chicken, the potato, and the drink. And I'm like, nah, go for the vision. Go for the feelings. That's where sales come in. Okay, so we're going to do this together. I want you to take out a piece of paper, and I want you to draw a V on it. V for vision, okay? Everybody draw a V for vision. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go back to either the trending products, okay? Think about some of the trends. Maybe you're like, you know what, I did like the polka dots and the cupcake liners. I'm going to put them together. Or I do like the planner. You're an expert. And you're like, you know what, I don't have time to write a book yet, but I can hurry and create a planner. And do a free plus shipping offer, okay, something physical, or the CEO hat. Let's not steal ideas, guys, okay? So maybe don't say CEO, maybe boss, or what, something different for your target audience, right? Write that at the bottom, okay? Maybe it's something in front of you. I'm going to do something really extremely boring, a pen, okay? I'm going to show you how to do the vision of a pen. All right, you got it written down? You good with that? Okay, then we're going to do something fancy here. Get ready for it. It's a wild ride. We're going to turn that paper. Okay, so turn that paper clockwise. All right, this is where the math teacher geek starts to come out in me. Do you see how this is a greater than sign? I know, remember, okay, go back to junior high when your math teacher was starting talking about greater than. You're like, wait, is that greater than or is that less than? And they taught you that the greater than is the alligator, and they're chomping down, and they want more, right? They're going for the greater. That's how I taught it when I was teaching math. It was the greater than sign, right? So we look at the pen, and do you see where the point is? That's small. But when we open it up and we can show the vision, we got a whole bunch more opportunity to sell this product. Okay, so let's think about this, a pen, a simple pen. You can get them everywhere, right? Walmart, Albertsons, Ralph's, wherever, okay? But think about this. I don't think of it as just a pen. I think about the person that sold J.K. Rowling's The Instrument that helped her to get these thoughts here in her head to flow down her arm and onto a piece of paper. And that changed our lives forever. We have Harry Potter World. My sons got so obsessed with Harry Potter, they must have read it 15 times. And it was so fun to see them light up with excitement. I'm so grateful the person who provided that pen to J.K. Rowling's. You should see Russell's pens. He does his stuff on napkins in the back, or a white pad of paper. I'm so grateful for the person that gave him the pen to be able to help us improve, right? Russell just does stick figures. I love it. I love it. This is where the vision comes in. And let's see. Ted, can you scroll down just a little bit on those words? Okay, thank you. Okay, so then someone came to me as I was explaining pens one time, and they're like, Allison, sure, it's a pen. Prove it to us. They're so saturated. You're really going to take a pen and you're going to go sell it? And I said, yeah, I'm going to do that. And so I took a pen and I went and I sold it. And we sold over 3,000 pens, and we had this limited time. I think it was like 24 hours. We sold over 3,000 pens, friends. It was a pen. They just write down stuff, right? And then what was so interesting, so interesting, is that someone knocked me off. And I was watching it. And I was watching to see what they were doing. They sold the product. They sold like 3 or 4. I sold 3,000. They sold a pen and nothing moved. I sold the vision and we sold out. I talked about how when you draw the gold, it flows through your soul and out your arm and down to that paper, and it comes without blotching, and so you get this clear, like butter writing. I talked about how sometimes you go up and you scratch something out, and then you got this gross ink blob all over your hand. It doesn't do that. There's no leaking, there's no blobbage, and it just flows out of your soul. Do you see how when we sell products, they don't go anywhere? But when we sell the vision, J.K. Rowling's, Russell Brunson's stick figures, right? We can change the world. We can change our customers' lives. Okay, so, all right, so some of the questions that we're going to do, I want you to do this together right now, let's see, I want you to start thinking, what does the product actually do? Not what is the product, what does it actually do? How does that product solve your customer's problem, not yours? Have you ever seen a post on Facebook Marketplace or something that says, hey, will you buy my earrings because I really want to go buy Chick-fil-A today? And you're like, wait, what? No, they don't. Your customers actually don't care about you yet, right? But once you solve their problem, then they begin to care about you. We need to, whatever our product is, talk about the vision, how it can solve their problem. The earrings, maybe you could have said, or maybe that person could have said, I got these pair of earrings. When I put them on, and I think about when I was postpartum, and I had little kids, and I wore sweats all the time because none of my clothes fit. But I remember putting in a pair of earrings. And it took me from the frumpy postpartum mom to feeling a little bit more of myself, right? That little flair of who I am. People buy earrings based on, or the products based on how they feel. And then the universe rewards you because you solved their problem. You just didn't give them stuff, you solved their problem. You made that postpartum mom feel like a rock star. You made the entrepreneur get that thought that was going to change their customers' lives forever out of their head and onto a napkin or a piece of paper that eventually got online and went viral all over the world. Do you see how we cannot sell a product? No more. We sell the vision. We sell the vision. Okay, so remember I was talking about pillowcases earlier? How did I sell pillowcases? I didn't sell 1,000 thread count or soft or squishy, whatever it is, right? I actually sold pillow fights on this one. So my son, you got kids, you guys know, they get a device, right? And it's just like, there's nothing breaking them, that trance from that device. And I was getting a little annoyed with it. So I walk upstairs and I grab his pillow off his bed. I come downstairs and I whomp him up the backside. It was very friendly. It was very friendly. But I whomp him and it broke his trance of looking at that device. And he looks over at me. He's like, Mom, bring it on. And he runs up the stairs, grabs my pillowcase, comes downstairs, and we just start whomping on each other. I mean, I got hair static all over the place. My cheeks are so tired from laughing. His cheeks are so tired from laughing. And it was such a fun memory. I did not sell pillowcases. I sold memories. I sold a connection. I sold breaking the trance. That's what I sold. And that's how we were able to grow that to well beyond the 2 Comma Club award. And then we ended up selling it. We got top dollar for it, and it closed in like 3 weeks because the buyers were so excited about the vision. And they could take it to the next thing and the next thing. And then there was another promotion that we did that talked about how you're trying to find gifts for people. Sometimes finding gifts is really hard for people. And so we went out there and we said, this is the best gift for anybody that sleeps. Everybody sleeps, right? So it was an easy gift to give. We sold lots and lots and lots of pillowcases. All right. Okay, so here's the pillowcase. I got the pillowcase in the bottom right. Here's my greater than sign, the vision. And then I've got the all the things we can think about at the top, right? Breaking the trance, memories with your kids. Okay, and then, do you guys see that? Totally a funnel. It's totally what Russell teaches us, right? We build the funnel so that we can get our message to so many more people out there. I love it. I love it. I know, right? It's so fun. It's so fun when we can think in a different way. We can break that trance. What Russell was talking about earlier, what Dean Graziosi said about that tractor that was going back and forth on the same path, and the ruts were so deep it couldn't turn. They had to put planks in there to get the tractor to actually turn. I want you to turn. Your V, your vision, your greater than sign. The funnel. It's the thing that helps you to turn, to learn, and to do something new. So fun. So fun. Okay, so here's a couple. I'm going to show you a couple more products because I think it's so, like we hear these things, we see these things, but you want more examples, right? Something simple. Here is a slap bracelet. This is from a good friend, and I think she used the money to pay off her car as well, or maybe it was her minivan. You guys, minivan. That's a cool thing. That's a cool thing, right? So what she did is she sold slap bracelets. How many of you had slap bracelets in junior high? Elementary? I see some hands up. If you guys didn't, you just need to go get one. They're the coolest thing. Okay, I'm selling the vision before I can actually sell the product or tell you what the product is. Okay, so in junior high, I remember I'd get a whole bunch of different colors, and I would slap them all the way up my arm, right? And then I'd walk around like this because I couldn't bend my arm, but man, was that fun. And so when Shilly came out with these, she could have said, you know what? I've got these slap bracelets. They're super fun. They're cute. They're sparkly, right? She didn't come out and say that. She said, parents, your kids are home. Do you need a sanity saver? Do you need something to keep your kid busy for hours? Look at these slap bracelets. Hours of fun and slapping. How many hours did you play with them? I played with them forever, right? She sold sanity savers for parents. She delivered the slap bracelet. Okay. Oh, there's our little V right there. Okay. The closer to the product that we sell, the less that we make, right? The more we open it up, the more that we sell. When we look for the vision and we start solving our customers' problems, this is where the magic happens. This is the secret to selling. We solve our customers' problems, right? Puts us in a whole blue ocean. There's no competition out there. We sell our own stories. We were given our dreams and our visions. We get on Pinterest. There's things that we're attracted to for a reason. Because your customer needs you and is going to understand you and relate to your story. Other people are going to get on and sell pillowcases and it's going to do the same thing, but they've got a whole new story, right? My husband would sell pillowcases 100% different than I would. And he would still sell a ton, right? Because people are attracted to him and what he does and his story. Even if you don't want to be the face of your company, that pillows company, my face was not on it anywhere. I actually signed all the emails with my middle name because I was trying to prove a point that you don't have to be the face of your company in e-commerce if you don't want to. And we did it. We did it. It was awesome. It was awesome. Okay. All right. So the journal. Actually, I have one right here. So this is the one we decided to go with a gold spiral. This is the last year version right here. There's no gold spiral. That's why I love the looking for trends, right? I want to see what's selling and what's doing the best at this point. So I have this journal and I go over to Amazon. I'm looking on Amazon last night and I just type in journal. There were 80,000 results for a journal. I think if I would have thought that through, it might have held me back in the beginning, right? But because I know the secrets of selling the vision and adding a piece of expert to it, right? The physical plus the expert, I knew there was no competition. So I go out there with this journal and I'm like, hey, here's a journal. If this is what I did, here's a journal. It's cute. It's blue. It's got this little elastic thingy right here so you don't lose your place, right? It fits in your purse. I'm not going to sell any. I bet you most of those on Amazon haven't sold a dang thing, right? But what I did is I created a journal to help busy moms create time in their day to run their business. How many times have you been going a million miles a minute, you get to the end of the day and you're like, I didn't get anything done, right? I wanted to create something that I used, a system that I used as a busy mom of 4, running around, vacuuming out Cheerios in the car tracks. How was I going to be able to create time in my day to be consistent to grow a business, to be able to show up every single day over and over and over again? So I created this time management system where it feels like you're creating more time in your day, not because there is more time, but because you're getting a lot more done. Yeah. Brings in my target audience. It's awesome. It's so fun. I don't sell a planner. I help people find hours in their day with this specific product. I love physical products so much. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, let's go back to the French fry boxes right here. The boring French fry boxes are in minivans across the United States, across the world, in the streets, blowing down the street, right? French fry containers are everywhere. I want to give you this example. And then I'll show you a couple places where I actually get this stuff. Because remember, the third framework is to help you to get going quickly. Yeah, we're going to do that too. Okay, so what I did is I got these French fry boxes locally. And you can see the white one in the back, right? I started with what I could get quickly. And I had to create a vision around it. And as a mom, I know I have so many mom stories because that's just my life, is mom life. I remember going camping with my family, and I was so excited right before bed to be able to eat a s'mores, like the gooey s'more with the chocolate dripping down your face and the stickiness and the crunch of the graham cracker, right? And I have everything out. I've got the graham cracker, the marshmallows, the chocolate, and I turn around to get the fire roasters, and I turn back around. My toddler has taken the marshmallows, pulled them off into the dirt. My older kid takes all the chocolate and eats it all. And then something happened to the graham crackers and they were crumbs. And I was like, ugh. I did all this camping and all I wanted was a s'more. Ugh, this is so frustrating, right? So I said, what if you did something different? What if you put s'mores kits in these French fry boxes and then handed that kit to your kid and you say, if you drop that in the dirt, that's your fault. This is mine. This is my reward. I had to get all the sleeping bags, the tent, the food, everything ready, and I'm going to eat this s'more in peace. Guess what happened, friends? We sold out. We sold out. In fact, this became one of our top sellers, and we ordered them by the container load. Okay, another example, because once you sell, what do? You sell again, right? So we took these French fry boxes again because we sold the white ones, right? And then I looked for the trends and I saw polka dots trending. So I'm like, let's slap some polka dots on these these French fry boxes. And we go out there, and the vision that I sold on this one is like, how many moms feel like bake sales are there to make you feel like a crappy mom? How many times was I trying to get stuff ready for a bake sale? I'm stirring the soup. I'm pulling the dryer out with my toes. I got a baby screaming on my hip. The kitchen's a bomb, and the muffins are broken, or the muffins get burnt, right, for the bake sale. It's like, no more. I want you to feel like a queen at the bake sale. I want your product to sell out the fastest, and then I want you to go home to this beautiful, clean kitchen. So go out and get these mother's cookies or whatever your favorite cookie is, and you're going to put them in these little boxes, and you're going to take that platter in. You're going to set it on the table. You're going to sell out the fastest, and it's going to feel so good. And you just earned your crown for the day. And you also have a clean kitchen. Right? I leaned into what the pain of a messy kitchen and chaos can be, and I simplified it for my mom, or for the moms. Did I talk about how big they were? Did I talk about what it was made out of? No. I sold the vision. I sold the vision. Okay. I think this one is an amazing story. Some people will be like, Allison, I just sell jewelry. Or I just sell this, or I just sell this. How can I do a vision? What? It's just stuff. And I'm like, no. Here's a great example right here. This is Mariana. It took her 9 years to launch her store. 9 years because she was stuck in the fear, and Satan kept just putting thoughts in her head of, it's too saturated. Who am I to do this? Why can I do this? And had that thought. It took her 9 years. She finally launched. She was so excited. She made her first sales. It was so fun to celebrate her. And then a couple weeks later, she gets a message back from her customer. And her customer said, thank you so much for that product. My wife and I have been separated. We're living on opposite ends of the country. And when I sent her that necklace for Mother's Day, she called me. Ugh. And we're going to work on our marriage again. We're going to rekindle our marriage. I know this is why I love physical product so much. This is why I love selling. This is what selling is, whether it's in physical or expert. The impact that something so small as a necklace can have on this couple, this family. The ripple effect of a necklace. Because Mariana decided to put her thoughts in time out and step up and say, I'm scared to do this. I'm so scared. But I'm going to step up. I'm going to serve the world with a product. And this was all still while she was trying to figure out what she was wanting to sell. And this solidified in her soul that she was on the right path. She was doing the right thing. This is what sets us apart. The slimy cells that are out there, that's not us. That's not what we do. We get out there and we solve problems. We solve problems, okay? I want you to take a moment right now and I want you to think about something that has changed your life, something so incredibly small, but you are so grateful for. I think about hair ties. Write it in the comments. What's something so simple? I think about hair ties. I've got one on right here. I've had people say, why don't you take your headband or your hair bands off during presentations? And I'm like, because then I'll lose them and they won't get back on my arm. I think about when I go out on a windy day and I got lipstick on. And the hair gets stuck in the lipstick. Oh, if you know, you know, right? You can't see. You can't find your car. It's just like this hairball mess. I am so grateful for the people that created hair ties. So grateful that they showed up and created them for me. Okay, I want to see, you guys are sweet. The Turby twist, to wrap my wet hair in after I shower. Yes. Oh, keep them coming, you guys. Keep them coming. What is something so simple that has changed your life? Why has it changed your life? And remember how I was talking about how we're practicing this? You're going to get to the point where you forget seeing product, and all you do is see vision. And so when you go out there and you start looking for product to sell, expert or e-commerce, you're like, and it's going to start to line up. And then those stories, that hook story offer is going to flow so much easier out of your soul because you're practicing over and over again to not look at stuff. You're looking at the vision, the thing that's going to solve the problem. Okay? A round jar opener. Reading glasses, yes. Grateful for iPhone notes, pot holders, the little tiny things, coffee mug with a smiley face that starts me off the right way each morning, says Eric. Aren't you so glad you have that, Eric? Yeah. Yeah, so fun. Chip clips. Amen to that. I live in Puerto Rico. We leave our bag of chips open for 2 seconds and they've all gone still. I'm so grateful for chip clip holders. Yes. Okay, so we've got the trending product. We're creating that clear vision, right? Okay, now we've got those two things in place. Then now when we go actually get product, we're so much further ahead than the competition because we don't see stuff. We see the vision, okay? So this is where we're going to talk about how to get things quickly because we kind of want you making money. Because the more money you make, that means the more people that you have served. And I'll tell you what right now, the world needs serving. The world needs serving. And you are the ones to make it happen. All right, so here we go on this. Okay. Remember when I started and everything I read? I still see stuff online right now. They're like, buy lots of inventory. Buy lots, huge inventory. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have to wait 3 to 6 months to get your product before you can sell. No, no. I'm impatient. I want things going fast. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? Okay, so there's 2 places. I wanted to find the 2 places that you can buy from and kind of explain the difference between them and why I recommend one of them right now while you get started versus the other one, okay? So the 2, you're looking at wholesale and you're looking at manufacturers. Okay, I'm going to talk about wholesale right now. Wholesale is kind of like the grocery store. And this is like, if you go into the grocery store, right? And you can get potato chips, you can get socks, you can get milk. It's clean, it's nice. You can take it home pretty quick, right? There's clear prices. Maybe there's super easy delivery. Everybody can get the same product. It costs a little bit more because it's in a location, right? You can't really rebrand it. You basically sell it like it is, right? These are places like Amazon. And yes, I've taken stuff off Amazon and I've resold them in my store for more. They sell? Absolutely. Okay, another place, Fashion Go. That's where you can get clothing. AliExpress is another one that you can get products from, okay? Then there's the manufacturer. Manufacturer, when you go to their sites, usually, they're like the farmer, okay? When you go to a farmer and you're like, hey, I want to grow this purple carrot. Can you help me? And they're like, let me see. And then they go and they figure things out and they come back to you and they say, yeah. And you're like, okay, well, how much is it going to be? And then they go and then they come back and they're like, it's going to be this much. Right? Usually their site's awful. Usually they don't have a lot of product displayed. They've got unclear pricing, but you can create your own branded product. You have to communicate back and forth to be able to get samples to make sure it's the thing that you want, right? Usually about 4 to 8 weeks of production and then sits on a boat or an airplane and it takes time to fly, which is fine once you're already going. But to get started, I don't want you waiting that long, right? We need to get you going fast. So what I want you to do is I want you to start with local wholesalers. This is for you to get product quickly, test quickly, make money faster, right? And you're going to get the results. That's what we want you to do. We want you to get products in 2 to 3 days so you can get going on this. I just saw this article. Someone posted it. And the ClickFunnels, one of the ClickFunnels group, and it said this 30-year-old's company makes millions buying from Walmart and selling on Amazon. Not a Shark Tank idea, right? It's so good. I think that's how Trey Llewellyn started too. He just went to Walmart and got some stuff. They learned the process. They're practicing doing this and making the sales, right? And then when you go to buy products, let's say you're using AliExpress and they're like, how many do you want? Buy the smallest. I call them samples, right? It's not like Costco where you go in and they just give you a little taste, right? No, you have to actually buy the whole product. You don't want like a taste of the sleeve. You want the whole product, right? You have to pay for them. And then when they ship them to you, you can check the quality and make sure it's a good product because we don't sell junk. We don't sell junk. Too many people do that. We are not contributing to that, okay? And then when you approve that sample, you can move forward. Always get samples, friends. Even if you're using the same company, get samples. The pillowcases, one time I told them, I'm like, I need 20 by 30 inch pillowcases. And they said, okay. They sent it back to me. They didn't see the inches. They put it into centimeters, and it was 20 by 30 centimeters. It was like this little doll pillowcase. I'm so glad that I got a sample first. The metric communication was a little bit different. I learned that very, very quick. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to these wholesale sites. Okay. AliExpress. I just pulled this one up. If you don't want to shop from AliExpress, you don't have to. This is just an example. Okay. I'll show you a couple other places that I get stuff. Then what I want you to do is I want you to put the trends that you found up in the search bar. If you go to AliExpress, you could be lost over there and overwhelmed with so many product choices, right? But today, earlier, we saw that green plants were trending. So I'm going to come up here, or houseplants. I'm going to type houseplants. And then I'm going to start seeing stuff that I could get quickly, right? I would go in, I'd check free shipping. I would make sure that it ships pretty quickly. And I could get stuff and start selling it. Do I want the thing that waters the plant? Have you ever gone on vacation, came back, and all your plants are dead? No. No more. We need those plants to live, right? See how we're seeing? I sometimes only talk in vision. I forget to... I can't talk in product anymore because I've done this for over a decade. I just talk in vision over and over. It's just through practice that you do, okay? Another one, there was a t-shirt that said "Be Kind" on it that was trending. And so what I did is I went over and I typed in "Be Kind." Look at all the other things. There's some t-shirts there. There's some pins there. And then if you scroll down on this specific thing, there's a whole bunch of things. So these are some products that you can get behind and know that they're trending. And you can get going on your products quickly. Okay, here's an example right here. This is Ruth. Ruth lived in an apartment and wanted to start e-commerce. And she didn't have a lot of space. She had 2 little kids, and so she started with jewelry. So she went and found the trends. She saw silver was trending, right? So she knew silver, rose gold, or gold. And then what shape? Little earrings, big earrings. She found the trend and saw this type of earring was trending. You can see she got, this one was specifically 40 cents. This isn't her. This is just something similar to hers. And she went to a site called 8seasons.com. Thousands and thousands of products, but she narrowed it down. She ended up selling these earrings. She repackaged them, sold them for about $9.99. $9.99. You guys, she made enough money to get out of that apartment, that little tiny apartment. She found out she was pregnant. She needed more space. She made enough money to go put a down payment on a home. This changed her life completely. She didn't have to wait. She didn't have to get trademarks. She didn't have to get patents. She was able to create that income right away and get going on it, okay? French fry boxes. I just Googled the place that I thought other people got French fry boxes from. Wholesale restaurant company. Okay, a pack of $3.98. This for a 50 pack. I took the 50 pack and sold them in packs of 10, right? Really, really quickly. Buy a small quantity that can ship to you in a couple days. You're going to test your product, get that money, then you can reinvest it into other products, okay? And remember, don't go out and buy thousands of products. You don't need to. Anybody tells you that does, just walk away. Walk away. We don't need to buy a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, and another thing, for the expert people, I hope you're listening to some of these things on some of the things you can do. Let's say that you wanted to start that peanut butter and jelly business, right? And then you sell a couple other things that have to do with baking and cooking. What if these French fry boxes were your free book plus shipping offer to get people in the door? And you're like, look at this French fry box. It can hold peanut butter and jelly sticks, whatever, right? You're getting your target customers into your door with a physical product, and you're attracting the right customers to it. So, expert, I hope you're listening to these little details of how you can add this into your business. And then on the e-commerce side, I hope you're listening to Russell on how you can explode your business with the expert side of it. This is why it's so exciting. So exciting. Oh, so many dang fun things. Blocks of Wood, Woodworks, a local place here in the United States. It was close to us. They shipped to us in 2 to 3 days. The stick of wood, I only had like a handful of them at the time. And they were selling. So I called this company. I'm like, do you have blocks of wood? They're like, yeah. And so I had them ship me the orders or the blocks of wood, and we were able to ship them out very, very quickly. It was awesome. And you notice how none of the stuff's branded or fancy. You just have to start, right? Get started. And then you can change your direction if you want to. Okay, then here's the next thing. Selling out, my friends, is a good thing. It's a very, very good thing. So let's say you order 5 or 10 and you're testing it, right? And you sell out. Then the next time you're like, I sold out, right? And it's an honest sellout. It's not one of those gimmicky ones. It's an honest one. Buy small, sell out. And then you got more stuff to talk about, right? So fun. So fun, so fun. Okay, let's see. Okay, the next one. Okay, the thing you sell today doesn't have to be the same, the thing that you sell forever. This is where I see another stopping point for people. And they're like, Allison, this is so magical, but I'm having a hard time because I don't know if I'm supposed to sell jewelry or if I'm supposed to sell French fry boxes or journals. I'm so afraid that if I start with that, that's what I'll be selling in 10 years down the road. Why does it have to be? I sold vinyl. I sold blocks of wood when I first got started. That didn't define me. I mean, I'll tell stories about it now. Russell's potato gun, right? That's not what he sells now, but it gave us the movement. It gave us the start to be able to move forward. Think about Jeff Bezos. What did he sell? He sold books, right? Now he's got Amazon. William Wrigley, the gum company. Do you know they didn't start with gum? It was soap and baking powder. He started. Mr. Wrigley started. And then he's like, oh, wait a sec. This gum is selling more. And it grew into this gajillion-dollar business, right? David Abercrombie, right? Abercrombie store. Was originally a sporting goods store. And he found out what was working. So he changed directions. And now they're in all the malls across America. Okay? Changing directions isn't hard when you get started. It's the starting that's the hardest part. You got to get started. You've got to get started and move forward. Okay, so trending products. You guys feel good about that? Clear vision. We got the alligator, the math geek coming out. We get things quickly. We make those sales quickly. And then when I come back on in just a little bit, Russell's going to come up in just a second. When I come back on in just a little bit, I'm going to talk about driving traffic. My first online business, we sold a lot. And we paid 0 in Facebook ads. My goal is to help you to pay Mark Zuckerberg as little as possible. You guys good with that? He's got plenty of money. I would rather have you keep it in your pocket where it belongs, because I know you're going to do good things with that money. Okay? So you guys excited about that? Figuring out how to do that. It's the same thing. Russell and I were talking about it last night. We actually talked about it plenty of time, or lots of times, about some people, they just jump in to Facebook ads and they lose money, and we're like, whoa, no. You forgot this part. This amazing part we've got to show you. We got to show you this part so that you can grow your business and do it the correct way. So you can stuff your wallet. All right. So let me know in the comments, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Are you getting more confident in choosing a product and in selling the product? Expert people, are you excited about serving your customer? Not just expert. You're serving a person. You're serving an individual. You're changing their lives. And then e-commerce, are you getting excited to be able to add a physical or to put a physical product in there, sell the vision? And then yes, you can add in digital products later on and make it explode. Perfect. Oh, they're coming in fast, you guys. Yes, yes. All right, so let's welcome Russell Brunson back to the stage as he digs in on all the, you guys, these slides are so, I can see them right now. Oh, they are so good. All right, Russell, are you ready to shine? Let's do this. There you go. Good luck. Oh, wait, I gotta move my journal.
There you go.
Do you want a French fry box?
I actually love it. Who here wants to buy an expert French fry box? Oh man, thank you. Oh, is that so good? You guys feeling awesome right now? I'm curious. We've been going now for a couple hours. I would love to hear just in the comments really quick what your biggest aha so far today has been. We've been going back and forth between expert and e-com and physical products and digital products and back and forth and back and forth. And I'd love for you guys to take 30 seconds, look through your notes, look through all your stuff, and whatever your biggest aha, your biggest takeaway, the biggest like, man, this was the gold nugget I was looking for today that showed up so far for you. Post in the comments. I'm just curious. I want to see all the cool stuff that you guys have been getting because we've covered a lot so far. We've been trying to serve you guys at the highest level as much as we can in the time that we have, and hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. Oh, very cool. Sell the vision, sell the product. Okay, they're coming in fast. I'm not going to keep up with it. Cool. Keep them coming, guys. I want to keep seeing it. This makes me feel good about myself. Allison feel good about herself. Biggest ahas, the biggest takeaways, the biggest things that you guys are like, this was the piece that I knew I came because of this piece. Whenever I go to any event, whenever I do any kind of training, I go there and I'm always looking for like as much stuff as possible. But really, the reality is I'm looking like if I can just get one thing, one nugget, one directional shift in my life, like how much does that change life overall, right? Like one little shift of changing something 1 degree or 3 degrees, over the course of a year, 5 years, 10 years, the rest of your life can completely transform everything. And hopefully we've given you guys a whole bunch of those, which is really, really cool. So, okay. You guys are awesome. So the game plan right now is Allison's been showing you guys how to like get started and get your physical product, start making sales and things like that. I want to talk about it on the expert side. Okay, obviously today we talked about creating your information product, creating a framework, figuring it out, and there's, picking a result, figuring out what the framework looks like, giving it a proprietary name, like all the things we talked about so far. And now I want to take that and actually turn it into something tangible, something where we can get this thing launched and start making money, start seeing success, start building your email list, start getting a following, start having people to actually serve. How many of you guys would like to start doing that? Okay, this is your like kickstart, like let's jump off and get into the game. Okay, I talk about this a lot, but I think sometimes a lot of us are on the sidelines at the game, right? We're watching and we're seeing other people play. How many of you guys feel like you've been on the sidelines, you're watching all these people doing what you want to do, right? You see other entrepreneurs doing it, they're selling products, they're doing courses, they're doing the physical products, you're watching this and you're on the sidelines, you kind of feel like you're in the game because you're seeing it and you're experiencing it, right? You can hear it happening, but you're like, but I'm not in the game yet, right? So my goal is for this session is to get you guys like, I'm in the game. Like even if you fail the first time, I don't even care. That's not the goal. The goal is to get you in the game. Because if you get in the game, then you can try to like catch a ball or throw. And even if you drop it, at least you're in the game now. Now you're in a momentum. And when you're in momentum, that's where everything good happens. Okay. The biggest problem a lot of entrepreneurs have is we spend so much time on the sideline that we never get into the game. Okay, I want to get you guys into the game, get you into momentum, because as you start doing that, that's when all the opportunities and the ideas and things start coming to you as you are in momentum and as you are moving forward. I remember when I first got started in this business way back in the day, and I had 2 or 3 products at the time. I was selling my potato gun DVD and 2 or 3 other things, and I had some friends that started coming and working with me. And I remember after like 6 months or so of them working with me, one morning they came and they said, hey, we were up all night last night talking. And they said, we figured out something. Like Russell, you're not smarter than us. You're not better than us. The only difference between what you're doing and what we're doing is that you're out there in momentum. And because you are doing that and you're moving forward and things are happening, you're like opportunities keep showing up and people keep showing up. And like all these things are happening because you are in momentum moving forward. And like we're on the sidelines just watching. And it's like until we get in the game, we're never going to feel that either. And the same thing's true for so many of you guys. Like if you've been on the sidelines for a long time, it's like, we gotta get you in the game. That's how this process starts. Getting in the game, and you start moving forward, and all of a sudden, like these things will start coming to you. Okay? Because when I was on the sidelines, my best idea was a potato gun. Okay? That's the best idea I had. That was it. And some of you guys have an idea that's as about as good as a potato gun. Maybe it's even worse, or maybe it's a little bit better, but that's the best idea I had. But I did that one. I executed. I tried it. right? I put it out there. I made a little bit of money with it, but it wasn't like the big thing that changed my life. But by doing it, by getting into momentum, guess what I learned? I learned how to create an information product, how to get it designed, how to burn it on a CD or DVD, how to put up a website, how to put up a shopping cart. Like I had to learn all these skill sets to get it. And then it was done. I was like, oh my gosh, this is working. You know, I didn't make a lot of money, but now I knew the skill set. Now I was like, okay, well now I know how to create a product, how to record it. I knew all the pieces now. Let me find a better opportunity. Let me try a different thing, a different product, a different service. And as I did that, again, you're in momentum. And all of a sudden these ideas start coming. And first it was a potato gun, then it was something different, then it was something different. And I kept doing that in momentum for year after year after year after year. And 10, 12 years later, that's when I was blessed with ClickFunnels. Okay? I think a lot of you guys are sitting on the sideline like waiting, like someday my ClickFunnels is gonna show up. When it's here, I'm gonna be ready. I'm waiting. Like, where's my ClickFunnels? Like, I'm waiting for ClickFunnels. Then I will jump and I will do the thing. It's like, no, you don't understand. Like, the reason why I was able to do ClickFunnels was not because of anything other than I had been in momentum for a decade, right? I became worthy of the opportunity. As you become worthy by doing the process over and over and over again, that's when the opportunities appear. Okay, so you got to get off the sidelines, into the game, start playing, and guess what? Your first product you launch is probably going to fail. Your first challenge, no one's going to show up for it. Like your first webinar, no one's going to like it's not going to work at first, but that's okay. You get a momentum, okay, and that is the key. And so that's the goal with everything we're doing. This whole event is to get you guys into momentum and start playing the game with us, okay? Okay, so if I go back to what I talked about earlier today, before lunch, we talked about figuring out your ultimate result, right? And from there, we figure out, okay, this is the ultimate result I want to get somebody, but how to break that into some core results, right? So we got these 3 or 4 different core results, and then from the core results, we picked out like a splinter product, right? A splinter result that we can get for somebody, okay? Now, during the break, you guys all figure out what your splinter result is going to be? Yeah? Hopefully you each have here's the idea. I'm going to help people to, whatever your thing was, right? You guys shared a whole bunch of results earlier today with me. You picked a thing, right? Because we're going to be focusing the next 60 minutes or so on that thing, okay? And I want it to be a very tangible, very, very doable thing where it's like, hey, the result I'm going to give you is in 5 days, I'm going to help you do blah, right? You're going to come in this world, at the end of the 5 days, you're going to do something. Like recently, not recently, man, I guess it was, I don't know, almost a year ago, we did a 5-day challenge. And the challenge was all about, actually, my next slide is this. Let me pull up the slide. That way I don't have to talk about it, but I can see. Okay, so about a year ago, we did this. It was a 5-day lead challenge. And so the core result we offered people was very simple. Like, I'm going to show you how to get leads from a funnel. Like, that was it. Very simple, very easy, right? If you come back to my earlier doodle, we're thinking about turning all these pads of paper into NFTs. What do you guys think? I've got thousands of them. Anyway, I'm just kidding, kind of. Okay, so who are my dream customers? They're entrepreneurs who are trying to get lead. The result they're trying to get is get and generate leads. So that was the splinter result that we're focusing on during this 5-day challenge. Okay. Now, how many of you guys, I'm curious, have been on a challenge? You've seen them. You've been part of them. Okay, this is a smackdown. This is a 1-day smackdown, so it's a little different than a challenge, right? But you've been on challenges, right? Tony's done challenges, Dean's done challenges, I've done challenges, Allison's done challenges. Like, challenges are a hot thing right now in the market. And the reason why is they work really, really well. And the reason why they work is because what you're offering somebody is a result, a finite result. Like, I'm gonna get you this result. I can do it in 3 days or 5 days, whatever it's gonna be. And I'm gonna show you guys my framework how to do it, okay? So if you come back here to my presentation, when I did this challenge, again, I call it the 5-day lead challenge. And again, the result is very simple. It says, the result is also my headline, by the way, right? So just give me 5 short days. And I'm gonna show you the exact step-by-step method for generating new leads who are excited to buy from you. Join the 5-day challenge for free, right? And so that's the whole thing. I'm gonna show you guys how to get leads who are excited to buy from you. That's the result that I wanted to give during this challenge. Okay, so for you, thinking about the result you have, like, what is the result that you're able to get somebody? Okay, so this is the landing page of the funnel. Okay, and it's very simple. There's just a headline and a button. That's it. Okay, if you notice for the ecomm expert challenge, like the landing page was simple. It was just a result, right? We're going to show you how to build multiple streams of income using both physical and information products during the smackdown. Come and register. There was no sales video. There was no anything. It was just a headline with a hook that like tells you, well, here's the result you're going to get. Click here if you want that result. That's how simple and how easy it is. Okay. Now, if you look at this, this is after we did it live the first time. We built out an automated version of it, so you can I showed this here so you can see what it looks like. Right? They come in and there's 5 different days: day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and each day I'm walking them through one step of the process. Now, a lot of people get confused, like, well, what do I do during this challenge? Like, how do I Like, what do I say? What do I say in each day? And how does it work? And what am I going to do? And people get so nervous. And so what I really wanted to do is I wanted to break this whole process down for you, okay? Again, your goal is you're going to be helping somebody through a challenge funnel to go and to get a result, okay? So that's kind of the process. All right, so let me come back here. So step number one. Again, step number one is what is the result you're going to offer somebody? So really quick in the comments. Oh, I hear some audio coming through the mic in here. Sorry about that. Thought someone was talking to me. Okay, so really quick, everyone pick your core result, what you pick during lunch, and drop in the comments really quick. I want to see what the things are, okay? Drop in the comments, what is the core result that you're going to be focusing on for your challenge funnel? Okay, drop in the comments. I want to see as many as I can really quick coming through here. Okay, develop a perfect failing practice in 5 days. How to learn to build an app in 60 minutes without coding. Breakthrough fatigue, healthier physique, dirty dishes, doing dirty dishes for good. Okay, they're coming through fast. Generate inbound seller leads. Okay, cool. So you got that. So you have your big result, right? So that's step number one. What is the result we're promising? Again, this is not a complex result. This shouldn't be, I'm going to teach you how to do da, 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 da. Like, this is all a finite, like it's a splinter result. It's a simple thing that there's a beginning and an end, and you can help accomplish that thing in this window, okay? So there's question number one. What is the result? So my result is I'm going to show you how to get leads through a funnel, okay? All right. Now, the next question people always have is like, well, what do I say during the 5 days? Like, what's the magic? How many of you guys know what this image here, right here is? If you know what it is, raise your hand or say in the comment box like, yes, I know what it is. Okay, I can tell who my hardcore funnel hackers are. You guys all should know what this is. If not, this is the perfect webinar script. Okay, if you've ever gone through my webinar training, this is the script we use when we sell something from stage. Okay, if you've read the Expert Secrets book, this is the same script I teach in the Expert Secrets book. Now, when I first developed this, I called it the perfect webinar because I was using it to do webinars. And I wish I wouldn't have called it the perfect webinar because literally this is not just the perfect webinar for doing webinars. It's like the perfect selling system for anything. Okay, if you look at people who have the most successful 5-day challenge, guess what the model is they're using? They're literally using the perfect webinar broken up over 5 days. Okay, we also use this exact same perfect webinar sequence in our email sequences, in our retargeting sequences. Like we use it everywhere, right? At Funnel Hacking Live, we use it. The way we choreograph the event is based on this. Like everything we do is based on, honestly, this event is based on the choreography of the perfect webinar. This is how we sell something. It's how we break people's false beliefs so they will follow you and you can change their lives, okay? And so I'm gonna show you how we use this perfect webinar. I'm gonna kind of break it down again. And if you've been through my perfect webinar training, some of this will be review. If you haven't, it's all gonna be brand new. But I'm gonna show you guys how we do this and how each piece of this syncs to one of the days. Okay, and so this is kind of the overarching goal. Okay, so day number one. So the first day of your challenge, what's going to be happening is this is where you are introducing people to the new opportunity that you're giving them. Okay, this is where you are telling your story for the very first time. It's the story about how you learned or you earned this framework. Okay, so this is my framework for generating leads. During this first day, my job is to tell them the story, to get them excited by it, okay? And so that's the thing that's happening on day number one here in this presentation. If you watch my webinar script, this is the first 15 minutes of my webinar traditionally, is they're coming in and I'm telling about what I call the big domino. Here's the thing I figured out that I need you to understand. If you understand this thing, it's going to change your entire life. Okay, if you understand that you can generate leads through a funnel, where you don't have to talk to anybody and the leads will come to you, like that'll make everything make sense to you. Like that was kind of what my day number one was, right? Is helping them to see the vision of what's happening first. Okay, so day number one is all this first part of the perfect webinar script. Okay, this is where you're telling your origin story about how you discovered this framework. Okay, and people always get confused here, like, on this part of it, like, I don't understand what I'm doing. So what you're doing here is you're trying to get them to buy in. You're trying to convince them that this framework is the framework that's the best thing that they can use. Okay, so for example, let's say the result you're offering here in your 5-day challenge is to help somebody lose weight. Okay, now there are a lot of different vehicles, a lot of different ways that somebody could go, that they could use to lose weight, right? I remember Kaylin Poland told me that the average woman goes on 8 diets a year. Okay, so there's a lot of different paths that people are trying to get this result. And they've tried this one, this one, this one, and none of them work so far, right? And so what you're trying to do during day number one, during this first presentation, is you're trying to convince them that your path, the thing that you figured out, that it is the best way that they could possibly get that result. Okay, so when you come into one of my trainings, what I'm typically trying to do during the first day of a 5-day challenge is I've got to convince you that of all the ways you can possibly use to grow your business, that the way that's going to be the most efficient, the most effective is using a funnel. Okay, that's what my job and my role is to do, is during that first day, is to get you to buy in and to believe that this is actually true. okay? And so the way that I do that is I tell the story about how I discovered this framework, okay? That's what's happening during day number 1. So if you think about this, before you came back and started teaching people this, you went on this path once and you got the result, right? So I'm telling the story about me getting this result, right? They see that, and that's what day number 1 is, okay? To take it one step deeper, this is what we call the Epiphany Bridge story. How many of you guys have heard me talk about the Epiphany Bridge story before? Okay, that is what day number 1 is all about. Okay, so those who haven't seen this before, this is the basic principle. Okay, you've got your thing that you are so excited by, that you're teaching and you're selling about. Okay, and this is what happens to most people. Okay, most people, this is you, right? And something happened in your life where you wanted to go and you wanted to change, right? Something happened and you wanted to again, lose weight, make money, whatever your thing was, right? And so something happened to you where you had an emotional experience, right? And you had this emotional experience that made you go on this journey, right? Where you said, man, I've been trying thing after thing after thing, and no longer is this a should, this is a must, I have to do this, and you decide to go on this journey. Like, I've got to figure this out, right? And so you go on this journey, and somewhere on this line, you have what we call an epiphany. So I call it the Epiphany Bridge. You have this epiphany, like, oh my gosh, like, I need to do this thing, right? And so you go on this Epiphany Bridge journey, you start figuring things out, and then after you're sold on the concept, what happens is over here on the other side of the bridge, I'm gonna put glasses on here to represent that you start geeking out, right? You start getting so excited by the topic, you start getting deep into the logic of it, right? And so the first time I ever mapped this out for anybody, the very first time I ever mapped this out for somebody, I was actually at a network marketing event. Some of you guys know the company Prove It. I had a chance to write a bunch of the initial sales scripts and training and things like that for that company. If anyone here has ever seen the Campfire video, that's my voice on the Campfire video. I scripted that presentation. And so Brian, who owns the company, asked me to come and speak to all the leadership team. So I fly to the hotel to go speak to the leadership team. I'm checking in the hotel, and as I'm checking in the hotel, I'm looking over and I'm seeing a whole bunch of people who are in Prove It, who are excited, and you can tell they're part of like the community because all of them are wearing spandex. They're all working out. They all look ripped. They're all in good shape, right? And all of them have T-shirts that say something like "glucose is greater than ketones" and all these weird things, right? And so I'm looking over, I'm seeing all these people in the room, and they're having a bunch of fun and stuff. And I was like, or in the lobby, and they're hanging out and talking, and then all of a sudden I see it. I see like the person coming through the lobby, not knowing that they're walking to this event with a whole bunch of people who want to pitch them on their product or their service, right? And the person's walking to the lobby, and all of a sudden you see the person run over. I see him jump in front of the person jump in front of this person walking across the room, and they start talking about like, hey, how do you lose weight? Do you like, they start spewing out what we call technobabble, right? They start saying, like, what kind of fuel do you use to burn fat? Have you ever heard of this? And they start like just spewing out all this technobabble, right? I'm seeing this thing happen, and I see the person get all freaked out and kind of run away, and I see another person walk through, and they all go pounce on that person, and I'm watching this, and I'm kind of like laughing, like, oh my gosh, this is why I think sometimes network marketing gets a bad rep, is because people are coming through, and they're getting pitched by people in the hotel lobby, right? So then fast forward, man, 30 minutes later, I get brought into this room, and there's about 100 people in the room. It's the leadership team at Prove It, and Brian asked me to come and speak. So I get in there on stage. I walk in, and he's like, "Hey, tell me, like, how can you help everybody?" And I didn't have a planned presentation. I didn't know what to do or what to say. And I remember looking out in the audience, and as I looked out, I saw the people who were the ones who were attacking people in the lobby, right? And I was like, interesting. And I said, okay, I have a question for you guys. How many of you remember back when you were a normal human being? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, before you were excited about the stuff and you're drinking the ketones and you're in, like before you were like hardcore into this, like how many of you guys remember when you were normal, right? And they're like, yeah, I remember when I was normal. I'm like, what was the thing that made you go on this journey? Like, what was the big epiphany you had, right? And someone raises their hand like, well, I had a buddy who was on, and he lost a bunch of weight, and I saw what he was doing. I was like, oh, I want to try this, and so I decided to go on this journey. And someone else was like, oh, well, I drank some of the product, and I felt really good, and so I decided to go on this journey. And everyone had these different stories, right? And I said, okay. And I said, and then I started talking about, like, after you got on this journey, what did you start learning about? And they start talking about all the science behind it, right? And this is where most marketers get in trouble, is they start logically trying to like sell themselves on the emotional belief they have. So they start studying all sorts of stuff, and eventually they get to the point where they start spewing out all this technobabble. Okay? Technobabble is all of the technical terms, right? So for example, I saw these people talking to people in the hallway about like, hey, if you get this stuff, it's got, inside of those beta hydroxybutyrate salts, and it's going to take your body out of burning glucose, and you start burning ketones and like all this like stuff. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I'm watching as they're presenting this to people, and they're using all this technobabble. This is what they're spewing on everybody as they're trying to get them signed up for the opportunity. And I asked them, I said, look, who here in this room got started because the way that glucose burns versus ketones or whatever it was? No one's hands went up. I'm like, what about this? What about this? And I'm like, you notice that none of you guys got sold on this because of the technobabble yet. This is the thing that you are spewing on everybody as you're trying to talk to these people. As you can understand, the thing that sold you is back here. There was something emotional that happened. And for you to get somebody to come on this journey, the same journey you went on, you have to come back and remember, like, what was the emotional thing that made you start this journey? What was your story behind it? Okay, they started thinking back, and eventually they all started telling me their story. And I said, okay, that's the thing. If I was to meet someone in the hallway, I would not be spewing technobabble. I'd be coming back and saying, okay, let me tell you my story. This is the story about why I got involved with it, right? I start telling the story, and then if I tell the story correctly, the right way, then the people listening, they have an epiphany, and then they go on this journey, and they'll go figure out the technobabble and the technical stuff all by themselves. My job is just to give them the epiphany so they will go on that journey. Okay? That's the key. If you look at like when I'm training any of you guys about funnels, I'm not sitting here talking about, okay, this is the funnel and like high conversion rates and the EPCs and the average cart value and the low. I don't spew all the technical stuff about it. Like I can prove technically why funnels are better than anything else out there, but I don't do that because your eyes just glaze over and you walk away. So instead, what do? I tell you the story about how I learned about a funnel, which was what? Oh, Russell, I've heard you tell Potato Gun story 1,000 times. Yeah, the reason why is because this is how I had the epiphany. Right? I sold my Potato Gun DVD. People were buying it. Google slapped me. Okay, I couldn't make money at ads. So then I added an upsell. I started selling Potato Gun kits, and suddenly it started working. I was like, oh my gosh, a funnel is the secret. Right? So I tell my epiphany bridge story. This is how I had the emotional reaction. And then they have the aha, and then they come over here, and they'll go sell themselves logically later. But my job is just to give them the emotional connection. And I do that by telling the story. Okay? So honestly, if you look at like what's happening during day number 1 of your challenge, day number 1 is about that. Okay, they come in, and I'm making them a new opportunity. Here's the new opportunity you guys are gonna get. You're gonna learn how to do funnels. Okay, you're gonna learn how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a way that actually gives you 6-pack abs. You're gonna be learning about blah, 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 whatever your result is, right? And then day number 1 is all about just telling them the story about how you learned it, how you earned it, like what you went through, like what you experienced and how it's changed your life and the results from yourself and results of other people. And like that first day is get them all to buy in that this is the framework I wanna try. Okay? Again, you have to assume this person who's listening, I think I'm 2 pages back. This person who's listening, they've wanted this result, right? But they've been on 8 diets this year so far. They wanted this result, but they've tried 3 other ways to make money so far, and they all failed. They wanted this result, but whatever the excuse is, right? So the first goal I have to do is I have to convince them that my way, my vehicle, my new opportunity is the best way for them to get the result that they're looking for. Okay, and that's the goal of day number 1. If I can get them to believe that by the time it's done, and get them to buy into it, it's like, okay, all right, I'm gonna listen to everything else Russell's gonna say. I'm gonna come back to day number 2 and day number 3. If they don't believe that, they're not gonna watch the rest of the challenge. So the first day is all about that, right? Selling them on the new opportunity that you're trying to present to them, why it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, the story about how you figured it out. And if you do it correctly, they're in. They're gonna be there for the rest of the week. Okay, so that's day number 1. All right, day number 2. So day number 2 is now where we transition down to secret number 1. So secret number 1 is basically, I dropped my lid back here, sorry. All right, so secret number 1 is where I first teach this framework. Okay? Now, we talked earlier about how do we teach this, right? I showed you guys the framework and how to teach frameworks. So day number 2, I'm literally going to teach my frameworks. So hey guys, yesterday I told you about funnels, how to greatest in the world. Today I'm going to talk about the funnel hacking process, right? Yesterday I told you guys about my weight loss journey and how we figured it out. Today I'm going to show you guys the exact step-by-step process of how we do it, right? So we go here, and this day number 2 is just teaching the actual framework. Now, there's one caveat. When we teach the framework on day number 2, we don't do it exactly like I taught you guys earlier. Okay, earlier I was teaching you guys the way I would teach it inside of a book or a course or a live event. Okay, when I'm doing something that I'm trying to teach somebody, but there's going to be something I'm selling at the end, I go through the same framework, right? I still tell them the story about how I learned I earned it. I tell them the strategy about what it is, okay, but I skip step number 3. I don't teach them the tactics. This is the key. Okay, if you've gone through the perfect webinar training, you know this. Okay, people who do webinars and they teach the tactics never close at the end. People don't buy at the end. Okay, so you do step number 1, step number 2, and then you skip to step number 4, which is the social proof case studies. Okay, so that's what I'm showing them. Okay, here's a story about how I learned I earned it. Here's the overarching strategy, so the bottom of the strategy, and I show success stories, and that's the framework. Okay, You have to understand, you're teaching them the strategy, they're buying the tactics at the end of the event. The tactics is the course where you go through 5 days and 100 videos walking through step 1, step 2, step 3, all that kind of stuff. If you even try to give them the tactics during this time, it's going to take you 2 or 3 or 4 hours to train them, okay? Each day of a challenge is like 30 minutes to an hour max. So you don't have the time to go deep in the tactics, okay? Your job is to tell them the story, how you learned, you earned it, teach the strategy, show the social proof, and if they do that, they're going to be bought into it, and then at the end of this event is when they're actually going to buy from you. Does that make sense? They buy the tactics at the end. Okay, so that's what's happening here on day number 2. Okay, now we transition to day number 3. Okay, now this is something I want you guys to understand. This is one of the keys. So if you look at, when you try to sell anything to anybody, there's always basically 3 core false beliefs that you have to beat. Okay, and it's different when you sell somebody something one-on-one when you're face-to-face with them. I can ask you questions, you tell me, and then you tell me your concern, and I can resolve it really, really quickly, right? But when you're selling online, you're selling when you got 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 people. I can't ask every one of you guys questions. If I could go to every single person here on Zoom and Facebook and be like, hey, we're selling this thing, what are your concerns? I could respond to each one individually, but it would take me 30 years to talk to every single one of you, right? So when I'm selling to the masses, I have to sell a little bit differently. So you have to realize that if people, they're either going to buy from you or not buy from you, and there's 3 reasons why they wouldn't buy from you. Okay? Reason number 1 is they don't believe in, I call it the vehicle or your framework. Okay? So you have this framework that you're sharing with them, and the biggest thing is like they just don't believe that framework's true. So if I try to teach you like funnels are the greatest thing in the world, and you're like, I don't believe in funnels, I like Shopify or I like eBay or whatever. Okay? If I can't get you to believe that this is true, you're never going to buy from me. Okay? That's why day number 1 and number 2 is all focused on getting you to believe that this vehicle is the vehicle that's going to get you the result. Okay? Now, after somebody believes that, like, oh my gosh, Russell's right. Funnels are the thing that's going to get me the result I want. Okay? At that point, your brain starts freaking out because your brain's like, man, if he says yes to this and he wants to do this, I have a whole bunch of work I've got to do. Okay? I don't know if you guys knew this. I've been doing a bunch of research for my new book. In fact, I talked about this during the VIP session this morning. I'm working on this research for my new book, and it's interesting if you look at the human brain. So the human brain, for an average person, 20% of your calories are burned up by your brain. Okay, so that's a lot. Like if you eat 2,000 calories in a day, 400 of the calories are in your brain, just giving you energy to process and to think. Now, for people like us who are hyperachievers, who are entrepreneurs, who are thinking a lot, my guess is that number's higher. I would bet, and I don't really know, I bet 30 to 40% of our calories are consumed by our brains. Okay, so what happens is when all of a sudden we decide, oh my gosh, this is going to change my life, I want to do it, right? Consciously, we look at that, we get so excited as entrepreneurs, like, yes, I'm going to do this thing. And then what happens? Subconsciously, your brain's like, if he actually does that, he's got to go learn how to build a funnel and drive traffic and blah, 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 all these things. Like, that's going to be really, really, really hard. So your brain starts freaking out and trying to figure out, how in the world do I get this person to not do that? Because I don't want him to do that. Because if I have to do that, I don't get to watch Netflix, I don't get to sleep on the couch, I have to actually do something, and that is going to be a lot more work than what I'm doing right now. Okay, so your brain is going to try to sabotage you. It happens every single time. It's happened to all of you guys so many times in your life. How many of you guys know this happens? You see it happening in your life? Right? Your brain's like, no. Like, I agree this is like the greatest thing in the world, but I don't want to do that. No, that sounds horrible. So your brain, the first thing it tries to do is start saying, well, like, this may be awesome, but, and all of a sudden it starts pointing to you, to your internal self. It's saying, this framework may be awesome, but you tried in the past and you failed, and I don't want you to fail again, so don't do it. He starts pointing yourself like, let's say it's weight loss plan. You've done 8 diets this year, none of them work. Like, stop doing this. I don't want to go on another diet. I don't want to think about this. You've tried to start a business 3 times now, all of them failed. I don't want you to do this again. Okay? You've tried to invest in stocks. You tried to create an NFT. You tried to build a garden. You tried to like, whatever, right? Your brain's like, don't do it. You failed in the past. You're going to fail again. Okay? So your brain's going to try to get you to convince yourself that you are the person, right? That me, like, I can't actually do this. Okay? So that's the second false belief. The third false belief, okay, so let's say you go through this process and day number 1 and 2, I convince you that the vehicle's great, right? I convince you that funnels are the thing you need to do in your life, okay? And day number 2, I convince you like, oh my gosh, like I show you a demo, I show you how easy it is, and also you're like, oh my gosh, I actually could build a funnel. Not only do I believe that funnels are the greatest thing in the world, I actually believe that I could do it as well, which is amazing. Your brain's like, oh crap, he's getting even deeper. Like, what else can we do? And your brain starts looking around like, what else can I blame? It's like, oh, well, you could do it for sure. Like, it's not that hard. You're a genius, you know, I am your brain. But over there, you can't do it because of that. That reason right there, you don't know how to drive traffic. That's the excuse mostly in my business. Like, oh, well, you don't know how to drive traffic, so you couldn't do it, right? In the weight loss business, it's like, here's a weight loss plan. Oh my gosh, I believe I can actually do this. But the problem is like, my wife, she buys cookies for the kids and they're always in the house. Like, I can't do it when she's buying cookies, therefore it's not going to work, right? Your brain starts looking at who else can it blame. So it starts finding external problems, external. So it's saying, like, you're pointing at other things, like you could do it, but because of that is why you can't, okay? So those are the 3 false beliefs. The core ones, almost everything else can falls underneath it. So during my presentation, during my challenge, or if I'm doing a webinar, or whatever you're doing, if I can knock down those 3 dominoes, then the people then are going to buy. Okay? If I can convince you, again, for me, that funnels are the greatest thing in the world, and that you could actually do them, and there's no way external thing to keep you from doing it, then your brain's like, sweet, let's do it, I'm in. Right? Okay, so that's our goal. That's what's happening over these 5-day challenge. Okay, so again, day number 1 and 2 is really focused on this. I got to convince them that this vehicle, this framework is the key, right? So day number 1, if you're day number 1, we're going deep into the story, the Epiphany Bridge story about how you discovered this framework. Day number 2, you're actually teaching the framework. You're teaching the story, the strategy, and you're skipping the tactics, and then you do the social proof. That's day number 2. Okay, day number 3 now, day 3 is where you're trying to prove to them that they can do it. Okay, so in my presentations, this is where I do a product demo. I know building websites in the past was hard, but let me show you simple ClickFunnels, and I show them how it works. I drag and drop, I do a couple things, they're like, oh my gosh, I could actually do that. That's really not that hard, right? That's the epiphany you then have. The epiphany they need to have after day number 2 is like, oh my gosh, day 3 is, oh my gosh, I could actually do that. So what does that look like for you? Okay, usually it's teaching some kind of framework, okay? So for me, it's showing a demo. For you, it might be like showing like, hey, here's what I eat every single day. Like for breakfast, I da-da-da, lunch, I da-da, and dinner, I this, and now I lose a ton of weight. And like, oh my gosh, I actually could do that. Those foods are great. That would be really simple and easy to do, right? Or it could be like, again, whatever your thing is, you're figuring out what are the false beliefs they have about themselves executing on the thing, and you got to show them the framework, the system, the process that you do that makes it simple where they could actually replicate your success as well. Does that make sense? Cool, so that's day number 3 here, is teaching that internal framework on how they could actually do it, okay? And then day number 4, this is where we transition to the last one, which is what's the external false belief, okay? So if you're a business, you gotta think through that, right? For my business, it always goes funnels, show them how simple it is to build a funnel, and then their external false belief is like, that's cool, but I can't drive traffic, so my external false belief is like, let me show you how to get traffic. I show you how to get traffic, like, oh, sweet, I'm in, right? With diets, it's usually the diet plan, showing a meal plan that's actually something they could sustain and do long term, and that's showing ways to protect yourself from fast food restaurants, from the spouse buying cookies, from the kids bringing home junk food. Like how do you make that simple for them as well? Okay, in your business, it's gonna be something different, but you're thinking through what is the false belief they're gonna blame it on, and that's what day number 4 is all about: is teaching that, telling the stories behind it, showing you how you've done it and how they can do it as well. Does that make sense? Okay, if you guys want to go deeper into this stuff, the 2 big resources, the Perfect Webinar Script, you get perfectwebinarsecrets.com. The other one's the Expert Secrets book. Expert Secrets book is like the insane deep dive on this script and this framework and how it works, but this is the overarching concepts for you guys to understand. Okay? Now, also what happens on day number 4 at the event is the very first time that we make the offer. Okay? We make the offer on day number 4 because I need one more day afterwards to do a repitch and to close and things like that. So after I teach day number 3, then I transition to what we call the stack and the close. Okay? Now, if you guys have ever seen me sell before, you have seen a stack and the close. This is one of the greatest ways to sell something, not one of, it is the greatest way to sell something I've ever seen. Okay? I learned this from one of my friends named Armin Morin. By the way, here's me telling the story about how I learned or I earned it. Just putting that back in context. Okay, back into the training. Okay, so the way I learned the stack and close from a guy named Armin Morin. I had just learned about public speaking. I'd spoken at a couple events and hadn't had a lot of success. And Armin invited me to speak at his seminar, which was called the Big Seminar back in the day. I was so excited for it. And I remember 2 weeks before the big seminar, I went to a Dan Kennedy seminar and I saw Armin speak. And he went on stage, he spoke, and when he got done, it was crazy. I think there was like 1,500 people in the room, and he closed like 60% of the people ran to the back and bought his thing. I remember watching him speak and sell. I was like, this guy's the greatest salesperson ever. And when he got done, I wanted to talk to him, so I kind of lingered while he was closing sales and everything. And when he got done, he was holding the stack of order forms like this fat. And he saw me over there, so he walked over. He's like, hey, Russell, how's it going? I'm like, good. And he's like, you know what these are right here? I'm like, order forms? He's like, no. He's like, every one of these is the $1,000 bill. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. Like, I was looking at that like, this is the coolest thing in the world, right? And he said, next week, or 2 weeks from now, you're speaking at my event. He's like, do you want to get a big stack of order forms? I'm like, yeah. He's like, then you got to close the way that I close. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, would you see what I just did? And I'm like, no. well, I saw it, but I don't know what you just did. And he said, okay, let me explain. I did something that I call the stack and the close, okay? He called it the stack. And he said, this is how it works. He said, traditionally, when you try to sell something, this is what most people do, right? Is they'll come in and they'll say, okay, I want to sell you my course. And so you're like, here's my course that I created. I want to sell you this course. And if you sign up today, I'm going to give you a bonus. So the first bonus I'm going to give you is, maybe it's these worksheets. And then I'm also going to give you a bonus of this. And I'm going to give you a bonus of this. And then when it's all done, you're like, after you go through 4 or 5 bonuses, then you're like, and the value of this is, you know, whatever, $29.97, right? It's a big price. And then from there you do a price drop. He said, the problem that people have, he's like, the human mind only remembers the last thing it was told. And so what you do is you go through this course, which the value of this course is the biggest, right? It's the biggest value, and this one's got a little less value and less value and less, and this one gets really small. And then you share the price, and people, what they do is they associate the price of the thing that they're, that you shared. So they associate this price right here with this. Right? So the smallest price is what they associate. And they're like, this isn't worth $29,000. And then you say, it's $9.97 or whatever. Like it doesn't make sense. Their brain doesn't associate the price correctly. He says, what the stack is, he's like, what I do instead, he's like, when I do a stack is I introduce, here's the course, right? Boom, and it's this much money. And then I create what he calls the stack slice. So that means you're going to get this, and here's the value of the stack, of the first thing, right? And he says the next thing you're going to get over here is you're going to get the second bonus, right? So here's the second bonus, and he talks about that for a minute, and he says, so what that means, and he goes back to stack slide, what that means is you're going to get, first you're going to get thing number 1, plus you're going to get thing number 2, and so the total value now is this, and it's even bigger. And then you introduce bonus 3, and then you do another stack. You can get number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3, total value of this. And then you do the next thing, and you keep doing that, and you keep stacking it to the very last stack. You come right here, and it's like, here's everything you're going to get when you sign up today, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff there, and all of a sudden the value here is actually huge. And then you show them the price. Now they're associating the price with what this is, and all of a sudden their mind's like, oh, that actually is a really good deal. Boom. And he showed me that. I was like, that's so simple. So the next week, I went and I built out my slides the same way he did. I modeled as close as I could. I went to his event. I did my presentation. I did my stack, the stack for the very first time. And it felt kind of weird and awkward. And I did it. And guess what happened? First time I'd ever closed 6 figures in a month, let alone in 90 minutes. It was crazy. And I've done the stack every presentation since then. Okay? It's not difficult. It's pretty simple. It's kind of, you feel weird doing the very first time, but man, it is amazing. So on day number 4 is where I introduce the thing that I'm selling. Okay? So the question from some of you guys is like, well, what am I selling, Russell? I don't even know yet. All I do is I'm doing this one splinter framework. So I got so many pages of paper here. Let me go back a couple. To I think this one-ish. Yeah. Okay, so if I've been doing this challenge, right? For the challenge, I picked a splinter framework, right? So I'm teaching the 5-day challenge and how to do this one result, right? What typically happens then when I'm selling my course at the end of this challenge, what I'm selling the core thing. Okay, so if I was doing like a 5-day Facebook challenge over here, right? My thing I would sell then would be my traffic secrets course. Okay, you learn one splinter, one way to get traffic, but I have a whole course that's gonna teach you a lot of ways to get traffic. Right, I tell you one thing over here on how to do whatever, but here's my big course. So you're going up one tier. So the splinter framework is what your 5-day challenge is built around. Then you go up one tier, and the core course that encompasses all these little splinter frameworks under one core idea is what the course ends up being. Does that make sense? Okay, and so that's what you're actually selling. And some of you are saying, well, Russell, I don't have this as a course yet. Good, you shouldn't, okay? Because we're starting at the very beginning. What a lot of people do is they go and they try to create all of this, and they create this and this and this, and they create all these things, and they never actually get to the finish line to become an expert or sell anything or make any money or to change anybody's lives. Okay, instead I do it the other way around where I say, okay, here's the splinter course. I get people in there, I do the 5-day challenge, I give them an amazing experience, they get a result by the time it's over, and I say, look, if you guys enjoyed this so far, I'm putting together an actual course or a workshop or an event or whatever it is where I'm going to be going through not just this one way I get traffic, but over 10 different ways I get traffic, or 3 different ways, whatever your splinter results all are, right? I'm going to teach you guys that in a course, and I want you guys to be part of it, okay? And if you enjoyed this, man, you are going to love this bigger event, okay? And that's where the stack and the close comes in, okay? When I'm going to start going through and saying, okay, the first thing you do is the course. Here's the value of the course. Plus, I'm going to throw in this bonus, and there's the value. And you do your stack and the close for the very first time. Okay? And we'll walk through this in more detail other times, but just so you guys conceptually understand, that's what's happening on day number 4. So day number 4, I share the story. I break the external beliefs, right? And then at that point, again, hopefully all three false beliefs. They believe the vehicle, they believe that they could actually do it, they believe there's nothing in keeping them from the back. And that's to say, cool, if you guys are, like, we've gone through, there were 4 days in the 5-day challenge. You guys at this point have seen the results. You're seeing these things happening, right? You believe it can happen for you. Now I want to make you guys a special offer. Okay, I put together a course. You guys cool if I spend a few minutes going through it? All right, here's what the course is. And you go through the stack and the close, you show them what it is, and then you make a special offer for them. And at that time, they either buy or they don't. Okay, and that's what's happening there on day number 4. Okay, I wish we could do Q&As, but there's so many of you guys out there, it's hard to open it up. Hopefully this is making sense for you. Okay, so that's day number 4. Oh, look at that. I drew it out here and I already had it for you guys right here. So again, what I'm selling, I'm making a course around my core result. Okay? And that's what I'm going to be offering people at the end of it. Okay? And then day number 5, I come back. And day number 5, I come back. I serve them. I teach them. I answer Q&As. I do all this stuff. Everything that I've gone through the first 4 days, this is where people are, if they either figured it out or they're stuck, they got questions, we start going through doing Q&A, talking them through it. And then at the end of that, I go back, I do the stack and the close one more time. And that's kind of how we run a 5-day challenge. Okay, so that is the process. So if you guys look at this, again, this is how the whole thing works, right? We start up here with our landing page. On the landing page, we're going to share our core result. Okay, I know some of you guys are thinking about how do I get traffic to this? Well, in a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes now, Allison's going to come out and start sharing some of the traffic strategies that you can use to get traffic to this page, to an e-commerce page, to whatever it's going to be, right? The first goal is you drive them to a landing page that makes the big result, okay? Here's the result I'm going to promise you guys. I'm going to promise you guys that you're going to get this core result. Okay, they're going to sign up for this challenge. It's going to be super fun. They register for it, and they come on, and you have a chance to go live. Okay, and again, these aren't lives like 8, 9, 10-hour days. This is typically like 30 minutes to an hour is where you're going to go live, and you're going to walk them through the process. Okay, day number 1, you're telling your origin story about this framework that you're going to share with them, right? Telling your epiphany birth story, how you figured it out, how it works, how it's affected you and other people's lives you share it with them, like why it's so exciting. You're convincing them it is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and that this is why they need to understand this opportunity. Day number 2 now, you go and you teach the actual framework that you're trying to show them, right? Again, you teach the story about how you learned you earned it. You teach the strategy. You skip the tactics, and then you go to the case studies, right? And day number 2 now, it's like, oh my gosh, I understand how this all works. Then you transition to day number 3. You figure out what is the internal false belief that they're struggling with. What's the thing they're like, man, this is awesome, but I gotta believe other people can do it, but I don't think I could do it, right? I'm stuck with that. Like, how do I actually do it? Okay, you show them how they can actually do it. Right? Day number 4 now, you show them the external fears. You knock off the external fears, you get them to believe with that. And then the first time you make the offer for the course. And then day number 5 is when you recap it and then do stack and close again. Okay? And so that's kind of the way the framework works. Now I want to do like one, not hot seat, but kind of a mini hot seat. Just because I got a few minutes here. I think it'd be fun. If any of you guys want to drop in what your, actually 2 things. If you can drop in 2 things. So we talked about this before, right? I don't want to find the paper again. So you got your ultimate result. And then you've got these core results here. Right? So you have your core. So for me, this would be like funnels. This would be like sales / copy. This would be traffic. And then underneath there, you got your splinter framework. So this would be Google, Facebook, Instagram, affiliates, like different traffic sources, right? If you would drop in 2 things, like first off, type in what your core result would be. So like my core result is going to be traffic, and one framework is Instagram or whatever it is. Or it's my core result is getting 6-pack abs, and the core framework is how to lose 3 pounds in a day or whatever. Like, just post that in the comments. I'm going to pick one right now, and I'm going to create a 5-day challenge on the fly with some of you guys right now. So I'm going to go look through here. So post them really, really quickly, and we'll check it out. Okay. Generating inbound seller leads. I need the core and the thing. Okay, core. Start homeschooling. How to graduate. Okay, good. Start building wealth and residential, really controlling anxiety and depression. How to bar them down to my spouse. Internal fear of embarrassment. Core result, lower risk of heart. Bring family together, improve communication. Some of you guys are doing 2 different comments and they're being synced outside of it. Let's see. Okay, how to drop a dress size with the sweetest side ever with raw honey. Okay, I'm gonna try that one. So, okay, just 'cause that's what I saw real quick, jumped out. So, the splinter result is how to drop a dress size with honey, I think, oh, I can't remember. Something in my head, they're eating honeys and there's bees and who knows. I could be completely wrong, and this may have been a bad example for me to pick. There's that. I'm guessing the core result then is probably like a full like weight loss, body transformation thing, right? So let's just pretend that's what it is, okay? Okay. Hopefully I can do this off the top of my head. Okay, so how to lose weight with the honey diet. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. So my landing page, the big result I'm gonna promise somebody, okay? So the big result is going to be how to drop 1 dress size in 7 days with the honey diet. Okay. I have no idea if that's real or if it's impossible, but it's a tangible result, right? Okay, it's how to drop a dress size. When? In a week, because I got 7 days to deliver this. So I'm going to show you a quick result. You get a quick result using something that's unique as the honey diet, right? I've heard of paleo, I've heard of this, but I've never heard of the honey diet. This is a proprietary framework this person created, right? And you can plug them whatever it is, like how to do this in this period of time with this framework, okay? Very simple formula to kind of build out for your core result, okay? So that's the thing. I'm going to drive traffic this thing from all over the place. And again, Allison will be up here in a few minutes talking about traffic. We get people registered, they sign up for it. Now, after they're signed up, there's going to be a 5-day challenge, right? Okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5. Okay, so day number 1. First thing I gotta do, so obviously I don't know anything about the honey diet, but I'm gonna make up a story, okay? And fill this in with the actual truth of whatever your story is, okay? So day number 1, somebody comes to the register, I gotta convince them, or I gotta tell them the story about how I discovered this thing, right? This is an amazing discovery. I figured it out. No one else knows about it, right? Everyone knows about all these other guys. No one knows about this one. So I'm gonna tell them a story like one day, I was out in my backyard and I saw a bee and it was swarming around. I was like, this is amazing. But there were a bunch of them, and at first I was scared. I was trying to swat them and kill them, and all of a sudden I realized this is not one bee, there's a lot of bees. And these bees are swarming around everywhere, and I started following the swarm, and all of a sudden I found in the pillar of my house, and this actually part is a true story, so this happened to us last summer. Around this pillar of my house, there's 1,000 bees flying around the whole thing. We're like, what do we do? And so first we were gonna like gas bomb this thing to kill all the bees, but then we're like, wait a minute, I think bees are special. And we Google like how to get rid of bees, and people are like, don't kill the bees are special. Like if you kill the bees, the whole world's gonna fall apart. And we were like freaked out, so we didn't know what to do. So we called the beekeeper dude, and so the beekeeper shows up. And this guy's a little bit wacko, but he was awesome, right? And so he comes in, he's got his things on, he comes over and he disassembles our column at our house. Again, this is actually part of true. This is actually a true story. He pulls it off, and there's a 6-foot tall honeycomb in the column of our house in our backyard. And you see this thing with tons of bees flying around and everything, and we're like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And the guy was like, hey, this is the thing, like bees are amazing. There's a queen bee in here somewhere. I gotta capture the queen bee, then all the rest of the bees will follow me and I'll get these bees gone for you. We're like, what? Are you serious? So the guy does something, all of a sudden the queen bee pops out, he grabs the queen bee, he leaves, all the other bees follow the queen bee, and the entire swarm is done, and there's a 6-foot tall honeycomb full of honey dripping off our thing. And we're like, what do we do with this? He's like, you should eat it. We're like, what? Like, you're like, we're really gonna eat a honeycomb that's growing in our house? He's like, yeah, it's really good. So we're like, oh, that's weird. So we broke this off. We had big chunks. We gave it to our friends and our family with these big chunks of honeycomb, and we would break this off and we'd start sucking it out and chewing it. And it was like the most amazing gift ever. It was like eating candy. But what I didn't know about bees was the health factor. Now, this is at fill in the blanks. I don't know if this is actually true. But I ate the bee magic stuff, and I lost a ton of weight. It was amazing, right? And bees have all these properties and these nutrients, and this is why it's so good and so important, blah, blah, blah. What I found out is there's a way to structure all these things where if you eat it the correct way, it's going to, it makes it really easy to lose weight, but you have to do it right, okay? How many of you guys are excited? Okay, well, day number 1's done. That's the story. Tomorrow I'm going to show you guys the actual framework for what we do and how we do it to actually use these bee hives to lose a whole bunch of weight. Okay, boom, there's day number 1. So now they've heard the story about how I discovered this framework. And they're like, this is amazing. That night they're Googling like bees and how they work and all the honeycombs, and they're learning about stuff too. They're kind of logically convincing themselves, right? And they come back for day number 2. Day number 2 now, I'm like, okay. All right, you guys, yesterday I told you about the bee stuff. I know you're excited. I'm so excited. I shared this with them. I've been waiting all day. I worked all night preparing it. So here's the framework. This is called the Lose a Dress Size in 7-Day Bee Framework. And this is how it works, okay? The first step is this. And the second, and I go through the steps. I teach the actual framework. And the end of it's amazing. Like, you guys like that? Cool. I'm going to send you a free copy of the framework. You can check it out. Post it on your fridge. Tomorrow, though, we're going to go deeper into blah, 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 right? So day number 1 is done. Or day number 2 is done. So hopefully at this point, after going through these 2 things, they are sold that yes, this bee diet is the key. Like, they're sold that this framework right here is the key to them getting the result they're looking for. Okay? Now day number 3, I'm assuming that they're like, this is awesome, but like, I love honey, and honey makes me want to eat donuts, therefore I'm going to eat donuts all day, and I know I'm going to fail, blah, 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 blah. So I got to show them, okay, how do you take this bee diet I shared here, and how do you incorporate it into your actual life, okay? Well, here's the plan. Step 1, you do this. Step 2, I share the framework on how I incorporate this into my plan in an easy, simple way where I've been able to do it, and you can do it as well. They see that, they're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I could do that as well. And then you're like, okay, that's the end of day 3. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the next piece of it. Okay, so the next day I come back in, and this is where I'm saying, okay, I know you guys are sold on the bee diet, okay? I know you guys are sold, you can actually do it. You've been here for 3 days, so I know you're the people who are still with me. Today we're gonna talk about the external, like today we're talking about all the other stuff, right? Things are keeping you from having success. Like everyone else is, you know, you're afraid because of these other reasons. And so I'm gonna show you, like, here's a way that when you're going to fast food restaurants, how to like make sure you're eating correctly. Here's how you do this, how you eat correctly. All these kind of things. I show the external fear to, we're like, oh my gosh, I could actually do this. And then from here I come back and say, look, the B part of the diet is just part of this, right? It's the way you increase your metabolism and you blah, 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 whatever the things are, right? But this is just a piece, and I want to share with you guys more because I know this is just like, if you understand this core, this result I've shared with you right now, there's more to this. And I have a special course I put together called the Queen Bees Weight Loss Magic whatever, and it's a 6-week course, and it's really, really cool, where I go through everything from like how to incorporate this into all of your diet is like week number 1. Week number 2, we're going to go through how to do exercises, and week number 3, how to do this, and week number 4, I'm going to walk through, and this course is going to be amazing. So that's the first thing you're going to get, plus the second thing, plus the third thing. I build out a stack, I show them, and they end up we make the first pitch, the first sale. For $500, you can get my whole B weight loss program kit. We have them go buy, and day number 5, they come back, and basically this is Q&A. Come back and say, hey guys, yesterday was amazing. So many guys signed up for the program. We're excited. But we also got a whole bunch of guys asking questions. So let me go through the questions you guys are asking. And start doing Q&A, answering the questions, boom, boom, boom. Start knocking out any false concerns, any false beliefs, any things that are keeping them back. And then after you've done that for however long, then you come back and you do the stack and the close one more time. You offer them to buy one more time. You add some urgency and some scarcity. And that's how you do the 5-day challenge. All right. Did you guys see that? Okay, thank you. Those who are giving me a round of applause, I appreciate it. I will take it. Now for you guys, is taking this and plugging your thing into this, okay? I picked something kind of goofy like this because I was like, man, if I can show it with a bee honey diet, you can do it with whatever your thing is, right? It's just plugging those pieces into this framework. Now it's like, okay, now I have the framework, now I know what I need to do, okay? I've got to figure out the headline for you that makes it, that's showing them how sexy this result is, right? I got to figure out what I'm teaching on day 1, day 2, and you just kind of plug the things in, and very quickly you've got everything you need to be able to do a 5-day challenge and start having some fun with your people, okay? And that's how we kick this off. Okay, so that's kind of it for me showing you guys behind the scenes of how we structure and how we get one of these challenges launched, not just launching a challenge, but in a way that's gonna get people to actually buy from you. So the game plan now, we got a couple more sessions, you guys. Are you excited? Okay, I'm excited for this next session because this is one of the things that so many people get stuck on. In fact, I told you, if you look at in my world, the biggest false belief people have, the external false belief is like, I don't know how to get traffic. How many of you guys have been playing this game for a while and you struggled with this piece, like how do I get traffic to actually show up, right? How many of you guys bought some Facebook ads, but you're like, this didn't work? I talked to them the other day, they literally told me like, yeah, Russell, I tried to do this thing, I lost $50,000 on Facebook ads. I was like, you lost $50,000 on Facebook ads? Like, yeah, nobody bought. I'm like, why didn't you stop after like $100? If nobody's buying, like, don't keep buying ads. Like, stop buying ads quickly. So there's my warning. First off, if you start buying ads, like, if they're not making money quickly, like, stop buying the ads. Don't just keep buying them. It's not going to get better over the long term just by continuing to buy them, right? But there's other ways to get traffic. And Alice and I were planning a lot of stuff last night. And what's interesting, a lot of people don't know, is that we didn't buy our very first Facebook ad for ClickFunnels for 2 years. For 2 years, people are like, well, how did you grow your company that big? Okay, well, I didn't do it by running Facebook ads or Google ads or any kind of paid ads. We did it 100% using the traffic source and the methods Allison's gonna be teaching us right now, okay? It's how we built ClickFunnels. It's how we built my info business, my expert business, all built on the same traffic strategy she's gonna be sharing you right now. And she's used to build her company to multiple 8 figures on the e-commerce side. And so this is something that's nice because it doesn't require Zuckerberg, it doesn't require Google, it doesn't require algorithms or SEO or all these complicated things. It's something that's simple, it's easy, it's replicatable, and it's something I think when you guys learn it and understand it, it's gonna change your business, your life forever. So I'm gonna turn the time back over to Allison. She's got a really cool session on traffic for you guys, and then I'll be back right afterwards to share some more cool stuff with you guys. Sound good? All right, let's put our hands together for Allison Prince.
Good job. Wait, hang on. Tomorrow, we're coming back for those hot seats.
Oh yeah, how many of you want us to do hot seats specifically with you?
That was so... That was so fun. I was in the back going, I need to see that. I need to see that framework. But tomorrow, this is what we're doing. We're coming back with you and helping you.
It's gonna be fun. We'll be pulling a bunch of guys up on the big screen somewhere, and we'll be doing Q&As and like actually looking at your stuff and diving in. We'll be more than just me kind of mapping out, us actually talking and having conversations, and Allison and I, and it's gonna be. I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be so much fun. Do not miss
Christmas Eve tonight. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Be awesome. All right, well, have fun, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right. Okay, raise your hand if Russell did a good job setting this whole thing up about Facebook ads. How many of you want to just give Mark Zuckerberg money? No one does, right? No one does. So we're going to dive into how to create traffic and give the little least amount possible to Mark that we possibly can. Okay, so let's go back to the framework. We got the trending product, the clear vision, and I want you to move quickly. And then we got the last one of driving traffic. So May, I'm telling the t-shirts about May, the story about the t-shirts, right? The wood blocks, the French fries, the pillows. How did we get customers to our site, right? Now, this is a huge stopping block for people. They're like, Allison, I can't start. I don't have a following. I don't have an email list. The only person that follows me on social media is my mom, and she doesn't even like my pictures. How am I supposed to get started to drive traffic, right? Well, I'm going to show you how to do this, how you can get in front of your potential customers faster, to where you don't even have to sell to your friends and family. What? I know, that's great. They might even not know what you're doing, which is pretty magic. I want you to imagine skipping the whole cold traffic piece. You guys know cold traffic. You go out there, you're posting your stuff online, and people are like, what is that? What are they selling? What are they doing? They have no clue about you. Warm traffic is they're like, oh, I've heard of that company before. I've heard of that product before. I heard a testimonial about how cool that product was. That's where we want to get to. Let's get rid of that cold traffic and let's go straight to the warm traffic. People that can get to your site that already feel like they know, like, and trust you, right? It's like, and this process, we've actually done it for a long time. We know this process. We've seen it. This is how it's been done for years and years and years. And it was actually Mary Lou Retton who taught me this concept. As a kid, Mary Lou Retton was getting that gold medal, right? Flipping and doing all her things. I went to the grocery store and I saw her on this box of Wheaties and I was like, Mom, can I get some Wheaties? And she's like, you want Wheaties? You guys, I was a little kid. You want Wheaties? I'm like, yeah. No little kid wants Wheaties. I bought it because Mary Lou Retton was on it, right? The power of influence, the power of influencers. And now we have access to millions of Mary Lou Rettons. But here's the deal. If we went and got an actual Mary Lou Retton, it would cost us millions of dollars. If we could even get to her, right? Well, there's actually lots of mini Mary Lou Rettons out there in our specific niches, what we're selling, that are waiting for us. She's a trusted source. I trusted Mary Lou Retton that I would love these Wheaties. I didn't, but I still loved her so much. And it helped. I didn't have to listen to an ad on TV. No, it was Mary Lou Retton that helped me to sell this, okay? Now, how do I know this process? How do I know this stuff works in the online world and selling products and how the whole influencer strategy works? So I actually own a blog. I started it 13 years ago with some friends. And we've grown that. I'm not the face of the company. It's called How Does She? I'm not the face of the company. So I've been playing in the sandbox for over 13 years as this company has been growing and is considered an influence. I'm on the front line. Not only do I have my own stores, right, online, I also get to see the opposite side of it. When we get to influence someone else's product. So here's an example. We had a curling iron company come to us, and they were they were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. And they said, okay, do you have any different ways that you can market this curling iron? And I said, yeah. Is it all right if we do a Facebook Live? And they were like, sure. They were so nervous about this whole thing. Is it going to work? they just had so many thoughts in their minds about it. So we hop on a Facebook Live. We got one of our models, amazing. She's curling her hair. And I'm watching this go down, and we've got people watching, and they're asking questions, and they're like, how do you make that curl? How do you do that? How do you do that? And she's like, oh, it's this brand, and this is where you get it from. And then I go in, I get a message, and I don't remember how I got this message because I'd never logged into Facebook Ads Manager before. And I got this message that said, hey, you're spending like $80,000. And I'm like, wait, what? No. So I get in and I shut it all down. Like, shut the whole thing down. And I get a phone call from the curling iron company, and they're like, what did you do? And I said, someone just spammed. They broke into our account, and they were spending money, and I didn't even know what was going on. And they're like, no, you don't understand. What you guys just did, you showed us what's possible. You showed us that there's light. You showed us that this actually works. Do another one. Do another one. And so this is the process that I want to show you today about how to work with influencers. Nail that message. And once you nail that message, then yes, you can add Facebook ads money to it to help you to scale, right? I don't want you just to throw a whole bunch of money into Facebook ads and be like, I hope this works. The curling iron company didn't do that. They knew, they saw with their eyes that sales were coming in. We'd hit the message, we'd hit the hook, the offer, the story, everything we'd hit. Then it was time for them to scale. And their minds were blown. It was so incredibly fun. It's so incredibly fun. They were winning, we were winning. And so massive, massive benefits come from an influencer. We were talking to our warm audience who loved us, who trusted us. Many have been following us for years and buy from our recommended products. When we use influencers, we can get our perfect products to our customers faster, okay? It gets more exposure to your product. Gets content for social media. How many of you get stuck with figuring out what to post on social media? Influencers can do that stuff for you, okay? You can get casual pictures. You can get professional pictures. And then the coolest part is you get to hear how other people are selling your product. Maybe you're stuck and you're like, I can't really see the vision of this. But give it to an influencer, they go on, they start promoting it, and they see it in a whole new light than you. And you're like, that's it. That's it. Then you take the ones that are working, and then that's when you put the Facebook ads to it. Now, I know some of you might be like, oh, Allison, is that how you started? Did you use that site, How Does She, to launch your online stores? I didn't. My business partners and I were trying to figure out everything, and we came to an agreement that I wouldn't use that site to launch my other stores. So I had to start all of my sites at ground zero, where most of you are starting. It's the best place to start. And then I had to go out and I had to find influencers who would sell my products, the pillowcases, the blocks of wood, all that kind of stuff. But I saw with my own eyes the potential of what an influencer could do. So I just went out and I found them. And then here's the cool thing about using an influencer, these mini Mary Lou Rettons, is influencers actually need us. They need us. The reason why is we create this three-way win-win-win. We win as the business owner because we're making sales. The influencer makes money from businesses. Most influencers out there, they don't have a business. Unless they're selling or have a sponsored product, they don't get paid anything. Facebook doesn't pay, right? They want to work with businesses. They want to work with us. And then there's a benefit to the follower because the follower's getting amazing product. They don't have to go search and read reviews and hope it comes right. No, the influencer just told them it was a good product, okay? And there's a reason why I love this three-way win and why I structured the triangle to point upwards. It's because we build this solid base with influencers and followers, and we're pointing in the upward direction. That's where we want to go, okay? So Olivia came in, and she was selling these rings, and they're not a real diamond. They're a fake diamond, super high quality. And she came in and got an influencer. And I love Olivia's story or her vision so much on her product. So she doesn't sell jewelry. What she sells is fear. Okay, so think of it this way. I've got this ring on right here. It's my grandma's. You remember the one that's been married for 74 years? I love it. I love it. When we go to the beach, I'm so scared that I'm going to lose it. I'm so scared that I'm going to get to the ocean and then it'll be lost forever. So what she does is she sells a ring that will replace your real ring while you're out and about and traveling. So you don't have to be worried about losing your precious diamonds from generations. So she's telling this story, and then she comes across an influencer, reaches out to the influencer, and the influencer, they say, hey, we've got this amazing product. I know you have a big market of women. You want to create a three-way win? The influencer was like, yeah. When Olivia started, she wasn't polished at all. I think she had under 100 followers on social media. Very newbie in this space, still trying to figure out if this was the right world for her. No experience in this online world. And she went on and worked with this influencer and made more in this sell with an influencer than she did in an entire year in her corporate job. When she saw that proof, she's like, oh my gosh, this is so magical. So magical. And she's gone on and done, it's just so fun to see people start with the belief, like all that garbage in their head. Can I do it? Can I do it? And I'm selling a product. No, you're selling a vision. Go through this whole process. And then to watch her succeed, it's super, super fun to see. Now, some of you are going to say, well, why is the influencer doing it? Pay him a commission, right? People are hungry to make money. The influencer wants to make money. My job when I sold pillowcases, when I sold all the stuff that I sold, was to pay my influencers the most amount possible. Why? Because if I was paying them more, that means they were bringing me more sales, and I wanted more sales. And so we worked it out. We knew our numbers, we knew our margins, and we said, hey, let's do this together. They jumped on board. And it was fun to be able to say, okay, this is where you're at. This is where you're at. And then they'd go and they'd talk about it more. All right. Now, some of you are going to say, okay, influencers, I get it. They're on Instagram, right? They're on Instagram. Influencers are everywhere. They don't necessarily have to be on Instagram.